Chapter 201 Difficult in Public Development, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. For monthly tickets, there are 3 more today, monthly tickets plus more, and also recommended tickets to cheer. On January 18th, Blue Star Technology headquarters. Zhang Bowen entered Luo Sheng's office and reported to him, General Luo, news from North America. Foreign news also has related reports. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos suddenly attacked us. Hearing this, Luo Sheng also hesitated for a while, looking at Zhang Bowen wonderingly. Amazon? Bowen Zhang nodded and said, in the morning of January 17th, North American time, according to a report by The New Yorker, Jeff Bezos publicly questioned Blue Star Technology Group's data collection behavior in the media and suspected that it should whether it complies with China's content censorship rules and restricts North American users from viewing content, etc. He also publicly expressed his hope that North American intelligence agencies would investigate whether Blue Star Technology Group's overseas-related application products constitute a so-called national security risk. In addition, Jeff Bezos also commented that the international version of Blue Space's social networking site under Blue Star Technology Group has more than 133 million users in North America, accounting for 66.5% of Internet users in the United States. It is a potential anti-intelligence threat that cannot be ignored. Based on these concerns, we hope that intelligence agencies will evaluate the national security risks posed by Blue Space and other Blue Star Technology content platforms operating in North America and report their results to Congress. So straight. Luo Sheng hates this most, even though he had long expected that such a thing would happen to Blue Star Technology Group. Sooner or later, I didn't expect it to be so fast, let alone the first one to jump out was Amazon. To my surprise, it would be the bald Bezos that jumped out. I thought it would be Google. Zhang Bowen saw that Luo Sheng was quite relieved to hear the news, but he attached great importance to this issue and said worriedly, General Luo, once this kind of problem is spread, it is very troublesome. In the eyes of the campaign's number 2 person, Blue Star Technology Group is now facing any competitor that can calmly respond and has confidence in defeating the opponent. But it will be different if it is faced with pressure from North American authorities. So far, 80% of the campaign's revenue comes from global markets except Greater China. The North American market is the largest source of revenue, followed by Europe. Luo Sheng nodded and Shin said, you are right, this matter must be responded to in a timely manner. One is to respond as soon as possible. The other is to tighten the supervisory committee of the group company and pay close attention to the executives of those subsidiaries in charge of overseas operations. Then, the external pressure is secondary. The real key to prevent is the internal and external executives or phishing and law enforcement. Once found and verified, the Board of Supervisors should not have any hesitation, directly start the removal process and then airborne the executives. The Supervisory Board has the right to convene an extraordinary shareholder meeting without holding a shareholder meeting. Moreover, in Europe and the United States, the power of the Supervisory Board is greater in a company than in the mainland. Because of this, Luo Sheng will rest assured that he will hand over the overseas business sector to him. Foreign executives with complete trust take care of it, but the Supervisory Board is absolutely their own. As long as they don't make a mess, it's equally difficult for the old American to drive Blue Star out of the North American market. On the one hand, the American emperor is not like anti-globalization later, and Americans are enjoying the huge dividend period brought by globalization. With 100% support, a company as large as Blue Star Technology Group, moving this company means moving the vested interests of many capital predators on Wall Street. Although the relationship between Luo Sheng and those friends on Wall Street is not iron, it is just because of the interests. But then again, sometimes the interests are tied. This relationship is even stronger than the brothers. After a few words, Zhang Bowen left the office to deal with the matter. As for Bezos' sudden jump out of trouble, it seems that Blue Star Technology and Amazon have no injustice in the past. But Luo Sheng soon realized it after a little thought. The reason lies in cloud computing services. Obviously, Amazon was anxious. Luo Sheng immediately invested $5.6 billion in cloud computing services. Although Amazon was the first company to launch an elastic computing cloud service, Blue Star Technology has only passed a few moments. Follow up immediately after the month. Not only that, the scale of investment is even 15 times that of Amazon. The current market value of Blue Star Technology has gone to $150 billion, and Amazon's current market value is only $15.7 billion. In terms of market value, the volume is nearly 10 times that of Amazon. Luo Sheng has invested $5.6 billion into the cloud computing service field, and the company's cash flow is still $12.8 billion. Amazon can't fight it at all. The ultra-large-scale characteristics of cloud computing services are destined to be a large investment project. Now Amazon is not the Amazon that was once worth $1 trillion in market value in the last generation. Now Amazon is a real brother in front of Blue Star Technology. Jeff Bezos wanted to stop Luo Sheng's crazy expansion, but he couldn't fight for the positive strength, and immediately started playing Zheng's card. Luo Sheng had expected that this situation would definitely happen, so he was not surprised at all, and he was not nervous. Every money the company made in North America was clean, and he was waiting for the FBI to come at any time. But then again, everything has two sides, which is not necessarily a bad thing from another perspective. To a certain extent, this is a good promotion opportunity for Blue Star Technology Group. In the afternoon of the next day, Zhang Bowen hosted a temporary media conference to respond and make a statement to Jeff Bezos' remarks. Huazhengxing has never asked its major platforms to delete any content. It will not be, and will not be in the future. About data security. The data of all North American users is stored in North America, and backup systems are established in Singapore and Switzerland for the database. The data center is completely outside the jurisdiction of China, and these data will not be subject to the laws of China. This incident has aroused heated discussions in domestic and foreign media, and the statements of Blue Star Technology Group have also been reported by the media, especially in the mainland. This topic is even more heated. Luo Sheng rarely spoke in public, but it does not mean that he would not speak. This time he also commented on his personal media account, and posted several blog posts on the international version of Microblog. Some of Jeff's remarks are obviously baseless and irresponsible slander. His description of Blue Star Technology's entry into the North American market is obviously not reasonable. On the contrary, we have prepared a large budget dedicated to building large data in North America Center to provide better network services and data security. In fact, the efficiency we bring to advertisers is much higher than Google, because there are no such products on the market. Obviously, Jeff wants to kill Blue Star Technology, but he will not succeed. After this blog post edited by Luo Sheng was sent out, the attention was even higher. The media reprinted the reports, and even some media exaggeratedly modified Blue Star Technology and Amazon. The two tech celebrities steer openly. Luo Sheng and Jeff Bezos forged beams and the like. But interestingly, something interesting happened. Luo Sheng sent this tweet in the evening. He logged into the Microblog app application and edited the blog post on the Azure mobile phone. After clicking the send, he threw the phone aside and went to sleep. In North America, during the day, about 6 hours after the blog post was issued, a Silicon Valley tech maker left a comment under his blog post, and this message had only 3 question marks. This big guy is actually Larry Page, one of the co-founders of Google. He also has a social media account, has also registered for Microblog for a while, and has passed celebrity authentication, but there are not many fans. Luo Sheng is better than his less. A blog post by Luo Sheng blew up Larry Page, and things became more and more interesting. The netizens who paid attention to the scientific and technological circles were also the main ones who looked at the fun and did not matter too much, leaving comments in a low voice. It's another famous scene in the tech world that is very popular. But this time it's not Jobs and Gates. So what do these three question marks mean for Page? Page, what are you arguing about? It is recommended that Blue Star Technology simply acquire Amazon www.mentalnovel.com and then fire Jeff, or send him to bookstores to sell books. Be an administrator or something. As one of the world's largest internet technology companies, there should be no problem acquiring Amazon, although I admit it's a bit rude. The comments slowly increased, and Luo Sheng also gained a lot of fans. Most of the netizens who eat melon expressed their distress at Google, who was inexplicably lying on the gun. The industry is also quite concerned. Some people in the technology community in Silicon Valley have jumped out in support of Amazon and said, if no more Amazon takes action, then we will all face a cruel future. One person, one company, one platform, will be the only option, which is too bad. Originally, the media still attracted the attention of the media. Netizens who eat melons also liked it, and looked forward to the fact that both parties could be more fierce. Back then, Steve Jobs and Gates, two celebrities tearing each other up, the scene and the smell of gunpowder are unprecedented. However, Luo Sheng did not continue to pay attention to this matter, because right now, Wall Street has almost entered the tranquility before the storm. Chapter 202 Unexpected Change, Investor Mentality Exploded in Situ, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. February 13, 2007. New Century Financial Corporation, North America's second-largest subprime mortgage company, issued a profit warning for the fourth quarter of 2006, and immediately followed the announcement by the Bank of America that the North American home loan mortgage business suffered huge losses, writing down $10.8 billion of related assets. At the same time, major investment banks in North America, including Bear Stearns, Citi, Merrill Lynch, Morrison Chase, and Reagan, have all generated huge losses that have not been disclosed. As the second-largest subprime mortgage company in North America, New Century Finance is about to face a forced debt of up to $17.4 billion from Wall Street. The news immediately cast a shadow on this company. Such a high amount of debt was simply unable to be repaid. Even before the bankruptcy had entered the countdown period, investor panic began to spread. The fuse of the first detonator had been ignited. The prelude to the crisis thus began. Behind the tranquility of Wall Street, there is an undercurrent. But Luo Sheng is happy to spend the new year. Work as usual overseas. In March, domestic employees also returned to work one after another. On the afternoon of Wednesday, March 14th, Blue Star's Luo Sheng's office. Don't forget tomorrow morning. Irene, who walked to the door of the office, did not forget to look back to remind Luo Sheng. When the eyes of the two sides looked at each other, Irene threw a charming look and then left contentedly. The first shot that was fired this week has just ended. Ming Jing retired. Luo Sheng lost the best at home, but as a strategy master, he never cared about the gains and losses of a soldier, but only the final victory. The result of taking a break after the war, Luo Sheng poured a cup of tea and sat back at his desk for a while, glanced at the computer, and saw a signal asking for access from the screen interface. It was his private anonymous contact account with Paulson's hedge fund and successor fund, which was separated, and Luo Sheng wrote a cryptographic security system himself. It's impossible to make international calls, the lines are not secure at all, and they are tapped by the CIA in minutes. Luo Sheng quickly operated on the keyboard for a while, then brought a Bluetooth headset and leaned back on the chair. Michael. Mr. Luo, the number of mortgage default cases reached another record high. Almost 2 million homes have defaulted. 2 million? Luo Sheng immediately put his hands on the table and folded his fingers, saying, "Are there any brokers jumping off the building?" At the same time, as far away as the Shepherd's Fund office in Manhattan Island, North America, Michael stayed all night in his office and didn't go home. Now it's almost dawn. He heard what Luo Sheng said and responded, "Mr. Luo, the market operation has derailed. It should have collapsed in February, But Standard & Poor's did not reduce the value of mortgage bonds. The mortgage bond market was manipulated by people with intentions. Almost at the same time, Goldman Sachs' system went down. No. The Bank of America also lost power, and the Morgan Stanley server failed. Hearing Luo Sheng asked, "What is the current market value of my credit default swap?" Michael, according to the policy agreement, more than 30 million monthly premiums are paid to the bank, and the current loss has reached about 9%. Luo Sheng, well, in other words, hundreds of millions of dollars are gone. After a while, Michael heard a voice again. "I know the reason. Although I have no evidence, the big banks are busy passing on the crisis." Goldman Sachs, Citi, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, Merrill Lynch. Now every time almost all banks are frantically selling junk bonds to unsuspecting consumers, then paying for their greed, and waiting for the sell-off to reduce the value of bonds. This is the unprecedented scale of crime on Wall Street and should be exposed. Hearing that, Luo Sheng could not help but remind, no bank or credit rating agency will confirm such news. "Michael, you better not do this, or you will be immediately interrogated by the FBI." On the other side, Michael walked back and forth in his office barefoot with his hands on his hips, took a deep breath, and said afterwards, "Yes." He counted countlessly, but did not count to this level. Luo Sheng said lightly, "Michael, if this is a protracted battle to fight 100 battles, you can lose the first 99 times, but the last time you want to win back for me. The last laugh is the real winner. I don't care about short-term losses, not even long-term losses. I only care about the end result." Michael, God, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. He found that this is the most tolerant investor he has encountered since his career, and other investors are now exploding. It is obvious what kind of dilemma Michael is facing now. Luo Sheng laughed. "Go to fight." The call ended, and at this moment, after the communication was ended in Michael, New York, he also took off the Bluetooth headset, and lay down on the spot and stared at the lights on the ceiling for a long time, as if seeing a ray of hope. In February, the subprime mortgage bond did not collapse as he expected. Michael's mentality was almost on the verge of explosion. He was convinced that the derailment of the market operation was being manipulated by interested people, because the default rate was skyrocketing. The monthly premium amount of the credit default swap purchased by the Successor Fund is as high as $66.8 million, which means that the fund will lose 19% in just 1 year. If it exceeds $600 million, it will be gone. Heir to the fund. The $4.2 billion funds under management will be put into operation in about 6 years. It can be imagined how much pressure Michael had, but after speaking with Luo Sheng, he gave him great confidence. As the largest investor of the Successor Fund, Luo Sheng did not ask to redeem the fund, and he did not even have such a big thing take the initiative. Other investors in the Successor Fund are constantly asking how their money is going. Michael, who had been lying on the floor for a few minutes, suddenly turned over and sat back in front of the computer to start editing a mass mailing in the internal mail. To all investors, our contract allows me to take extraordinary measures to deal with the derailed market. At present, I have reasons to believe that the mortgage bond market has been manipulated by interested people. In order to protect investors from it, I decided to ban investors redeem the fund unless I issue a new notice. After editing this message, Michael was struggling before clicking to send. Clicking to send meant betting on his career and everything, and he might face lawsuits or even jail time. Win the last time, Michael murmured to himself, thinking of Luo Sheng's words before. Finally, his finger clicked lightly on the mouse. It was late at night, and less than a minute after he sent it, his mailbox exploded. Almost all investors are extremely angry. This kind of anger seems to want to wait for him to come down the network cable to hack him and sack him. Michael fully understands his investors, and many people even take care of him. Less than 3 minutes later, his phone rang and Michael was connected. Investor, holy shit, Michael, what have you done? What have you done? Michael, Eddie, I already said in the email. Investor, how much money did the successor fund invest in the email? Michael, only $4.2 billion. Investor, what about premiums? How much do we have each year? Michael, it's about $700 million a year, which is quite a lot. But I'm one step ahead and I will make money. Investors, ha ha ha, will make money. Dog Corpse Rice, the fund you manage will return to zero in 6 years. You make a bet, and you made sense. Michael, I want to redeem my funds. Michael, too stupid. Eddie, if you now redeem the fund is suicide, the fund drops 17% too. If the fund's capital falls too much, according to the agreement, the credit default swap will be invalidated, and then those banks will take all the collateral. Investor, what? Do you mean that the contract will lapse? Will it lapse? Oh, no, Martha Maid. Michael, pay me back. If you hear nothing, pay me back, I will sue you. Michael, if you only make the capital of the fund fall even more crazy, the bank will take all the collateral. Investor, holy shit. Michael, if I go to the rooftop I will pull you back, I swear. I swear to God. Michael, thank you Eddie. I'm honored, but I don't think it's necessary. I might jump ahead of you, and I swear to God. Investor, yo mid-law class Michael. Toot, 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 toot. The call was angrily hung by investors as a series of roars beginning with the F letter. At this moment, Michael put down his phone and smirked on the desktop. The phone just hung up and rang, but he didn't connect. He knows that at this moment all investors except Luo Sheng, an investor, can't wait to bring him with a big knife and have his heart cut off. www.mtlnovel.com. Absolutely. Michael put on headphones, drove the music to its fullest, and then banged on the drums next to the office frantically to release the pressure in this way. At the same time, John Paulson's pressure is also the same. He may be even greater, because Paulson's hedge fund is several times the successor. At this moment, North America is gradually dawning, and John Paulson is running in the morning at Zongyang Park in New York to release the tremendous pressure in his heart. However, at the same time, Luo Sheng, who is far away from the ocean, has no pressure, and even he is now playing a happy chicken game with Irene. For Luo Sheng, the biggest difference between him and other investors is that even if all his $6.2 billion have been drained, he will not hurt his bones. He is still the top 10 richest people in the world and will not. What negative effects does your own business have? However, if you make money, it's not a little bit of money, then of course happiness is over. Chapter 203. It can be frustrating when capital has a conscience. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Blue Star Technology Headquarters, internal executive meeting. Zhang Bowen opened the documents in front of him, looked at all the participants and said, in the recent period of time, the negative news of subprime mortgage bonds has been on Wall Street. North American existing home sales have fallen by 3.9% in the middle of this month. CFC, its largest subprime mortgage company, has reduced lending, and more seriously, New Century Finance, the second largest subprime mortgage company in North America, is facing a $17.4 billion forced debt on Wall Street and announced that it was on the verge of bankruptcy the day before. After a pause, Dr. Jiang Shengxing continued, not only that, the US stocks have fallen sharply across the board. The Dow Jones Index has fallen by 2%, the S&P Index has fallen by 2.04%, the Nasdaq Index has fallen by 2.15%, and the stock price of Blue Star Technology. The technology sector has not been affected much for the time being, but the subprime mortgage crisis in North America should not be underestimated. A series of negative news is now bursting out. The panic index is constantly rising. If it is not good, it will cause systemic financial risks. By then, no one can stay out. As a multinational technology giant company, Blue Star Technology Group's capital flow is in units of 100 million yuan, and every group will have a group of top financial talents. Zhang Bowen had to pay attention to this matter. In the middle and late last month, he began to pay attention to Wall Street news. Although it will not be directly affected, it will also have an indirect impact on Blue Star Technology, which is reflected in the decrease in revenue. When other companies have a crisis, advertising revenue will shrink. The larger the company's weight, the financial risk cannot be completely avoided. Once the global financial crisis is triggered, no one can escape it. The bigger the company, the more severe the impact will be. Blue Star Technology is not a financial company. It is in the outer circle, but it is physically large. Even the severe economic crisis in North America has an obvious impact on Blue Star Technology, because 39% of the company's revenue comes from the North American market. At this time, Liu Sheng looked at Erin sitting in the conference room and asked, "How much working capital does the company have now? What is the performance so far this year?" Hearing that, Erin opened a file of audit materials and replied, "So far, 2007 revenue was US $6.67 billion. And first quarter 2007 revenue is expected to reach US $7.3 billion. The profit can reach $1.788 billion US. The current net profit for the quarter is $1.575 billion US. As of now, the company's cash flow is $14.7 billion US, which can be used for turnover at any time. This cash reserve has $10.7 billion US overseas, and the rest on the mainland. It's about $31 billion. When major executives heard this report from Irene, they felt more at ease. Basically, the news on Wall Street has been heard more or less, but no one would be alarmed. Without him, the company now has money. A total of 113.7 billion yuan in cash reserves is fully counted. The most important thing is that Blue Star Technology does not have a debt. Even a global financial storm can survive this winter. Then of course don't panic. Liu Sheng sat leaning on a chair, smiling lightly, with more than 100 billion cash reserves. There is no panic in your family's food. We wait and see what happens. The subprime mortgage explosion of Americans is not for us a totally bad thing. With more than 100 billion yuan in hand, is a good opportunity to plunder and harvest. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng immediately took a serious look, and immediately looked at Zhang Bowen. Let's take advantage of the fire while the American home is on fire. Lao Zhang, 3 things. The first thing is to take the opportunity to quickly put cloud computing services in North America. IBM, it must have been affected by the pressure, so let's put some pressure on him. There is no motivation for it. The words burst into laughter. Liu Sheng continued, the second thing is to actively prepare for the acquisition of North American Sun Microsystems. First, prepare for the second half of the year to initiate a tender offer. The third thing is to start a round of repurchase programs. I estimate that the North American subprime crisis will not only there will be further outbreaks of economic disasters sweeping across the United States, the financial crisis is bound to spread across the globe, the old American economy is in trouble, and the world economy is bound to go wrong. No listed company can be spared. And Blue Star Technology is no exception. It started at a stage of the lowest stock price round of large-scale repurchase programs. The company's cash pool is indeed too much. It is calculated to be 113.7 billion yuan, which is equivalent to about 10% of the company's total market value. If you have nowhere to spend it, you can buy back stock. Don't think about dividends. Liu Sheng will definitely not pay dividends. The company's profits are used for development or for stock repurchases. There is no third option. When Zhang Bowen heard hesitantly, he said, General Liu, is this? The step is too big. At this kind of moment, you are attacking. Liu Sheng said with a smile, the so-called brave starvation and timidity are cautious. But you must be decisive when you see it. Don't hesitate. You are afraid that the company may have a tight fund, and at this moment, the node bank tightening lending can't get the money and it breaks the capital chain. The company can't borrow money from the bank, right? But you can borrow it from me. After hearing what he said, Zhang Bowen realized that Luo Sheng has successively cashed out nearly $6 billion since Blue Star's IPO. This is not a fixed asset, but a cash flow that can be taken out at any time. Understand? With this in mind, with this guaranteed Zhang Bowen, there is no worry. In fact, if Zhang Bowen knew that Luo Sheng had taken his money to bet against the North American housing market, it would be foolish for the whole person. Of course, Luo Sheng would not tell him what the money would be used for. As long as his head is not convulsed, it is impossible to tell them the facts, and concealment in a special situation is also necessary. In the afternoon, Luo Sheng came to the Côte d'Azur company. I recently spent a week systematically sorting out the mortgage bond market in North America, and there have been several cases of default cases. Qin Weimer came to Luo Sheng's office. At the moment, the two were sitting together, and she was in Luo, seated beside Sheng. After Qin Weimer returned from the United States, she took some time to study the situation of the financial market. She is highly accomplished in finance, but she does not need to use too much skills in her current job. Qin Weimer took out a blank A4 document and wrote as he said, Wall Street bankers mixed debt mortgage bond A with debt mortgage bond B. Conversely, debt mortgage bond B also mixed with debt mortgage bond A. Then, it was repackaged into debt mortgage bond C, which is also called double debt mortgage bond, and there is also a debt mortgage bond composed of credit default swaps, which turned into a so-called synthetic debt mortgage bond. Luo Sheng simply asked, how much will our $6.2 billion subprime bet now bet on it? I heard that Qin Weimer put down his pen, leaned on the sofa, and held his jaw in thought. I think $6.2 billion. The market for secured mortgage bonds is about 23 times the actual amount. In theory, can reach $142.6 billion. When calculating this number, Qin Weimer himself was taken aback and couldn't help but hide his mouth, and Xingmu opened his eyes. Luo Sheng marveled, my god, it's just super leverage. After Qin Weimer reacted, he couldn't help but whispered, if the mortgage bond is a match, the debt mortgage bond is like a sponge filled with kerosene, and the synthetic debt mortgage bond is a deep-water bomb. This is not just a North American economic disaster. The world economy will also collapse, but it's only a matter of time. The later the collapse, the more terrible it will be. Countless companies around the world will go bankrupt. Thousands of people will lose their jobs, be displaced, lose their pensions. And we may make more than 600% of it, and every profit is stained with blood. After speaking, Qin Weimer sighed long, but was not happy about his soaring value, but was saddened by the coming world economic disaster. Luo Sheng could feel that she was not pretending. I can still maintain this rationality and kindness in the face of money. Is it worth the eye-catching? But when the capital is no longer greedy but has a conscience, it is sometimes frustrating and even painful. I'm not a capitalist or a banker. I'm a lawyer. Qin Weimer turned to look at the correction he cared about, calmed down afterwards, and said to himself, I know the real world is like this. It hasn't changed before, it hasn't changed now, and it won't change in the future, and no one can change it. I thought about donating this money emotionally, but rationally told me it was stupid. Because even if you donate all your wealth, you can't change it or even be hated. This is human nature. Luo Sheng could not help but quipped when she said, it seems your mind is still controlled by reason. Then relieved. Qin Weimer barely smiled when he heard it, and sighed softly, sometimes just calm down and think, it is very frustrating. Luo Sheng said, compared to the people on Wall Street, our moral bottom line is much higher than them. I don't know how many times the subprime mortgage crisis should have broken out this month, but it is now under pressure. Why? Speaking of this, Luo Sheng couldn't help looking at Qin Weimer's beautiful profile. You are more professional, should be more clear than me. Debt mortgage bonds are made by them, earning a lot of money. The bowl is full, now playing off, eager to give up to unsuspecting consumers, and even the major investment banks on Wall Street bet on themselves and themselves. This is the true greed of nature. A moment later, Luo Sheng added, I earn some money that can change the world and promote the progress of human civilization. It can be more effective than those in control of Wall Street. It should not be frustrated. It should be done with a sense of mission. Does it make sense to treat the money earned? Qin Huaimai couldn't help but stumble, and turned to stare at Luo Sheng, seeing the other person's smile, recalling that what he had just said was so cold that he flung him with a big white eye. It's such a big thing to say. It's just like the standard villain in the movie, the guy who feels good about himself. Luo Sheng laughed. Don't say that. The execution and purpose of the villain is quite clear and without hesitation, and the decent, it is always one step slower than the villain. As for me, let's not go to extremes and have something like people who have the same strong execution and decisiveness as the villains. Just keep some sense of justice. Well, just a little, so that is the best way to survive in this world. Chapter 204 Xing City Solution. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Luo Sheng did not pay much attention to the subprime loan. Qin Huaimai would report to him that the world economic collapse was irreversible. This is not only that Luo Sheng will not doubt, there are many smart people on Wall Street, such as Goldman Sachs. However, no one on Wall Street said, but they continued to lie and give themselves time to pass on the crisis. The world's economic collapse is inevitable. But the days still have to pass, and the company must develop. This winter, for Luo Sheng, enough grain has been stored to cope with the coming economic winter. With the entry of mid-April, Blue Star Technology Group's first quarterly audited financial report was officially disclosed to the outside world after being approved by Luo Sheng. Blue Star Technology's financial report continued to be strong this quarter, with revenue reaching $6.53 billion, a year-on-year increase of 313%, and a 10.15% increase from the previous year. Net profit reached 16.33, a year-on-year increase of 561%, and a year-on-year increase of 14.76%, in line with Wall Street analysts' expectations. However, according to the financial report, Blue Star Technology Group's revenue share, overseas markets still occupy an absolute proportion, but North America's revenue growth rate has declined, dropping by about 6%. Obviously, the fluctuation of the North American economy still has a certain impact on Blue Star Technology, but the absolute number of growth is still rising. But the rate of increase has slowed down. The company's cash reserves reached a new high of $17 billion, but a few payments have not been paid. Except for $16.3 billion, it is still an astronomical figure. It is definitely the world's richest technology by far. One of the companies can even remove technology, and it is one of the listed companies with the richest cash reserves in the world. Wall Street is now shrouded in the haze of the subprime crisis. Rich people have become more and more aware of the unusualness, but ordinary people still live as they please. Only a small part of them are aware of it. But what can they do? Because the elite on Wall Street concealed the truth. But everyone with a good eye knows that an economic crisis that is sweeping the world is getting closer to the tipping point of the outbreak. Some time ago, investment banks such as Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch on Wall Street, either the system was down or the server was down or there was a power outage. Various problems arose. The three major US stock indexes plunged across the board, and the market was in sorrow. At present, the predators of Goldman Sachs are all crazy selling junk bonds. This will not be able to get rid of it for a while. Now, they are still crazy looking for ordinary consumers who have no knowledge. Some people are listening to the advice of a broker or a wealth management fund. They don't understand, but they just buy these junk bonds. When the transaction is completed, they are doomed. In order to save their lives now, these big banks are always upholding the principle of I will not go to the prison, who loves who will go down regardless of any moral or immoral issues. Even in this environment, affected by the financial report, Blue Star Technology Group still ushered in a wave of gains, which may be one of the few beautiful sceneries of Nasdaq. So far, the IT technology field and the manufacturing industry, etc. The field has not been affected much. But financial companies are different. At present, the financial sector of the world's top 10 listed companies occupies half of the country, and financial companies such as Citi and AIG, the current market value fell immediately after the opening. Blue Star Technology has a market value of US $149 billion in after-hours trading, ranking firmly among the top 3 globally listed technology companies and within the top 30 globally. In the current environment, Liu Sheng estimates that whether it is Blue Star Technology or the Blue Coast, the two companies will still be very moist and comfortable in the next quarter and the third quarter, but in the fourth quarter it maybe will turn sharply, and next year will be difficult. As for next year, the world economy is bound to collapse. Liu Sheng is psychologically prepared for Blue Star Technology Group's 2008 revenue to be cut. The financial storm has swept the world. For other companies, it is an extravagant desire to survive. Blue Star Technology can still rely on its rich surplus grain to spend this economic winter comfortably without having to find a bank loan. The sales of another non-listed company, the Azurcoast, have also come out in the first quarter of this year. The global sales of Azurix mobile phones exceeded 4 million units. Regardless of exchange rate changes, the total sales of the two models of mobile phones reached 23.7 billion yuan. The OO's application store's revenue reached 4 billion yuan. Total sales reached 27.7 billion yuan. Net profit reached a staggering 16.7 billion yuan. And net interest rate reached 60.2%. You know that the hardware cost of an Azurix is about $216, which is about 1,667 yuan at the current exchange rate. But what about the price? It is much cheaper in China, but the profit is not a small amount. For a 16 GB mobile phone sold to Europe, local consumers have to pay €700 for it, which is 7,364 at the current exchange rate. Liu Sheng is definitely not going to learn a domestic marketing strategy of high quality and low price. The current market Azurix mobile phone is unique. Just sell it at this price. With such terrible high profits, the Côte d'Azur company can recover costs and make a profit this year. This has to say that Qualcomm is bleeding blood in its heart, and the executive who negotiated with Liu Sheng has now been fired. For this reason, he has also filed a lawsuit with Qualcomm because he doesn't think it is his fault. It's just that the board wants him to do the same. However, regarding Qualcomm, Liu Sheng didn't pay attention to it at all. He didn't know about it at all. Today, Liu Sheng is in the office of the Côte d'Azur company, and Yao Jianhong is also present. He has brought more than 30 new headquarters design solutions, all of which are provided by top architectural design firms from around the world. This scheme is called 10,000s of People's Giant Structures. This scheme uses the newly built 10,000 People's Giants to be the core building of the Creative Park. Based on this, multiple small volume building clusters radiate to the surroundings and activate a brand new industrial park. The hybrid macrostructure system includes 3 basic functions: office, public space, entertainment. Blue Star Technology headquarters has been under construction for almost half a year. The main building adopts the Mobius loop idea. The building has been extended on land, lake bottom and lake surface. It is expected to be put into use in 2009. Now facing Liu Sheng is the construction of the headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company. The site has already been arranged, and it is directly next to the southeast of the Blue Star Technology headquarters. At present Yao Jianhong has brought several plans, but they have not been finalized yet. Green Boat, 10,000s of people, Sioux City Forest, City Under the Horizon, City of Xing. Liu Sheng looked at the major plans one by one. When he saw this, the solution of Xing City immediately attracted to him. When Yao Jianhong saw this, he immediately introduced General Liu. The City of Star River project is a creative work by the world's top architect Zaha Hadid. According to industry evaluations, the British-born Iraqi-born female architect design. She has always been known for her bold shapes. Her work boldly uses space and geometric structures, and is known as the master of deconstructionism in the architectural world. Oh, it turned out to be the work of Zaha Hadid. How can I be so familiar? Luo Sheng was surprised at the first hearing. Mr. Luo knows her? Yao Jianhong looked at him in wonder. I realize that it is impossible to talk about it. I have known her series of works. I personally admire it. It is indeed one of the world's top architects. Luo Sheng shook his head and smiled. He knows that Zaha Hadid mainly came from the last life. The famous Capital Darksing International Airport solution came from the architect master, and left many of her masterpieces around the world. A prolific architect. Luo Sheng picked up a list of the city of the Star River. The biggest feature is the nebula. In the design of the city, various public spaces are combined in the form of nebula using pipes, and large geometric spaces are linked. Medium-sized spaces, which are linked to small spaces. In order to obtain the best sunlight, the spiral is arranged in the skin part of the building in the office part. Considering the huge office area, the design introduces spiral rail transit to make it easy to reach your office. At the same time, in order to better connect public spaces, a spiral rail transit is also used at the edge of the valley of the building to facilitate people's needs. Several sun wells were created on the original volume of the building, and the largest sun well in the center of each block satisfies the main daylighting of the space. The sun wells on the side of the building can create some outdoor spaces and plant a large amount of greenery. Park. This design scheme uses a large number of glass elements. www.mentalnovel.com not only increases the natural lighting of large-scale buildings, saves energy, but also increases the sense of transparency and technology of the building itself. The natural temperature adjustment system reduces people's dependence on air conditioners and further reduces carbon emissions. It is a very scientific and advanced design. City of the Galaxy. That's it. Luo Sheng saw about a third and made the decision without hesitation. Famous masterpieces, coupled with the deconstruction of Luo Sheng's aesthetic pursuits in the design of deconstructed space geometry. He did not read the subsequent plans. If the design office that submitted the proposal knew the solution they provided carefully, the client didn't even take a look at it, and it was estimated that they would faint in the toilet. The monthly ticket has been added and changed. Currently it is locked at 1,300 votes. Ask for a monthly ticket again. In addition, we are working on a method of adding and changing. Every new one in the new book monthly ticket list adds one more. It is currently in 10th place, which is only 40 points away from 9th. I went up with more votes. And hurry up to vote for Duxim Dying. You are not in a hurry. Chapter 205. The reason we can succeed is to catch the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Thanks and rewards. The helm of theme annihilation. Wait. I have also asked Hadid Architects to prepare a design plan for a private waterfront house. The address is selected on the east side of the city of Star River. You go and get the land. About 30,000 square meters of land. Luo Sheng called Yao Jianhong, who was about to leave. The latter was startled, and said subconsciously, General Luo, are you trying to build a palace? An area of about 30,000 square meters? The headquarters of a large conglomerate is just that. But Luo Sheng told him that this is his private residence. Of course it is not just for living, but it is also my private laboratory base. You have to tell Zaha about this. In addition, it will be built for me around mid-2008. The budget cap is 5 billion. Luo Sheng said in fact, it is impossible to have so much money. 1 billion has already reached the sky, but if the budget is about 1 billion, it may not be used until 2010. Luo Sheng used money to buy time. When the money was in place, Party A gave it power and Party B was excited. Looking at the fact that there is no dwelling in Sioux City that he likes, he can build one by himself. After hearing what he said, Yao Jianhong was so surprised that he remembered that the young boss was a tech geek, but even that was quite exaggerated. Understand. He'll arrange it. Yao Jianhong nodded and left, thinking of Luo Sheng's budget of 5 billion cap, but also couldn't help smashing his lips secretly. Rich people really do whatever they want. Well, he knows that the mansion building will become one of the other large surface buildings in Sioux City. Such an exaggerated budget must be used to buy time. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to complete this in such a short time. Big project works. But as long as the money is in place, everything can be solved. In the afternoon, Luo Sheng called Bei Ailang, Lu Siming, Xuyong, and Feng Yi. They were the earliest people who started the business with Luo Sheng. Now only Xuyong is an executive of Blue Star Technology Group. All three are now members of the French Riviera, but their bosses are the same person. 10 minutes later, everyone was sitting in a lounge. Xuyong said eagerly, "Boss, is it necessary to bring us together again this time?" Referring to the previous examples, Luo Sheng generally does not suddenly summon them together without any major issues. Everyone looked at Luo Sheng, who sat on the sofa and looked at the ceiling thoughtfully. Our business is undoubtedly successful. Whether it is the Blue Coast or Blue Star Technology, our business is profound. Changing the world has also allowed us to achieve great achievements and become a company and product that people love. Having said that, Luo Sheng turned to Xuyong and said, "But what I want to say is that at such a glorious achievement, how many people have sincerely thought about the potential crisis they may face?" Potential crisis? Xuyong faced each other silently. The boss raised this question and made them feel embarrassed, because they did not think about it, or did not take it seriously and thought deeply. 80% of their hearts are occupied by the joy of success. A moment later, Luo Sheng continued, "There is no eternal kingship, nor is our hegemony. The world is changing fast, and we have accelerated the speed, depth and breadth of this world change. I ask you why we can succeed?" Feng Yi said without hesitation, "Of course it is your wise leader, boss." Xuyong said, "The product is good enough." Lu Siming said, "Isn't there one that I can fight with, or we can fight too much?" Bei Ailang Dao, Core Technology. Luo Sheng shook his head when they heard their answer, saying, "Neither are completely correct nor are they vital. The real reason we can succeed today is to win the love of young people. Young people like our company, like our business, love our products, so we succeed. And if young people no longer like us, we will go down." How brilliant was Yahoo! There is also Sun Microsystems, a company with a market value of $200 billion US, but it took Sun more than 20 years to reach its peak, and the decline took only 1 year. I told investors at the startup stage that we like to do things that pay off after 5 to 10 years and are willing to sow seeds to win the future. This sentence has never been a one-sided word. Living with young people is the key to Blue Star Technology Group. As long as young people continue to like our products, the future is in our hands, and our industry dominance will be unshakable. Everyone was silently thinking. Xuyong could not help but look at Luo Sheng and asked, "How to do it?" Luo Sheng said succinctly, "Idle, fashion, advanced, fresh." These 5 elements can be classified into one word: fun. Xuyong said neatly, "Boss, if you have any ideas you want to do, let's talk straight. You should talk to the boss in the operation department. We are all engineers and developers, and we are in the technical department." Everyone nodded in agreement. The implication is that this is what the operation department should do. After hearing the words, Luo Sheng nodded and smiled, and said frankly, "Our big data and cloud computing services have started to be deployed last year. This year, the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology will complement each other. Star Technology provides big data support. The artificial intelligence development is started by the Blue Coast and then applied by Blue Star Technology." Artificial intelligence? Xuyong is naturally familiar with this term. The concept of artificial intelligence has been around for decades, but no objections have been raised. Luo Sheng just said that the company hopes to do things that will pay off in 5 to 10 years or even longer. Now, it's time to sow the seeds of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is one of the keys to the 4th technological revolution. This is true super technology. Regardless of Luo Sheng, of course, he will not hesitate to master artificial intelligence in the hands of the unlisted Azure coast, and then related derivative technologies get applied through Blue Star technology. Even the real artificial intelligence, Luo Sheng, will not be put on the Côte d'Azur companies, but will become his own. It is worth mentioning that the development of artificial intelligence requires the powerful support of the trinity of big data, hardware upgrades, and software in order to have the true meaning of artificial intelligence. Otherwise it is artificial mental retardation. Luo Sheng looked to Feng Yi and said, "The development of artificial intelligence does not happen overnight. It requires all aspects of support. This is done by the Côte d'Azur." Having said that, Luo Sheng looked at Xuyong again. The application level is Blue Star technology. Now I have set two major application developments. The first application is to develop real-time translation software based on big data cloud computing services and artificial intelligence. Although Xuyong is not the person in charge of operating the business like Zhang Boyin, he is not ignorant of operations. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood how important instant translation is to Blue Star technology. For example, its major business segments, especially Blue Space, Microblog, an international version of social products, or Blue Star Video, an online video business, are found in more than 100 countries and regions around the world. Lack of language is the biggest obstacle that hinders the deep exploration of product value and user viscosity. It is like users in country A want to communicate and contact with users in country B. However, due to language communication barriers, people who understand multiple languages are fine, but after all, these are very few elites, and their commercial value is actually not high. Those who do not understand can only communicate with people of the same language. Secondly, it can greatly reduce the company's operating costs. We must know that Blue Star Technology Group's global investment in business is quite amazing. This is also the biggest reason why overseas employees currently occupy 70% of Blue Star Technology. If you want to successfully promote the product in the local area, you must localize it. First of all, you must respect and understand the local culture and customs, languages, habits, taboos, etc. And this requires investing a lot of resources to investigate, research, and hire local people and more. In the end, these will become huge cost inputs. It must be said that the localization transformation of Blue Star Technology Group's products during overseas expansion was very successful, and some local users did not even feel that this was a product from another place. Localization is too successful, and this is the result. There is no doubt that www.mentalnovel.com Blue Star Technology has successfully entered these markets, so Blue Star Technology's globalization is successful. The next step is to promote the globalization of users in various regions, so that these users are no longer in a corner, and can gain a global perspective through the first-class services provided by Blue Star Technology. In return, Blue Star Technology will get a richer profit gain. The first obstacle to achieving this goal is undoubtedly the obstacle to language communication. Once this obstacle is cleared, it is another qualitative leap for Blue Star Technology. At this time, it is the true meaning of linking all human beings. This is also the mission that Luo Sheng has given since the establishment of Blue Star Technology. Please, ask for a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket. Do you give it? Don't give me the next chapter. Chapter 206. Either you don't play, you can make one poll of the world if you want to play. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. This translation software application should be as stupid as possible in terms of user experience. The simpler the better. Luo Sheng looked at Xuyong methodically and said, for example, if I don't understand English, I open an English web page and feel dumbfounded on the spot and can't understand how to do it. When the user enters a web page that he can't understand, if our computer runs our translation service, the text information on this page should be automatically translated into his native language immediately, so he can see it at a glance. Xuyong thought for a moment and then said, the compatibility issue of software will become the most prominent contradiction. Liu Sheng laughed. This is not difficult. We can completely solve this problem through the relevant technical support of cloud computing services. Of course, we will not change the original web page, otherwise the page may crash, but we can resolve it through analysis. It then runs in the cloud, and then renders an inherited child page on the client. The original page is the parent, which is both independent and related. Feng Yi brightened his eyes and said, this is a feasible approach. It can be regarded as a cloud service development. Everyone was inexplicably surprised. The idea of co-authoring was probably not the first thing the boss wanted to go out, but it had been the last year or even longer. The people sitting here are all capable of engineers and developers. After a while, they realized that big data and cloud computing services will play a core skeleton role in it, which is the prerequisite for all of this. Artificial intelligence. In other words, this idea can package instant translation applications for sale in cloud computing services, which can be divided into two sections, enterprise-level services and personal services. Enterprise-level services, such as websites such as Blue Star Technology, whose social attributes and transnational characteristics need such services, bought such service support. Blue Space, Weibo Microblog, Blue Star Video and other users. When you log into these websites, you don't need to buy them, and you can use them directly for free, because the website itself has already purchased such services. Of course, this is originally Blue Star's own cloud service support, which is naturally free. But what about other corporate websites, such as Microsoft, such as Google, Yahoo, etc.? They want to buy this kind of solution. There is also a personal version. Liu Sheng looked at everyone and said, if you realize strong artificial intelligence now, everything will be much simpler, but this will not happen in a short while. Fortunately, cloud computing services can allow us to optimize many application scenarios in advance, but it needs a huge amount of data and sufficient computing power resources to support it. Our solution can use distributed computing, have a very large-scale data center to support the collection of thesaurus, and support live update of thesaurus. In the data era, data is everything, and monopolizing data is equivalent to monopolizing the world. Liu Sheng added, so, next, Blue Star Technology should recruit professionals including linguists, engineers, analysts, statistics, and archaeological teams in linguistics. Of course, it can also directly sponsor cooperation. We also need to send a large number of offline postgraduate research teams to collect information about various cultures, customs, slangs, etc. in museums, libraries, and so on. Collect all that are open, and try to persuade each other to open. A sum of money or cooperation is fine. Xuyong laughed. It seems we have to give Wikipedia a sponsorship fee. When these data thesaurus and other information are gathered in the data center, this is a basic prerequisite. The database can be set up to achieve comparable parsing and translation. The creation of data centers will continue to expand, because the world is generating new vocabulary every time, especially online buzzwords. This is the easiest to collect, and it is the easiest to solve the problem of inclusion on the network. The hard part is some niche categories and offline ones. You can't ignore them. Don't look at them. But they are scattered. The statistics are still huge. The database is created, which is of great benefit to the development of artificial intelligence. It is also possible to realize the user's translation needs by developing a huge distribution system, accessing the data center to request analysis, and then using the cloud. In this way, massive data support can also carry the birth of primary artificial intelligence. Finally, artificial intelligence will feed back, and the birth of primary artificial intelligence can be upgraded to strong artificial intelligence. This has been proven in Liu Sheng's previous life, so not if there is any doubt, it must be done. Xuyong pondered to himself, This is an immensely vast super data project. How much manpower, material resources and financial resources must be invested to achieve it? Luo Sheng, maybe a few thousand people plus 10 billion, maybe more, but even if the investment is worth it, it must be done. Feng Yi also looked at Luo Sheng and said, the first application based on artificial intelligence is instant translation. What about the second application? Luo Sheng immediately got up and brought a curly large-sized poster on the table among the crowd. Xu Yong and others immediately went up to spread out the poster with their hands, and then glanced curiously. Be puzzled. This is a girl image that I asked the artist in the fine arts department to draw according to my imagination. Luo Sheng slowly looked at the image of the girl character on the poster and said, virtual, gentle, cute, delicate, virtual singer. Virtual singer? Xu Yong and others looked at each other and were the new concept terms of the boss. They had never heard of this stuff before. Immediately look at the cute. The poster wearing headphones plus electronic screen sleeves plus square-head hairband plus green pupils and double ponytails. Feng Yi looked at the image of the poster and scratched his head, muttering, how can you always come up with such strange and weird ideas? Luo Sheng smiled and did not answer him directly, but went straight to the topic. The virtual idol Ji plan may not bring considerable profits to the company in a short period of time. Even 10 years later, even profit is optional, but it represents one of the future trends. Once the real virtual reality society arrives, people can trigger a truly immersive interactive experience with virtual characters, which will trigger a radical change in the entire society, meaning that games, entertainment and other elements can be helped by high-tech equipment under the barriers between virtual and reality. At that time, everything was rolling in. Luo Sheng looked at everyone one by one. Virtual idols have the same smile and wave as real people, but they have a beautiful figure that surpasses human beings. They sing and jump like real people, but they can easily complete the treble and speed of speech that humans cannot reach. Everything is illusory and virtual. Only the unwavering seriousness and perfection are true. We often say that technology creates the future. This sentence is used to describe the virtual idol is too suitable, and its thick sense of future is unparalleled. Lu Siming exclaimed. The boss thinking is really nothing. Xu Yong also immediately asked, so you want to use artificial intelligence to create the best speech synthesis technology? One text message expression, one voice message expression, just 2 applications? Luo Sheng snapped his fingers and smiled affirmatively. Yes, clearly arranged. Intelligent speech synthesis technology plus imaging technology plus virtual engine processing plus artificial intelligence to create the world's first virtual idol. Behind the scenes team, in addition to a team of engineers, a huge music creation team is also needed. Virtual idols have an advantage that real people can't match. That is, virtual idols can easily master N languages. So globalization is easy to harvest fans around the world. The virtual idol on the poster comes from a world-leading artist from Blue Star Technology www.mentalnovel.com. The style of the painting has a transparent and light feeling. Under the dreamy blue of the blockbuster, the details are reflected in the details. A careful machine for the dynamic future of technology. In order to be loved by the majority of young people in the next 10 or 15 years, these fresh and fun concept elements of virtual idols are essential. The plan was arranged very clearly soon. One was an artificial intelligence-based online cloud translation project, and the other was an artificial intelligence-based virtual idol project. Both project plans were developed with high confidentiality. Although the joint development of Star Technology is a company created by Luo Sheng, both parties have independent accounting businesses, and the process to be taken is still indispensable. The first project team is expected to need 6,000 people to the end. This is a time-consuming and labor-intensive but absolutely worth the layout. The second project team is expected to require 2,000 people, or if not playing, set the goal to be one of the world. The financial budget is also a big deal, with the first project budget starting at $2 billion and the second project budget starting at $1 billion. Chapter 207 Only the more lost the more you earn. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. The launch time of the two projects is also basically determined. The online cloud translation project is a huge amount of engineering. The goal of the development team is to strive for a test version to be launched around 2009. Not only does its own technology development take time, it also follows the cloud. There is a significant correlation between the progress of computing services. As for the virtual idle plan, which was launched at the end of this year, the amount of work is relatively small. 3 days later, Blue Star Technology headquarters, the office of the Virtual Idle General Planning Department. At this moment, Liu Sheng and a group of young people are gathered in the planning department. These people are just transferred to the Virtual Idle development team. Is there so many people in the group? Liu Sheng looked around at the 60 or 70 people, mostly young people, with an average age of about 24 years old, or excellent software engineers, architects, painters, etc., all drawn from the internal personnel changes of the group company. Boss, there are so many that meet your requirements. Hikaru, who is in charge of this project, said. Well, recruiting people worldwide, including not only to dig for talents in this area, but also game companies such as Blizzard Entertainment, Hollywood Pixar, etc. Hatsune Miku was born with powerful voice interaction technology. On the one hand, it also requires a huge Behindthesens creative team to produce a large amount of high-quality content for her. Liu Sheng said, the company's most important thing is money. If you fancy an outstanding talent, you must smash it. You don't have enough money. Do you understand what I mean? After speaking, Liu Sheng looked at the person in charge, He Jiao, who took a moment and nodded again and again. Understand. He Jiao also saw that the boss attached great importance to this project. Blue Star Technologies Virtual Idle seems to have no name from the previous Hatsune Miku in the name and settings. This name is indeed very unique, or it may be Liu Sheng's preconceived memory. The key is that the name that highlights the dynamic future is very standard. Anyway, the book has not yet come out, and the IP has been decisively squatted. The elements such as the identity of the virtual idol have also been determined. Name, Hatsune Miku. Birthday, April 12, 2007. Age, 16. Gender, female. Height, 158.8 centimeters. Weight, 42.7 kilograms. Language, Chinese, English, Japanese. Place of birth, Sioux City. For the Hatsune project, our goal is to make her the world's first virtual idol. No matter how the idols change, one person will always stand like a mountain and continue to play for another 500 years. This idol is Hatsune Miku. Liu Sheng looked at the team members present. The project budget is 8 billion soft sister coins, about $1 billion US. And it is very likely that the cost will be recovered in about 10 years, so I can allow 10 years to be unprofitable. At this point, He Jiao, etc. secretly smashed his mouth. If it is an early employee, I am probably not surprised at Liu Sheng's remarks, because he often sets a tone when starting new projects many times. How long is this project? Unprofitable can be allowed. Blue Star Technology Group has never been a fast money company. The magic thing is that Blue Star Technology has now become one of the most profitable internet technology companies in the world. Is it that the more you do not want to make money, the more you make? Liu Sheng continued, this project has the pockets of the parent company and the pockets of me, so don't worry about the problem of not making money and no budget investment. What the team has to do is to create a first in history with the true sense of craftsmanship. The most perfect and successful virtual idol. However, my request is influence. What kind of influence? Become the most popular virtual idol in the world. In this field, to be a pole of the world, no one can beyond. He Jiao said at this time, first of all, I think it is impossible for latecomers to surpass in capital investment. As soon as this remark came out, the other members in the office couldn't help laughing. This remark was fine. And Liu Sheng would play like this and would agree to allocate so much budget. That's $1 billion. Compared with the birth of Hatsune Miku of the previous life, the total budget for more than 10 years is just the same. Such a huge budget investment is not only a boutique but also a boutique. There is no doubt that Liu Sheng's ambition is huge. This time, the layout is intended to lead the new trend of the world in the next 10 years. The huge budget allocation will continue to make Blue Star's virtual idol become one-name monument beyond the reach of its peers. How is the director's problem handled? Liu Sheng asked He Zhao again. Someone has been sent to talk about cooperation with Ben Ben, He Zhao answered quickly, and he couldn't help but ask, just the boss. Is this necessary? After learning about Liu Sheng's intentions, until now, He Zhao couldn't understand why he had such a bad decision. Really a super loser, he actually wanted to create a pure CG animated movie promo ad for the birth of Hatsune Miku, and the budget reaches $450 million US! Exclamation mark. It's crazy. This budget scale can make 3 or 4 A-level Hollywood movies without calculating the cost of publicity. But Liu Sheng used that money to make a promotional video for advertising. Is this an advertising film you dare to believe? Well, even if this is the case, Liu Sheng has decided not to fish in the movie industry. If so much money is thrown down, it will be a little bit of money. What if it catches fire? However, Liu Sheng did not do this. The reason is very simple. If the movie theater goes online, in case the box office performance is not good, it is secondary to make no money. The core of the advertising video is advertising and publicity. The investment of $450 million US is not in the theater. This act itself has a super high topic element and can bring huge attention. If word of mouth rises, then there will be topics such as how much box office this promotional film will get if it is released, because the film is not released, so there will be tears. Then the heat and topic will come. This is Liu Sheng's marketing strategy. Obviously, if the news goes out, it will definitely smash the entire entertainment media community. Of course it is necessary. Liu Sheng calmly said, "You think I am rich enough to do whatever I want, but this is not the case." What is a classic? At any cost, carving is a classic. Even after 10 or 15 years, I can stand at the top of the world. The quality of the picture is very simple. The debut is the pinnacle, so that some colleagues who want to launch their original virtual idols have no courage to enter this field. If he wants to play, he must look at those established by Hatsune Miku. Whether the monument can be surpassed or even surpassed, then of course I have an indirect monopoly. What makes movies is not what Liu Sheng is good at, but commercial competition and technology development are his specialty. To put it another way, the current cost of creating this series of peak heights from all aspects has indirectly defeated competitors who want to enter this field, or is always pressed by the virtual idols of Blue Star technology, without the courage to benchmark. This is the biggest victory, because there is no such company in the world that dares to duplicate Liu Sheng's gameplay. No one's money is brought by the wind. If there is one, only one party may do so. It is the big dogs in the Middle East. Their money is indeed no different from the wind. However, the big dogs are not interested in this at all. Although the big dogs spend money without blinking, they are not stupid. www.mentalnovel.com. The key is that people do not have that interest and cannot play. Liu Sheng set the tone for a promotional film with a budget of up to $450 million. As for specific creations, he is not a filmmaker and will naturally not intervene. He specializes in the art industry, and this area of work is given to professional filmmakers, including songwriting and so on. However, there is a consensus between Liu Sheng and the team members. The director of this promotional film invites director Ben Ben, the animated film industry and virtual idol elements. Please say that director Ben will not be wrong, and Liu Sheng has a good reputation. I know that virtual idols may be the top priority in the Japanese market. No way, there are many dead houses in Japan. And now it is also the second largest economy in the world after the US emperor, developed countries. China will have to wait 2 or 3 years to surpass its small book economically. Spending so much money ends up earning more money. Not surprisingly, Hatsune Miku will take the lead in the Japanese market. Chapter 208 Speaking to You, I Bought You Hands and Feet. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. This time, Blue Star Technology sent someone to Japan to ask the directors of the animation industry to direct Hatsune Miku's promotion of movies. A total of 10 directors were talked about before and after. These 10 directors are also the world's top 10 famous animation directors. Their works have become world-renowned animation masters with stunning pictures, vivid tones and wonderful themes. These directors have injected life into the animation world, making animation a mainstream culture in the world today. A name like Pikachu is still full of nostalgia. Domestically, there is really a lack of guidance in this area. There is no way to do this. You can only invite foreigners. On the other hand, asking Japanese directors is also helpful in opening up the local market. Of course, there is no shortage of animation masters in Europe and the United States. But it is obvious that Japanese directors who belong to the same cultural circle are more suitable. Blue Star Technology sent people to talk about cooperation this time, and the top 10 directors Miyazaki are listed prominently. This director's popularity need not be too much, such as City in the Sky, Ghost Princess and other works. His 2001 film Senjo of Chihiro is the first Japanese movie to win the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature Novel. In addition to Hayao Miyazaki, there are such things as Shi Haishing, representative works such as Macross, Astro Boy, Legend of the Galaxy and other works, Tomino Yoshiki, representative works such as Mobile Suit Gundam and Astro Boy, Oshimori, representative works such as Fuuksing Kid 2, Beautiful Dreamer and other works, Watanabe Shinichiro, representative works such as Star Cowboy, Chaos Samurai and other works, Takino Hideki. This student of Hayao Miyazaki has works such as New Century Evangelion and Nadia of the Sea of Unbelievable, Otomo Kiyo, representative works such as Akira, Maze Story and other works, Gogzunk-sun, representative works such as The Tomb of Fireflies, Osamu Tezuka, masterpieces such as Amutong and Forest King. Jin Minutes, masterpieces such as The Room of Hemp, Red Pepper, etc. About these 10 animation masters, Blue Star Technology has gone to find and talked about, and everyone listened to Blue Star Technology's requirements and budget investment, especially the investment of $450 million. One by one, they were surprisingly consistent in the exclaiming voice of Nani, and were petrified on the spot. This is their first reaction to this situation, and after confirming it is correct, there is only one thought in their hearts: crazy! Undoubtedly, giving great creative freedom and a horror budget of $450 million has a fatal appeal to these animators. A budget full of words means that you can build a masterpiece that provides a cornerstone and take a step back. Even if the street is flapping, it can leave a strong stroke in the history of animation. They really cannot understand this behavior of Blue Star Technology. Are these big groups really rich and have nowhere to spend? As an IT giant, Blue Star Technology is indeed relatively unfamiliar with movie entertainment. Generally, it has a reputation, so I really hope that I can invite Hayao Miyazaki to take charge of the guide for Hatsune Miku's future promotional movies. However, one thing is very important. Blue Star Technology has also done a good job, that is, knowing that you are a layperson does not interfere too much. You only need to provide funds and logistics, so that professionals can carefully polish. It turned out that I didn't buy the director's hands and feet, etc. Interestingly, while these animators were in the heart, more than half of them wanted to take over this collaboration, but the other half declined, and strongly recommended, while saying they wanted to be the director of this work. A masterful colleague, Hideki Takino, directed the work, including director Miyazaki Hayao, one of the industry's largest coffee makers. and one of its recommenders. After understanding some of the basic requirements of Blue Star technology, these recommenders confessed that personal style may ruin the birth of a classic work. And almost one person who completed the Evangelion creation of Takino Hideki is very in line with Blue Star technology animated director requested. The final director was confirmed, namely Hideki Takino. In mid-June, Takino Hideki came to Blue Star Technology. To be honest, director Hideo Takino, many people within my company are trying to stop me from choosing you to direct. When I insist on doing this and make a decision, they seem to be falling down. At this moment, a man sitting opposite Liu Sheng was Takino Hideki, who came from Japan to meet Liu Sheng. Mr. Liu, in fact, I can't believe it, said Hideno. He communicated in English, so he didn't need to bring a translator. Takino Hideki is called a mule in the industry. It is said that his conflict with the audience has intensified and he has received a large number of intimidation letters, even bullets. In an interview, he once publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with the audience, threatened to educate the audience, and then began to disgusting the audience by playing with the characters and satirizing the audience who was emotional about the virtual characters through the true psychology and behavior. And Blue Star Technology's virtual idol plan is precisely to run people into the emotional role of virtual characters. Because of this, the project department unanimously opposed Liu Sheng's choice of Hideo Takino to direct the promotional movie of the virtual idol project, because Takino has a previous record. This time also gave him enough creative freedom. The team of the project department was really afraid of the mischief of Takino Hideki. Once this happened, it would not only be a problem of a budget of $450 million, but also pay more expensive time cost. I always like to make the impossible possible. I think that there is a close connection between people and works, but there are special cases. Of course, from the perspective of an audience, I really want to send you a blade. Liu Sheng looking at Takino with a smile, he added, to be honest, you guys are holding Eva to sell albums and sell around crazy money. Regardless of the audience's reaction, they retaliate against the audience, especially Eva fans. Do you also watch my work? Hideo Hideno was so flattered that he could not help but think of such a big audience. To Liu Sheng's audience, Takino Hideki stated that he did not dare to offend or dare to offend. He could make an incredible $450 million for a pure CG animation movie for advertising. This kind of person can't offend. What if he gets bought and sold by him? Takino Hideki is actually very imaginary. Don't look at Liu Sheng's youth, but the airfield released by Every Move makes every 47-year-old Takino dead. Big Brother is Big Brother. Of course. Why not? Liu Sheng spread his hands and added with a smile, in fact, the outside world has always positioned me as a leader in the technology and business circles, but ignored me as an ordinary person, especially a young person. On the other hand, I also play video games, watch animations, and listen to music. Takino Hideki said, are you an ordinary person? I believe you a ghost. Can ordinary people achieve this kind of achievement? Will there be this free time? Obviously, Takino is deeply skeptical of Liu Sheng's remarks. How can one have such a large group of companies? Exactly two. How can there be time to play games and watch animations? Unless there are 48 hours in a day. Be polite, just listen. And Takino reminded himself in his heart. Liu Sheng used it without doubt, and went straight to the topic. Director Hideo Takino, I have given you the theme of the promotional video of Hatsune Miku. I will not interfere with your creation, including the script. The company and the project department it will not interfere, and will provide you with all the resources and logistical needs you need, and I will provide you with what you want. But I only have one request. Before the end of this year, give me a classic masterpiece of about 90 minutes. Even if the budget of $450 million is not enough, you can add it. But if you mess up, I will let you in animation. The world can't continue, even if it costs me $1 billion US, which means you will bet on your entire career, or even. Hearing Liu Sheng's undisguised threat, Takino Hideki chuckled on the surface. In fact, the third leg was shaking, and he had never seen such a cruel, guilty conscience. This is a big event for Nima. Listening to Luo Sheng's tone, if it is really messed up, it will be a trivial matter to spend money on buying hands and feet. Do you have to take such a big risk in artistic creation? Takino really couldn't doubt Luo Sheng's words. From the 450 million budget filming a movie for advertising, it can be seen that this is clearly a master who does not treat money as money, offending such a world's top rich man. A small director, I'm afraid the whole world has no place to stay. I must do my best. Takino Hideki said weakly. Don't panic. Just kidding you. Don't take it seriously. I have great respect for the artist and can create with ease. Luo Sheng said with a smile. When I heard this, Takino expressed anxiety in her heart. www.untilnovel.com. I knew this would happen, and I wouldn't pick up this list, but now I regret that it is too late. Sure enough, there are no free benefits in this world for people to take for free. In this way, the sister-in-law in Luo Sheng did not follow the rules of the card at all to intimidate him, and he gave the service to the rule in minutes, and honestly engaged in creation. In a sense, it is easy to produce classic masterpieces from the ancient examples, or ancient buildings, or porcelain, etc. The reason why those skilled artisans can create ancient art treasures is not only their own superb skills doing it with your head hanging out. If you dissatisfied the ruler, you will lose your head. Luo Sheng is not a formal person. When necessary, he can use unconventional methods. A talented mule director like Takino must use unconventional methods. After all, there is pressure to be motivated. Compared with Luo Sheng's pressure, the audience sent blades and threatening letters. Chapter 209, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Takino Hideki took the list without delay, immediately started the project, wrote the script, and formed a production team. With only half a year's time, it's a life-threatening rhythm. Act fast and break the rules. Takino Hideki is thankful that Luo Sheng is very demanding, but his shots are quite generous. Although the time is rushed, a sufficient budget can use money to buy time, especially the time-consuming and laborious works such as animation. The team can play for a month, then 10 teams will be completed with you in 3 days. The premise is that there is enough small money to support it. There is sufficient budget protection, which is directly reflected in the scale of up to 7,000 people involved in the production of this work. This is probably a record that cannot be surpassed by the animated film industry or even the global production industry. Before the work was published, a series of world records that were difficult to be surpassed by latecomers have been born. Will represent the extreme of the film industry production level. Properly, it is the world's highest cost movie to produce. And it turns out that money is not bad, and you can really do whatever you want. In fact, aside from the threat of Luo Sheng's hands and feet, Takino Hideki is also very excited, and being able to direct such a super production will definitely leave a brilliant stroke in the industry. This is beyond doubt. After Luo Sheng explained this matter, he didn't pay attention to the creative aspect. In this aspect, he is not a professional. Naturally, he will not point his finger at it, otherwise he will really mess it up. Artistic creation is left to professionals, and he focuses on his strengths, starting with the development of speech software. With the launch of the virtual idol plan, some news also spread wildly, causing speculation in the media, but the burst of news could not reach the core. Only knowing what new big actions Blue Star Technology is currently planning, and it is most likely related to the entertainment media industry. But at most it can be confirmed that it is related to animated movies, because the industry's well-known animation master Hideo Takino was invited by Blue Star Technology to cooperate, but the media could not interview, and Takino Hideki would not reveal a little bit of wind. Just kidding. This Nima's creation is high risk of being bought and sold. As a result, the media began to speculate whether Blue Star Technology would enter the movie entertainment industry. Internet transmission is quite hot. But for the people in the science and technology community, and other news of Blue Star Technology is what they are most concerned about, that is, they suddenly recruit engineers, linguists, and explicitly expand the size of 5,000 people. This will mean that Blue Star Technology Group employees will reach 30,000 people. July. Finally, there is good news from North America. It is no surprise that the Azure mobile phone can be sold in the North American market by the end of the year. When he first heard his voice, Qin Weimo entered Liu Sheng's office. After listening to her saying, she looked up and smiled. Yao Jianhong seems to have two brushes, and the North American market is really flattened by him, and the speed is not slow. Liu Sheng feels that he can be entrusted with a heavy task, and he can be given to him by the executive vice president of the Azure Coast, which is equivalent to the company's number 2 figure, just like Zhang Bowen of Blue Star Technology Group. This is a report of the Empire magazine. Qin Weimo handed a paper newspaper she brought to Liu Sheng, who took it and opened it. The headline message was that the Côte d'Azur company and the report of the exclusive strategic cooperation of Singer, the second largest wireless operator in North America. AT&T is quite straightforward. I just bought Singer wholly. Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw the news report. He talked with AT&T 2 years ago, but his face was cold. But now, in order to be able to catch up with this trend, Singer was directly acquired. Without beeping, Zhenxiang is done. However, this is clearly a situation that Liu Sheng is happy to see. The North American network is the basis of Singer and AT&T. Singer has the largest digital audio network in the United States, and AT&T is the largest broadband provider. Combining the products of the French Riviera will have a better experience of voice calls and data transmission. You can integrate wireless, broadband, and video in one device. This year, the company will officially release the Azure 3G version around December, and the 2G version has been discontinued. Now the BYD OEM has begun to fully produce the 3G version. The list received is 10 million additional orders. The North American market has been delayed for almost a year, and the first release is the Azure 3G version. However, there is not much complaint when buying a 2G network. After all, it is almost a year and it is not unavailable. The Azure X model is also able to support wireless Wi-Fi. After all, buy early and enjoy early, but late purchases are not discounted. Consumers in North America have been suffering this year, which has made local operators realize that a super gold mine has turned a blind eye, and dramatic changes have taken place. Before ignoring the Azure Coast, operators such as Verizon and AT&T are rushing to cooperate. The conclusion of this exclusive strategic cooperation agreement also means that after the Côte d'Azur has become Zhongxing Communications, another Chinese technology company has launched mobile consumer electronics in the North American market. At present, Zhongxing Communication has more than 30 million users in the local area, becoming the 4th largest brand in the US smartphone market. However, for Liu Sheng, his goal is not to be the 4th, but to become the largest brand in the North American smartphone market. Yao Jianhong has contributed to this cooperation, but the strength of the Côte d'Azur company itself is excellent. Is the key. There are various factors that can successfully enter the North American market. Now some elites in North America have felt that an economic crisis sweeping across the United States is about to explode. This is a factor of the general environment. Secondly, the Côte d'Azur company promises to establish a branch in Seattle, North America. More than 80% of its employees hire North American natives. Not only does the localization of marketing, but also some of the research and development of the Côte d'Azur company be localized. In fact, the company has also achieved R&D in Europe localization, funding for many local university institutions, such as the University of Göttingen. This time, Yao Jianhong, as the client, reached an agreement with the Americans on the French Riviera and eliminated the agreement. The company will invest to set up 7 R&D centers in North America and use 10% of the revenue of the North American market for R&D investment. In fact, The French Riviera companies in Europe. 3 R&D centers have also been established. Everyone has their own needs, but the top 10 R&D centers overseas are undoubtedly inferior to the Cyan Coast Laboratory. This is where the True Black Technology R&D Center is located. Facts have proved that its successful globalization path and the formulation of a correct business strategy are vital to the development of an enterprise. It is the core that does a good job of research and development and relies on technological progress to form its own competitive advantage. The globalization of multinational companies is also providing a powerful carrier for economic globalization. There is also a major environmental factor, that is that the United States is not as anti-globalized as it is more than a decade later, and there is nothing to do. North America First slogan. For Luo Sheng, what he valued most in this cooperation was the sales channel of North American partners, including Singer's 2,100 stores, the first online store, and the company's own offline retail stores and online stores. This makes the ASU 3G version of the mobile phone a very powerful sales channel in the North American market. This time when the cooperation was reached, the Cote d'Azur company signed the construction contracts of 22 offline retail stores in one go, distributed throughout the United States. The total value of the contract was $1 billion. And most of the contracts were given to American companies or institutions. These investments are very expensive, and most of the money is earned by Americans. www.intelnovel.com. But as long as the North American market access permit is obtained, these are small money, and sooner or later, it will be earned back in the next 3 to 5 years. North America, the market is likely to be the largest source of revenue for Cote d'Azur companies. The most promising market is undoubtedly the Greater China market, but it will take some time before the potential of this market erupts. Luo Sheng closed the newspaper with satisfaction and said, "When Yao Jianhong comes back, the executive vice president of your agency can be removed and let him take over this position. In the future, more overseas business and business talks will be available at the same level, and then add him to the board of directors of the Cote d'Azur. You can do it." Yao Jianhong's performance over the past year has been enough to prove his ability. With such an excellent core-level manager, he can be a lot easier, otherwise the development of the North American business will have to be done by himself. Please, continue to ask for monthly tickets, recommended tickets, you dare to vote and reward, we dare to explode. The new book monthly ticket list is the top 10, the distance from the 9th is less than 30 votes, less than 1 for each advance, 1 more for each month, increase of 100 votes plus 1 more. Although the recommendation ticket is free, it is also very important. If you recommend more than 10,000 votes per week, it will also be added. Reward Plus is still valid. In short, all aspects are more effective. Chapter 210, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Yao Jianhong returned from North America and was officially promoted the next day. He was appointed as the global executive vice president of the Cote d'Azur and became the number 2 person after Luo Sheng at the core management of the company. Originally, according to his treatment, 0.2% of the shares of the Cote d'Azur company would have to wait a few years before it could be converted into real shares, but because of his outstanding contributions, he was exceptionally made a real shareholder of the company in advance. In addition, he also entered the board of directors of the Cote d'Azur Corporation and became a director. In core management positions, he became an executive vice president, general manager of supply chain, global president of sales and service, and director of the semiconductor business unit. The Cote d'Azur company currently does not have a major new plan. It has initially opened up the situation. The first task is to consolidate the market and do a good job of selling. It is the first task to make money and then pay off the company's debt. Finally, the remaining profits will be invested in new ones. R&D plan, especially the semiconductor business sector, which requires tens of billions of budget investment, is really not fun without money. Don't look at the high profitability of ASUR series smartphones, But in order to avoid being stuck in the core technology and key supply chain by foreigners in the future, you must embark on a road of self-reliance on technology. This road requires countless funds. Paving the way forward can lead to a path of independent research and development that is not controlled by others. Such a development path requires high profits to maintain support, and it does not happen overnight. In the following days, the Azure Coast company will operate as planned, and the R&D team has begun to enter the subject demonstration and R&D phase of the next generation of products. The considerable sales have brought about the continuous withdrawal of funds. Naturally, the financial abundance will not let the money lie in the account. It does not move, but invests in the development of new products. The time came to August. Blue Star Technology Headquarters, General Manager Luo, the company's semi-annual report. The second quarterly report has been audited. Zhang Bowen came to Luo Sheng's office and gave him a copy of the material for approval. How is the income? How much has the haze of the subprime crisis affected the company's performance? Luo Sheng took the material and said, and opened it for review. Zhang Bowen replied, basically the stock market is sorrowful, and the European stock market has plummeted across the board, but it has not affected the IT industry so far. After all, the relationship between the two is not large, and the company's performance in the second quarter good, even strong, according to the Blue Star Technology Group's global business audit results. In the second quarter of 2007, the total revenue of the group company was $7.39 billion, $56.2 billion yuan, an increase of 199% year-on-year and a 13.2% month-on-month increase. Billion US dollars, an increase of 325.5% year-on-year, and 11.27% month-on-month, in line with the expectations of Wall Street analysts. The company's cash flow reserve is $15.7 billion. Not bad. Let's post it this afternoon. Luo Sheng quickly approved the title of the book and sealed it. He closed the material file and reposted it to Zhang Bowen, adding, the North American subprime turmoil will not affect the IT industry, but if the subprime turmoil causes systemic issues worldwide, in the financial turmoil, no one can stay out of it, and large multinational companies like us are no exception. Bowen Zhang nodded, understand that the operation department has already done a good job in preventing this risk. In fact, the precautionary method is very fool-style, and reserves cash. There is no food left in my home, so I don't panic. Blue Star's second quarter audited financial report was subsequently announced. By the next day, the company's stock rose sharply, and the market value of afterwards transactions hit a record high of $168.3 billion. In the sorrowing environment of the financial industry, the trend of IT technology stocks has not been dragged down by the broader market, but has unexpectedly risen against the trend. Most IT giants have seen their market values soar, with the only exception being that they are firmly seated. The top Microsoft company is falling. At present, among the world's top 5 IT-listed companies, Microsoft continues to dominate the rankings with a total market value of US $269.4 billion, followed by Cisco all the way to US $193.4 billion and second place, and Blue Star Technology ranked third with US $168.3 billion. Google is close behind, with a market capitalization of $151 billion. Intel ranks fifth with a market capitalization of $150.4 billion. IBM has fallen out of the top 5. During this time, even Amazon's market value doubled, reaching a market value of $33 billion. It can be said that IT technology stocks are in sharp contrast to the current stock market situation. But Luo Sheng knows that it will not be long before the entire world economy has collapsed, and the IT industry cannot be spared. Basically, it is good for Microsoft or Google even if Blue Star Technology is incapable of going back to the sky. The market value will be cut. However, for Blue Star Technology, which holds more than 10 billion US dollars in cash reserves. It is a good thing. Luo Sheng is thinking about a wave of repurchases when the stock price reaches a trough. Only with cash in hand, and enough cash to survive this difficult period, otherwise, even if it is not destroyed by this financial turmoil, it may be copied. New York, hedging hedge funds. When Michael Barry came to the company on time to work, the employees sitting in the grid in the office area looked at him, and Michael's assistant courageously said, "Boss, 2 mortgages under Bear Stearns." Hedge funds declared bankruptcy. AHM filed for bankruptcy protection. The prelude to the harvest has begun, and we still win after all. It seems the economy is about to collapse, so let's start selling it. $4.2 billion. Michael faintly entered his office with such a word, and couldn't help it looking at the whiteboard hanging on the wall. A string of negative numbers was written on it. 19.9%. The successor fund has hit nearly a fifth of losses so far. Michael silently glanced at the negative numbers on the whiteboard and ignored them. The negative numbers written on the whiteboard were outdated. Sitting in the desk, pulling out the keyboard and tapping on it for a while, then the landline phone sounded. Michael picked up and connected the phone, and a voice came from inside. Deepa Winston at Goldman Sachs. I'm evaluating your credit default swap and I want to confirm if the value is reasonable. Wow, you mean you already jumped into buying short positions yourself? Great, I can finally evaluate my credit default swap, which is good for Goldman Sachs after all. Michael said calmly, but said in his at the end of this remark, the corners of his mouth can't help but raise his mouth. Now everyone has to buy default swaps to protect themselves. The market has completely tilted to him. This time is the best time to cash out. I don't understand what you want to hear. Deepa Winston replied with a puzzled look. Okay, I think you already said it. Michael responded with a smile, then ended the communication, and then smiled brightly. He is not in a hurry. Goldman Sachs can survive. Michael firmly believes that Goldman Sachs can definitely survive this crisis and is very nourishing, because in this storm, Goldman Sachs sold its own subprime assets and incidentally drained other investment banks' blood to fill your own deficit. After a while, Michael redialed a phone call to Reagan. This is a pass-through hedge fund. I want to sell a default swap. Which default swap? Michael, debt-backed bonds of A-level asset-backed securities. What is the nominal value? Michael, the book is $300 million. Well, we will pay you $60 million. Michael, no, I want $150 million. We may not be able to reach an agreement, which is difficult to reach consensus. Michael, okay, $145 million. $120 million. Michael, $140 million. $120 million. Michael, $137 million. $120 million. Michael, $133 million. This is my last bottom line. Well, $133 million. The communication ended quickly. The transaction was actually very complicated, but in short, Michael bought a credit default swap of $1,500, and the current nominal value is $300 million. He now sells it for $133 million, and what he gets is real. With real money out, profits exploded. Michael continues to dial the contact information of the next bank. www.mentalnovel.com. Here is the successor fund. We want to sell credit default swaps. What is the nominal value? $208 million. In the following days, it is said that hedge funds, including Paulson hedge funds, have started to successively trade credit default swaps in their hands. This is also the part of playing Heartbeat. Their big shorts are leaving the market. The transaction must be completed before the bank goes bankrupt, or they will explode with the bank. Once the bank goes bankrupt and there is no money to pay, Michael's investment will follow. However, these big shorts are desperate for their time. Although some may be missed and lose, they lose 1 or 2 innocuous, because the contract is more than 1 or 2 points. and it is not a gamble with a bank. Eventually left the field safely, and earn a lot of money. Chapter 211, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. OK. Luo Sheng, who was lying in bed comfortably and naturally, opened a laptop for work. When he opened the mailbox, he saw several specially encrypted email messages. The sender came from Michael H. Barry and Paulson Hedge Fund. John Paulson. Luo Sheng opened the mail list. Mr. Luo, some of your $5.475 billion in the Quen Fund has been remitted to your designated account. The Quen Fund has brought you the first investment return rate of up to 685%. We will continue to remit the subsequent income. Your account. Yours sincerely, Michael Barry. Immediately after, Luo Sheng opened the message from John Paulson. Mr. Luo, some of the income you have generated in the Paulson Fund has now been remitted to your designated account, totaling $6.21 billion, and the return on investment is 679%. More income will continue to be remitted to your account. You are welcome. Yours sincerely, John Paulson. Seeing these two messages, Luo Sheng grinned subconsciously. See. With $6.2 billion in at the beginning of the year, how long has it passed? Now that it has reached $11.685 billion, Luo Sheng probably estimated that there should be about 2/3 of the follow-up income. What is even more exaggerated is that the money is a net income and a cash flow. The taxes that should be paid are already on the ground. A round of harvest is a rich country. As soon as this income was remitted to Luo Sheng's account, it meant that his wealth was not a follow-up income, and coupled with the rise in the value of the Blue Star Technology stock, he has surpassed Bill Gates, the world's richest man. Luo Sheng stared at the computer screen motionless, and then closed the laptop after a while. He can imagine that at this moment Wall Street in the Western Hemisphere is at an extremely crazy moment. Michael Barry and John Paulson are constantly selling the credit default swaps in their hands, which is almost enough. Cashed out. Luo Sheng brought $6.2 billion, with a nominal value of $142.6 billion. Now, such as Goldman Sachs and Damo are crazy buying credit default swaps held by the big bears in the market, or deleveraging, or backhand shorting themselves and so on. For example, the credit default swaps held by the successor funds. Michael sold a credit default swap with a nominal value of $800 million to Goldman Sachs for $300 million. If this credit default swap is bet against Goldman Sachs, in theory Goldman Sachs can hedge $500 million from it. If it bet against other investment banks, it is equivalent to Goldman Sachs can also make a big profit from it. It is equivalent to draw the blood of others to fill in their own holes. We must know that Goldman Sachs had previously bet on the housing market with many bears, including gambling operations with itself. At present, the major task of major investment banks is to hedge their debts. Survival is the first priority. While ensuring that they can survive, they instantly change from prey to hunter. For example, Goldman Sachs is such an example. Other people, for the Heirloom Fund, selling at a nominal value of $800 million for $300 million seems to be a loss. But don't forget that he only invested $34 million in it and now sells for $300 million. $800 million is false, and $300 million is now in real hands. Simply put, it is the credit default swap that Michael bought for $34 million, which is now nominally worth $800 million. But in order to safely leave the market early, he traded for $800 million worth of credit default swaps, sold to Goldman Sachs. This investment brought a return of 782% to the successor fund and got the money to leave the market smoothly. And this credit default swap was Goldman Sachs. As for how Goldman Sachs will handle this credit default swap, Michael doesn't care that he has no relationship with him. He is only responsible for his investors. The next day, as soon as Luo Sheng came to the company, Qin Weimer came to his office to report. I have received the information. The net income of $11.685 billion has been remitted to multiple fund pool accounts, which are mainly held in the hands of UBS. But UBS is probably the biggest loser in the subprime crisis. Such a prediction by Kin Waimu is not unreasonable. According to foreign news, due to the drag on the subprime mortgage crisis, UBS was forced to make a second write-off of non-performing assets, with two write-ups totaling 21 billion Swiss francs. About $196 billion is by far the worst loss among the world's major banks. After that, Merrill Lynch $15.6 billion, Citibank $12.4 billion, Deutsche Bank $9.8 billion, HSBC $9.2 billion, Morgan Stanley $7.2 billion, Bank of America $6.6 billion. According to Wall Street analyst estimates, UBS has not yet stepped out of the quagmire, and it will definitely have to make a third write-off, which will cost $17.7 billion. Now UBS's stock market value has fallen by 23%, and we need to emerge from the crisis. UBS must carry out a large-scale capital increase plan. Kin Waimu added, "It's miserable." Luo Sheng shrugged. He wasn't himself anyway. He looked at Kin Waimu and asked, "How much of our fund is on UBS's account?" When Yan Kin Waimu said immediately, "About 57%. But you don't have to worry about UBS going bankrupt. This is one of the best banks in the world with a credit system." Luo Sheng nodded with a smile. "I don't know if you say this. UBS just lost blood this time, but it will certainly not go bankrupt. Otherwise the world will not know how many rich people will explode in place." It is worth mentioning that the huge wealth harvested by Luo Sheng is currently invisible, and most of the assets are deposited with UBS. Luo Sheng's announcement is also possible, and it will definitely sensation all over the world. At the same time, it will also be attacked by countless people, and he will be titled Super Big Short, Capital Eating Blood Man. Regarding these evaluations, Luo Sheng didn't really care at all. The reason why the wealth harvested from the subprime mortgage crisis was hidden did not want to affect the business of the two companies because of this windfall. If it is announced, it will definitely be hated by Americans, and even use their hands to retaliate against Blue Star Technology or the Blue Coast Company, which is worth the loss. Anyway, money is already available, but it is only divided into two, the assets on the bright side and the hidden assets. However, it is a matter of time sooner or later. Luo Sheng is also mentally prepared, but it does not matter. Anyway, whether it is discovered or not, Americans will definitely suppress their own businesses in the future. It doesn't matter. Fish as much as you can. Kin Waimu sat down beside him. "You don't want to make this asset public and let the world know that you have reaped a fortune from gambling on the North American housing market. How can this asset be used? Once it works, it has to explain the huge source of funds like the outside world, and it will be detected soon without explanation. These money are now offshore, simply put in overseas, not domestic. And so far, foreign countries do not know that the actual owner of the money is him." Luo Sheng smiled. "The living person can't be suffocated by urine. Of course, this money will not lie still all the time, which is the most stupid. My real purpose of harvesting this wealth is not to make my wealth more skewers, of course, are used for my R&D investment." After hearing what he said, Kin Waimu was thoughtful, and after a while he looked at Luo Sheng and said, "I think of a best-of-breed approach. I can register an investment company in Cayman, and then enter the mainland with foreign capital. Cooperation on the French Riviera means that you are investing in yourself. In the future, you can withdraw your capital and then sell it to yourself in the mainland business, and sell it to yourself as cheaply as possible." Immediately afterwards, Kin Waimu added, "Another advantage is that offshore funds are huge, which is more conducive to the layout of global business and any business behind the scenes." At the end, Luo Sheng looked at Kin Waimu and boasted to him, "You are familiar with the routines in capital operation. Okay, just do what you say, handle it and report to me when you are done." Kin Waimu, Well, www.untilnovel.com. Her proposal suddenly made Luo Sheng come up with a more ambitious idea and become the most powerful Behindthesens master in this world. Technology can change the world, but also can control the world. If it was said in 2003, Luo Sheng would definitely not have such an idea. At that time, he was actually simple and wanted to change the world. But as time went on, reason gradually told him that he was born in the big age and became the promoter of the age. Many times he wanted to do something and realize his ideals. Many times he couldn't help himself and had no choice. If you don't want to be left to your own liking and leave it at your mercy, then you can only go ahead bravely, or you will be deprived of all your brilliant achievements and reduced to the wedding dress of others. No matter what, you can only go ahead rashly. Such an imagination Luo Sheng was soon pressed into the deepest part of his heart and returned to reality. He would not deliberately go to this goal, but everything would go with nature. Chapter 212 Otherwise, by Blizzard directly, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. By the early morning of the third day, Luo Sheng received the news from John Paulson, and the Paulson hedge fund had another income remitted to his account, with a total net profit of $2.15 billion. Then in the afternoon, Michael Barry's successor fund also remitted a second income, a total of $1.9 billion in net income. The money came quickly and easily, and Luo Sheng's feeling was almost the same as the wind. If you have any feelings, of course it's a good stroke. Blue Star Technology Group is a company of such a large scale. Last year's revenue was only more than $10 billion. Until now, its cash reserves have been more than $10 billion. Gambling with the North American housing market is only 100 minutes multi-billion-dollar net income. Simply put, Luo Sheng's personal wealth is now comparable to the entire Blue Star Technology Group, and even his worth of gold has surpassed Bill Gates. Because Gates is mostly real estate, and Luo Sheng can now take out more than $10 billion at any time. This is his personal disposable assets, not the company's assets. In the following days, the two hedge funds successively settled all the proceeds and remitted them into the investor's account. Luo Sheng was initially excited and did not keep staring. Anyway, I can't run it. Someone from the offshore fund will take care of it, and wait until all the income is in the account. Mid to late August, Luo Sheng ended his usual routine work. The daily operation management of the company was held by Zhang Bowen of Blue Star Technology Group and Yao Jianhong of the Blue Coast. Both of them were actual performers of practical work. As for Luo Sheng, about half of the daily work time is spent on technology development. The other 20% of the time is to approve various materials and bills, and the remaining 30% is used for meetings. Every week, on average, there are 5 or 6 meetings, or formal or informal meetings. During the Azure Plan, Luo Sheng worked hard every day for those few years. He was just as old as a hard worker. He worked no less than 100 hours a week, which is equivalent to 14 hours a day. More than an hour. That period of time was really tight, and we had to grab the time for product launch. After entering 2007, Luo Sheng did not work as hard as before. For the first time, he had a weekend, and he used to work every day. Now, normally, weekends are the rest time. Holidays are also taken during vacations. When it is time to rest, he will never work. For the first time, the line between work and personal life was clearly defined. Even so, Luo Sheng still maintains 70 hours of work per week, which means that there are still 14 hours of work every day from Monday to Friday. There really isn't much free time to manage such a huge business empire. In the second half of 2007, Luo Sheng's work has basically focused on 2 new projects: online cloud translation and virtual idol. The former is not a one-time plan, but after its launch, Blue Star Technology Group's business will immediately usher in the brand new leap. As for the latter, it will be more planned for the next 1 or 2 decades, and this year is mainly to successfully launch movie-level advertising. In the promotional video, First set up the virtual idol of Hatsune Miku. But to become a true idol, a huge team behind the scenes needs to be carefully cultivated. Time passed day by day. Liu Sheng's time in the technology development group was also getting less and less, and gradually released from it. The subsequent development was handed over to He Chaos team. As for Liu Sheng who pulled out, he naturally would not do nothing, and he would not be a master who could relax. Entering late August, Liu Sheng's gaze shifted to the game field, which is exactly a brand new field of esports. The esports industry is undoubtedly a brand new field at present, and the global market for the entire esports field is currently only a few $100 million. But in the future, this is a huge market that can reach tens of billions of dollars. Not only that, the field of esports also has strong linkage with Blue Star technology and the business of the Blue Coast, which is regarded as an important part of the moat by Liu Sheng. The Koreans created the esports industry, and also got out of the financial turmoil in 1997 by esports. In a sense, the Koreans walked out of the economic quagmire by relying on a video game. This is not an exaggeration, but it has happened. Fact. The Koreans have largely come out of the financial crisis with StarCraft. In addition to its outstanding popularity, this game has been created to a certain extent by the current situation. At the time of the Asian financial turmoil, StarCraft was released at that time and quickly became popular in South Korea. South Korea promoted the game with the power of the country and created a brand new industry sports. To this end, the Koreans set up the World Esports Competition WCG. The most popular esports game now is undoubtedly StarCraft. Its professional league started in 1999 and is also the beginning of the esports industry. Today, the esports industry has entered its 9th year from the date of its birth. The current StarCraft esports game is known as South Korea's three national skills along with football and archery. South Korea's Star League, the mature commercial operation and professional event organization, make other esports industries envy. This also puts South Korea's esports industry at the forefront of the world. Its mature coaching system, training system, selection system, and event system are very complete. In addition, Samsung Group, Telecom Shuangchi SK Telecom, KTF sponsor. It can be said that the status quo of the development of the esports industry in South Korea is in full swing. According to the Wall Street Journal, outstanding professional players can get hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual salary. Measured by Korean economic standards, this professional player's income is already very considerable. The popularity of players is no less than the front line of the Korean entertainment industry. Star Cafe, a StarCraft Finals 1 year ago, attracted 120,000 viewers to watch the scene. This shows the prosperity of the esports industry in South Korea. The technology department of Blue Star Technology Co., Limited, Liu Sheng and Xuyong were chatting in the lounge with free snacks. Hey, when will this WCG session start this year? Or is it already finished? Liu Sheng asked suddenly. Xuyong and others were hesitating for a while. This question jumped too far. WCG? Are you referring to the WCG for the short name of the World Esports Competition? Xuyong asked with uncertainty. Of course, this is it. Liu Sheng nodded surely. Hearing that, Xuyong Shun sang a song on the laptop next to him and said, "Not yet. This is the 7th session. It will start in October, and there will be more than 1 month." After speaking, Xuyong pushed the notebook aside and looked back at Liu Sheng doubtingly. "What do you ask?" Liu Sheng seemed to say to himself, "You said? Did I start another stove myself? Or did I buy WCG directly?" "What?" The crowd circled. Xuyong said immediately, "Boss, what is this God's operation?" Liu Sheng looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "Nothing. I am very optimistic about the esports industry. This is a rising industry and is very important to the company. Otherwise, you think I would buy several game companies such as Valve for what?" Speaking of which, Gabe Newell is getting fatter recently, gradually G-fat evolution. Xuyong shrugged. "Okay, let's play. I don't care about the operation department. but I feel that it is not impossible to start a thing by our own financial resources. But I still bought the Korean WCG. It's faster, and it doesn't cost me more money. Let me sing a song. After a while, Xuyong took the computer to his lap, hit the keyboard quickly, then looked at the message on the screen and said, "If you want to buy WCG, this event is hosted by Korea International Electronic Marketing Company ICM, and Samsung Group provide sponsorship fees." Oh, and Microsoft became one of the sponsors last year. Another P7 level engineer sitting in the lounge said, "Boss, just be a little bit harder and buy Blizzard Entertainment. With our current financial resources, there is no problem at all." Other people. But having said that, the most influential esports project of Kanzu is probably the two RTS games masterpieces StarCraft and Warcraft by Blizzard Entertainment, followed by the V agency Half-Life, also known as the CS game. Don't say, "I had the idea of buying Blizzard." Luo Sheng spread his hands on both sides of the sofa, sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed, and added, "But Blizzard is not an independent company. We can't accurately know its income and expenditure status and stock market value, so we can't judge how much revenue it can bring. This is only Vivendi's most clear. It should be a lot of money. If it is not a cash cow, Vivendi maybe he already sold Blizzard. Ps. Arranged to enter the two fields of virtual idol and esports. These two fields are pioneering emerging industries in the plot for the protagonist. It is an entertainment property, but it is high-tech in nature. Now it is from nothing, but technology will develop. Compared with everyone, it may be predicted that these two technologies are more holographic and have a strong linkage, including future virtual reality technology, etc. The last thing our protagonist must do is of course high-tech elements. Chapter 213, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. It doesn't matter if you buy WCG. The brand that Koreans hold is not conducive to globalization. Luo Sheng thought for a while and said that he still gave up the idea. The Korean people's sports system is very mature and worthy of recognition, but the Koreans have vigorously promoted projects that are beneficial to them. The Star League 2 SPL League system was finally killed by fake matches, or as the World Championship fake matches. This damage is no different from a Sunny Thunderbolt for SPL events. The fake match is catastrophic for any competitive event. For Luo Sheng, he is of course focusing on the global scope, and is pursuing the goal of integrating the global sports industry. Now, apart from South Korea's industrialization of esports, the world is still in its infancy. Take a step back and talk about an esports project. When you die, you will die. There are countless esports projects to choose from, such as the Dota series, League of Legends series, and so on. With the development of the esports industry, how can a small Korean market be compared with the world market 10 or 20 years later? In fact, the collapse of Korea's StarCraft II League system has instead increased the vitality and market volume of the world's StarCraft II. Any sports project that is monopolized by a single club or a region will gradually become a niche player, no longer welcomed by more people. Football is undoubtedly one of the most successful sports events, not even one, because the Hercules Cup took turns to take home. The last session was held by the Brazilian team to go home, this session was held by the German team, and the next was Belgium. In this way, fans from all over the world will have unlimited enthusiasm, and the competitive atmosphere will permeate the whole world, becoming the world's first sports event, and it is no longer just a sports event. The 4-year World Cup has become a global carnival feast. Billions of people, more than half of the planet's population. Luo Sheng has never been a messer, thinking of doing it immediately, left the technical department and returned to the office to call Jang Boin. "General Luo, what's the order?" "Well, the company is preparing to enter the esports industry. My goal is to strive to build a world-class esports event brand and become a benchmark for the industry, just like the Olympic Games. Yes, like a project proud to be selected for the Olympic Games," Luo Sheng said, thinking in his heart. At present, Blue Star Technology owns a popular esports project, which is the CS project, which is also an important mainstream competition project of WCG, and CS comes from Valve Company, which is now part of Blue Star Technology Group subsidiary. But now the most mainstream esports projects are undoubtedly Warcraft and Starcraft, owned by Blizzard Entertainment. Luo Sheng, who has the vision of the previous generation, knows that the collapse of WCG is largely because of these esports projects. The game company's own tournaments have become very popular, and they have become the most gold-rich events, and then they ignore the third-party events, such as League of Legends' event, Dota 2T event, StarCraft 2 inches WCS and so on. Therefore, Luo Sheng has a clear point now. At the beginning of the standard setting stage, the esports brand that he is engaged in has to hold the current esports project firmly in his own hands. Otherwise, once you play your own, you can also play with the Feng Shui. Then the standard and systematic esports brand that you want to build will definitely go bankrupt. At this moment, Zhang Bowen looked in a circle, and for a while hurriedly said, "What? Enter the esports industry, Mr. Luo, this?" Not to mention that the market for gadgets in the esports industry is big. We are completely newbies. Fundamentally, I don't understand and don't have any talent in this area. Now it's big. It can be different later, and this is very important to the company's strategy. As for talent issues, you can go to the South Korean ICM company that hosts WCG to dig people. We have accumulated a wealth of experience, so we can directly dig half of the talents over there and it will not cost much. Yes, just do it, and then we can send someone to study in South Korea. Luo Sheng did not answer him. Explain too much. The talent you cultivate is my talent. Yes, rich people can do whatever they want. If you can't dig up the money, it means that the money has not been paid. That's easy, just smash it. Zhang Bowen heard that Luo Sheng had basically decided to do it, but he was still very worried and said, "General Luo, the company's entry into the esports industry may be subject to countless criticisms. The esports industry and video games are too blurred. If you don't, you will also infuse the company with poisoning the younger generation, and your reputation may be lost." As for the voice of computer games in this era, I am afraid that a report from the previous year, Computer Games, Electronic Conch aimed at children, is a typical representative. This article can be described as bitterly advising parents to beware of the harm of video games to their children. Zhang Bowen's worry is not unreasonable, because the current influence of Blue Star Technology Group and Luo Sheng's current social influence are very huge. Every move is the focus of news. It is no exaggeration to say that if the loss of reputation is caused by this, the scale of the 10 current esports industries will not be comparable. There is an essential difference between video games and esports games. Don't worry, I will personally hold a media conference to deal with this problem. If it is not possible in China, then it will be operated abroad, and the living person can still be stung by urine. In that sentence, the cost of trial and error is lost capital, the cost of mistakes is a crisis of survival, and the courage of a company to grow larger does not even have the courage to trial and error. Luo Sheng said this, although Zhang Bowen had reservations in his heart, but he didn't say anything anymore. The implementation was, so he waited for Luo Sheng's arrangement. At this moment, Luo Sheng held his chin in one hand and covered his mouth, thinking silently for a while, and then said calmly, "The full name of the esports event promoted by the company is called World Ready Bio 1, or WRPO for short. Each esports project selected for the WRPO event creates an exclusive WRPO championship trophy, and the individual or team that won the championship will be awarded the title of the top player of the year for the esports project and take home the cup." Zhang Bowen made a memorandum of Luo Sheng's general instructions next. The WRPO event is held once a year. At the same time, under the arrangement of Luo Sheng, the spokesperson of the WRPO esports event brand will not be a real star, but will be linked by Blue Star Technology's upcoming virtual idol Hatsune Miku. Other regulations, players who have won the WRPO event and returned home can retain the trophy for 1 year, and return the trophy in the first half of the next session, heralded a new round of competition. The WRPO trophy is not worth the valuable champion bonus, and the trophy is more a symbol of honor, just like the Hercules Cup of the Football World Cup. In addition, the WRPO Esports Hall of Fame is also established. The requirement for an esports player to enter the Hall of Fame is to obtain the scores of 2 cups won by his esports project before entering the WRPO Esports Hall of Fame. Obviously, this is very difficult. In terms of competition rules, each of the top 16 teams can enter the WRPO stage to compete for the championship. The world is divided into 5 divisions: North America, Europe, Greater China, South Korea, and Wildcard. The 5 major divisions are the result of comprehensive environmental considerations. Greater China has a large population. WRPO was also born in China and naturally enjoys a single region. Secondly, South Korea enjoys an exclusive region. There is no way South Korea's esports system is currently in the forefront of the world. Then there are the North American and European regions. Although there are many countries and regions, the total population is similar to the overall level of esport, and each region actually has housekeeping skills, or is particularly powerful on an esports project. For example, the project of Warcraft, China has appeared as a world champion such as Sky, and is a double champion. StarCraft. This project is now really no one can beat Koreans, and FPS shooting esports. The project is generally stronger for Europeans and Americans, but it is also remarkable in China with WNV teams. As for the establishment of the wildcard competition area, it is to let those unreserved competition areas get outstanding tickets for their outstanding performance. Greater China, Americas, Europe, and South Korea. Each of these 4 regions has 3 places to enter the WRPO finals, which means that the major esports events have obtained entry places through the top 3 points in the overall standings. The selection of the top 16 of WRPO events mainly adopts the rules of standings. Point sources are obtained from WRPO sub-regional competitions and other third-party competitions, such as other competitions in Warcraft, any spring games, regular games, or third-party events such as WCG events. However, these events must be certified by the WRPO organizing committee, and the points are based on their gold content. From the championship to the quarterfinals, they can get certain points, with the most champions and the least 8. This kind of game rules allows players to play in competitions, and encourages players to play as many matches as possible, in order to win points and play games everywhere, so that the audience can watch the game, but also to improve the vitality of these esports projects, so expand the development of the entire esports market. After all, WRPO lasts so long in a year, and there must be matches to play after the whole year. Obviously, this can form a favorable positive cycle. Everyone passes through other competitions, and finally gets the WRPO tickets for the top 3 standings. The player contested from the middle is definitely the best player of the year, and then compete for the WRPO trophy. Honor of the Year top player. Obviously, once this is done, WRPO will eventually become the most honored, the most gold-filled, the most competitive, and the most well-known event in all esports events. It is the Olympic Games in the field of esports. In the last life of Liu Sheng, in order to be recognized by the mainstream in the world, practitioners in the field of esports hope to be qualified for the Olympic Games. But now that Liu Sheng is here, he won't do it. Olympic Games? He doesn't want birds at all. Esports doesn't need to look at anyone's face. He can also play on his own, which can also mix wind and water, and even mix more moisturizing than some traditional sports events. Why bother looking at their faces? Go hot face, iron cold ass. The 4 major divisions took 12 places from the top 16 of WRPO, and the remaining 4 places were contested by the players from the wildcard division. Players registered in the other 4 major divisions are not allowed to enter the wildcard division to compete for quota, unless they join other sub-regions as foreign aid, but their qualifications in the original division are also automatically cancelled. The game is good looking, and sometimes the dark horse is also very important. Although the picture of Chicken Slaughter will also be produced, the picture of Chicken Slaughter will basically not occur on the main stage with the highest event. This is also a clear arrangement. After entering the top 16 of WRPO, these 16 teams or individuals will draw lots to divide into 4 teams of A, B, C, D to play the line. There are only 2 places for qualifying, one for the winner and one for the loser. The teams face each other and win. The 2 teams or individuals entered the winner group, and the loser will play another round of battle. After winning the opponent, they need to play another match to qualify. The winner is out of the battle. The winning team or individual is directly out to qualify for the quarterfinals. However, the one who loses in the winner and the opponent who has just decided between the losers will play another round to defeat the opponent. Get a second qualifying place to enter the quarterfinals. After entering the WRPO quarterfinals, it is the knockout round. After completing the new group draw www.metalnovel.com, the quarterfinals knockout match is played on the main stage. Those who can enter the quarterfinals are basically champion level players or teams. It won't be weak, maybe a dark horse will come out. Through the knockout, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals, complete the final competition to compete for the final World Championship. Become the annual #1 player of this esports project and take home the WRPO trophy. Luo Sheng is committed to making the WRPO event the world's highest honor, highest gold content, highest level of competition, and highest visibility in the global esports events. Once this esports event brand is established, the highest honor of a professional player in his esports project is to win the WRPO trophy, which is the strongest in the world in the year and is the #1 player of the year. The reason why Luo Sheng is going to enter the field of esports now is because of the advancement of science and technology in the future. With the support of high-tech equipment, the fiery degree of esports in the virtual world is almost unbelievable, and the market is huge. This pit must be occupied early. Chapter 214 Sleepless Night of Esportsman. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. A week later, Blue Star Technology Group officially disclosed a major news on its official website. The company announced that it has officially entered the esports industry, has begun to establish a new comprehensive esports event brand WRPO, and has begun to set up a WRPO organizing committee. Blue Star Technology Group will invest heavily in building the world's top comprehensive esports event to benchmark the Olympic Games. A media conference will be held 3 days later to further disclose Blue Star's WRPO event plan. The release of this news immediately triggered a huge discussion in the media and society, and the practitioners in the technology industry were once again questioned by the Blue Star Technology show. Enter the gaming industry. Many people don't even know about this thing, because Blue Star Technology's measures have only been known before, and then it's even more entangled. However, it is a sideline business derived from Pixide Games. The market size is not even $500 million. Is your Blue Star Technology Group such a multinational technology giant used to make such a big announcement? The outside thought is this: I didn't see that you invested so much in cloud computing services at that time. Are you serious? In fact, when people went deeper, they found that Luo Sheng had already entered the game industry a few years ago. It's just that his operation is too frustrating. After throwing hundreds of millions of dollars into it, he is basically stocked. Most encouragingly, Take-Two has now become a good cash cow, bringing considerable profits to Blue Star Technology every year. In particular, the representative works of the Star Company have achieved great success, and Valve Corporation is now a mixed race. From an investment perspective, Luo Sheng's investments are undoubtedly very successful. It is also because Luo Sheng has not been favored again and again, but has achieved unexpected success again and again. This time, I suddenly felt so favored to a video game derivative sideline with a market size of less than $1 billion. Many people couldn't help feeling it. Doubt. Is it possible to hide a gold mine that no one outside has seen? For a while, the esports industry, which was originally not being followed by the mainstream, gained unprecedented attention due to the latest news disclosed by Blue Star Technology on its official website. Many people are doing research or in-depth interpretation of this industry, trying to find out exactly what is in it, which can actually attract the attention of big companies like Blue Star Technology. This incident did not exceed Zhang Bowen's surprise. Just revealing the news on the official website, it caused a huge discussion in the society, and some media directly linked the esports industry with the game, and forced Luo Sheng to endorse. Many articles were written as Luo Sheng supporting video games. This undoubtedly pushed him to the opposite of the majority of parents, and the media has always been a rhythm master. Luo Sheng's influence is really huge now. If it is ordinary people, it may not have any effect. But he is not the same. He is now the richest man in the country, the founder of Blue Star Technology Group and the Cote d'Azur Company. He is the #1 coffee in the domestic science and technology industry. It has nothing to do with age, and exists in the world on a par with those of Gates. Every move will be interpreted by society, even over-interpreted. The disclosure of this news is that the game industry has directly fried the pan. On the day of the official website information disclosure, it was soon in the major Q groups, Weibo, or post-bars forums were countless Warcraft players, Interstellar players, CS players, etc. concerned about players or practitioners related to esports. These people are undoubtedly excited, especially the practitioners in related industries are as excited as chicken blood. How could they never think that a supergiant such as Blue Star Technology Group would enter this field? We must know that the current esports practitioners, including players, are very confused, especially the Blue Pole Internet Cafe incident in recent years, which has brought a headache to the development of domestic esports, which is an unprecedented heavy blow. Many esports-loving practitioners have switched careers, and professional players have retired, leaving China's esport, which started in chaos, with a slim future. Blue Star Technology suddenly announced its entry into this industry. How can these people not be excited? It seems as if a ray of light is reflected, so that all practitioners who still adhere to the power generation with love in this field see hope. In the QQ group of an esports circle, there are a group of veteran esports people, all of whom are young people. Everyone knows the news of Blue Star Technology. This is not nonsense. The whole circle is now sleepless all night because of this news. I persisted for so many years and finally saw a little hope. Yes. Hey, you say that this thing is unreliable, don't be happy. I'm afraid of it now. I don't think so. How can a large group such as Blue Star Technology make a high-profile announcement on its official website? And it is a heavy investment, and it is all about playing big. After all, big groups with annual revenue of hundreds of billions. I went to Yunjabit, and the total revenue of Blue Star Technology Group in the first half of this year has reached $13.9 billion. And the exchange rate is 105.6 billion yuan. I don't ask how big the Blue Star Technology is for heavy investment. It can reach half of the Korean Samsung Group's support for esports sponsorship, which is a great thing for domestic esports circles. That's right. What is that WRPO event disclosed on the official website of Blue Star Technology? No explanation. This should be the abbreviation of the first letter of a paragraph of English, referring to the WCG event. Alas, is it to say that from this W analysis, it is the beginning of the letter of world? What does the world mean? I think it's very possible. This is definitely a world-class esports event. A big group like Blue Star Technology, who is not bad at money, either doesn't do it, and it must be a world-class one. Maybe it is not weak in WCG events. Fuck, there's something wrong with this. It's really anxious. You said that you should either announce the news later, so let a smoke pop up and let us guess. It's too much torture. Don't panic. I didn't see that Lancian Technology will hold a press conference. I will soon know. Be patient. How patient are you with this kind of thing? I can't sleep for the past 2 days. After the official announcement of the official website of Blue Star Technology, the entire esports circle was not peaceful, and they fell into a state of sleeplessness throughout the night. Many people were chatting, or chatting in private, or in group chat, or in the post-bar forum community in the middle of the night. I can't sleep at all, and some professional players have no intention of training. To a certain extent, this move of Blue Star Technology Group will fundamentally affect the future prospects and destiny of every esports practitioner. This will only be if you sleep well. Everyone is looking forward to the Blue Star Technology Media Conference the day after tomorrow, www.mtlnovel.com. And what everyone is most concerned about is that this WRPO event does not know what the competition will be. However, whether it is esports people, professional players or players, all three items are listed at the top of the list, which are Warcraft, StarCraft and CS. This is also the hottest electricity at present. Competitive games or events. The practitioners, players, or players of these projects are also the most excited. If Blue Star Technology is going to run these three major esports projects, they will not be absent from the WRPO event. The elapse of time, minutes and seconds, for esports players or esports practitioners, these 2 days are like years. Finally, with endless expectations, the day when Blue Star Technology Group entered the esports industry and held a media conference. Please, everyone hurry to vote for the duck, all the editions are finished. Hurry up and vote up. Chapter 215. Correct the name of the esports, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Thank you and add more to the Ying Ying host. Today there are 5 more, by the way, to ask for tickets in the front row. In the afternoon of August 27th, Sioux City. More than 100 media have already come to the headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group early, waiting for a long time at the venue of the press conference, and esports practitioners across the country are paying close attention to the progress of the conference. There is no doubt that this is the second time that the esports industry has received unprecedented attention in mainstream media after the Blue Pole incident. The difference is that the last time the entire industry was severely damaged, and this time it is likely to be Nirvana rebirth. In fact, it is more sad. Many esports people are now afraid of being reported by the mainstream media, because there is no good thing. Every report makes the whole circle tremble. But this time is different. Countless esports people are extremely excited today. If it weren't for Blue Star Technology to enter the market, the esports industry would still not be followed by the mainstream media, and attention is also negative news. At about 15 p.m., the media conference was held on time. When I saw Luo Sheng attending the conference, the media reporters and some esports practitioners who came to the scene felt a lot of mistakes. After the reaction came, the esportsman present was excited. They thought that it would be great news that Blue Star Technology Group would enter this industry, but never dreamed that even the ultimate boss of this big group would come forward in person. This shows that the importance of Blue Star Technology in entering the esports industry far exceeds their expectations. In less than 10 minutes, many groups have begun to spread the news frantically. This time everyone really believes that the esports industry will usher in an unprecedented new nirvana. This is a great thing that affects the future of practitioners. How can it not excited? On the other hand, major media reporters were also very surprised. Luo Sheng even attended the press conference. It seems that Blue Star Technology really attaches great importance to the esports industry. After a while, Luo Sheng took the seat at the press conference. After testing the microphone, he said directly, "Good afternoon, everyone. This media conference will be hosted by me. After a short pause, Liu Sheng said in an orderly way, "The esports industry as a new field has aroused our strong interest. Our group of companies is very happy to explore this new field, and is even committed to becoming a navigator in this new field." This statement will undoubtedly make countless esports people excited. Liu Sheng continued, "On the issue of WRPO', I'll briefly explain it, which is the abbreviation of World Ready Player 1', which translates to what we call World's number one player. It turns out that many esports people who have been wondering for a long time suddenly realized. Next, the person in charge of the WRPO Provisional Organizing Committee undertook the press conference, disclosing the specific rules of the competition and the selected esports projects. At this moment, all major esports people cannot come to the scene, all watch live graphics on Blue Star Video, and all industry professionals who come to the scene want to spread the latest situation here in real time through mobile phones or laptops. Well, in the end, it is the entry of large groups. The birth of the WRPO event is the world's top, and WCG is directly surpassed. Did you not find out that the person sitting next to Liu Sheng was a senior executive of ICM company Li Junwei? ICM is the host of WCG and has been dug up. The scale of WRPO is absolutely bursting with the rhythm of WCG, number one player. This name is handsome and super powerful. This title and the WRPO trophy is definitely the highest honor that all players and professional players will dream of in the future. It can be asserted that the esports industry has changed overnight, but this is a huge change everyone expects. The press conference is ongoing. After the main issues regarding the WRPO event have been announced, Liu Sheng has taken over the press conference again. As for the specific details of the follow-up, the WRPO Organizing Committee will further disclose. After a while, Liu Sheng said, "We take WRPO's slogan as breaking the limits and surpassing yourself and aiming to promote the global development of esports. We look forward to the birth of number one player. In terms of WRPO investment, we have decided to spend a budget of 11.5 billion yuan, excluding exchange rate changes of about $1.5 billion, to promote the global development of the esports industry. Large-scale investment will make WRPO events the world's highest honor, highest gold content, the key to the highest level of competition and visibility." What? When everyone heard this data, they were straightforward. Crazy, absolutely crazy. The scale of such a terrible investment is equivalent to 3 times the size of the entire esports industry. Is it really not bad money, or is the future of the gaming industry really promising? Otherwise, when will the investment be recovered? How many years? Will it cost nothing? Under normal circumstances, refer to mainstream sports events, all through the sponsorship, advertising to get income. How many sponsors does the gaming industry have? Isn't this crazy? After coming to the scene, the esports professionals returned to their hearts in shock, and could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. They shouted and applauded on the spot. Nothing to say. Blue Star's family bucket, right? Blue phone, right? Buy it or buy it. Blue Star Technology is as generous as ever, and does not treat money as money at all. A media reporter present said with emotion, "Hey, isn't it? Last year's revenue was in the hundreds of billions, and in the first half of this year, the revenue was in the hundreds of billions." It is said that Blue Star Technology now has hundreds of billions in cash reserves alone. The partner next to him said, "I don't know how to continue here. Can you do whatever you want with money?" Time continued to pass, and the press conference entered the final questioning section of reporters. The reporters present were successively named and asked questions, and the spokesperson also answered one by one. The fourth named reporter stood up and asked, thanks to the spokesperson, the reporter from the New Youth Daily, we found that the recent announcement of Blue Star Technology's entry into the field of esports has caused widespread debate and controversy in the society. Many parents, the color of the game has changed. Is Blue Star's vigorous promotion in this field consistent with the mainstream voice? How does the spokesman respond to this? Luo Sheng immediately preempted, "Tell me about this issue." First of all, I want to correct a wrong concept of you. Video games and esports are two different concepts in essence. November 18, 2003, National Sports The General Administration officially approved the listing of esports as the 99th official sports event. The country has already set the tone, and it is important to have a clear concept. Immediately after Luo Sheng continued, then esports is a kind of sports project where video games have reached the level of sports. Although it was born because of games, it has surpassed the game itself. What is esports? It is through electronic equipment a game of fair confrontation between people. The game is only a carrier of esports. Esports is also a test of human response, physical strength and thinking ability, which is exactly the same as traditional sports. Esports players are athletes. The players played a wonderful and beautiful operation. The fans and audience at the scene will all be excited and screaming, just like a beautiful goal on the football field. In fact, regardless of other sports, the current environment, in the eyes of parents, as long as you don't read books, it's a waste of time. Whether you are squandering sweat on the court or playing a game in an internet cafe, parents think so, because in the eyes of the parents, everything the child decides to do is risky. It is only safe to go according to their arrangements. I just feel that as long as I can go to a university, then arrange a job and set the day just go on. But at the same time, I still have to warn every young person who wants to become a professional esports player. This is a very, very difficult road. If you are admitted to Fuda Peking University, you have to cross the only wooden bridge. Pro racers are walking the ropes. Why do you say that? The WRPO trophy has it as #1 player. Becoming a professional player is not simply playing a few games, but they have a very clear goal of climbing up. The ultimate goal is to become a champion and become #1 player, but there is only one. At the end, Luo Sheng finally added, I think that everyone's dreams should be different, and they should have their own colors. This world will be wonderful, otherwise it will be too monotonous, and the world should be like this. Therefore, there are different occupations and different lifestyles. The dreams they pursue are different, but the same thing is that they are all for realizing their own life value. They are all great. Dreams have no distinction between high and low. We should respect our dreams and respect everyone who pursues them. After a moment of quietness, there was a clamor and warm applause from the audience. Countless esports people have been tearful at this moment, and finally a person with huge influence stood up to speak for them. Only they can personally experience www.mentalnovel.com. This is such a valuable thing. You know, now professional players or esports practitioners don't even dare to tell people and their families what they are doing, because once they say that, they will be whitey-eyed, considered to be funeral, and not doing business. In order to chase the ideal in my heart, I have suffered too many white eyes and not being recognized, which is actually very frustrating. It is conceivable how touching it is now to see a super big man who can stand up and rectify their names. At this moment, Luo Sheng is the #1 player in the minds of countless esports people who have insisted until now. In addition to being moved, it is more exciting. Countless esports who want to give up their dreams have enough reasons and hope to persist, and those who have been forced to give up their dreams have no reason to reignite their dreams and hope to regain the dream in my heart to chase. Peace. Proper positive energy is bursting with wood and wood. Don't talk about these chicken soup. What about the ticket? Chapter 216 Proud, Emenda without obedience. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. The press conference is over, and the news has gradually spread and is gradually fermenting. The whole people launched a new round of heated discussions on the internet, because the entry of Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng's high-profile platform for esports made this topic the hottest topic nowadays. Luo Sheng also gained a new title as #1 player. It has caused widespread heated discussion in the mass society. This high-profile layout of the esports industry in Luo Sheng has also forced the Capital Circle and its industry to re-evaluate and review this industry. After all, Luo Sheng's vision seems really accurate. Although there is no data to support that the future of the esports industry can match the investment scale of Blue Star Technology, there is no doubt that Luo Sheng's move is to change the domestic esports pattern and the global esports pattern with his own power. It is not an exaggeration, and this day and year have been unanimously recognized by industry insiders. This is a new era for the global esports industry. WCG has become a thing of the past overnight, the end of an era, and the birth of a new era. The official WCG has been in a state of circle. WRPO and the global esports industry have entered a brand new era. The high-profile entry of Blue Star Technology allows more esports practitioners to resolutely spend their youth in this field and chase their dreams of esports. Before that, almost every esportsman was confused or even afraid of the future. Once he calmed down, he would worry about the future, and worry that he could only stay in the internet cafe for instant noodles. But now it's different, because Luo Sheng gave them a brand new and promising future, so that they have enough reasons to pursue their dreams without worries. No more details were disclosed at the press conference, but once the WRPO was announced, it has become the industry to surpass WCG. The competition has not yet been held. We must know that WCG has successfully held 6 sessions. But this is the power of the big group. Although the Korean Samsung also strongly supports it, Microsoft also sponsored WCG last year. But the intensity cannot be compared with the Blue Star Technology Group. Meaning and form are essential differences. The purpose of Samsung's sponsorship of WCG is not to promote the development of the esports industry. The goal is purely to promote its display products. The Blue Star Technology Group announced this time that entering the esports industry is the core of the sword, which is the esports itself. Obviously, this is a fundamental change, which is why employees in the esports industry now undoubtedly directly regard the WRPO event as a benchmark for the industry, surpassing the existence of WCG. Before that, they all regarded WCG as the industry benchmarking. The US $1.5 billion terrorist budget, the global market size of the entire esports industry excluding peripheral radiation benefits, is only about a third of this number, or even less. To some extent, the amount invested is directly determine the gold content and influence of the WRPO event brand. Now the most concerned people in the esports industry is when will the first WRPO event be held? Which esports projects will be selected? These two issues are of great concern to every esportsman. After all, this is a matter of vital interest and future, especially professional players. Unfortunately, this media release did not make further disclosure. Now, it all depends on guessing, not to mention how uncomfortable it is. In fact, it is not that Blue Star Technology does not want to disclose, but it has not yet been negotiated, although the efficiency is already super fast. The next day, Blue Star Technology headquarters. In a conference room, members of the WPRO organizing committee, Jang Boin, and Luo Sheng were present. About the selection of WRPO events, Luo Sheng turned his attention to Jang Boin at half of his words. Lao Jang, what's going on with Blizzard? Blizzard is very supportive of us, but our offer to get us sports competitions for all games under Blizzard was rejected. Jang Boin said, if you don't agree, who is in charge of talking to Blizzard? Let him directly tell Blizzard's head, if you don't agree, I can only buy his company. Don't go anymore, immediately ask someone to talk to Vivendi Talk. Luo Sheng said neatly. As soon as this word came out, everyone in the meeting couldn't help smashing their lips in secret, regardless of the young and easygoing boss. But it was definitely a ruthless person, who could directly hit the goal and never go round. Luo, are you serious? Jang Bowen said for a moment. Of course I'm serious. I dropped RMB 11.5 billion into it. Blizzard thought I was promoting their games for nothing, and I was sneaking around. How could there be such a good thing? Luo Shengyun said lightly. In any case, the IP authorization of the project must be in his own hands. Otherwise he would rather not play, because he is well aware that the decline of WCG is closely related to the wind and water that some esports games can run by themselves. In the previous generation, such as T events of Dota 2, League of Legends and other events, they played more and more hot. If you don't hold IP in your own hands, you have spent a great deal of time and money to make this industry, and finally you have become a martyr, making wedding dresses for others. Then at that time Luo Sheng will give herself a few slaps. For the brand of WRPO Comprehensive Esports Events, the IP control of the events in the early stage must be in place. Only after 10 or even 20 years has it become an authority in esports competitions, and it is not necessary when it is like the Olympic Games. Too concerned. Because once the industry's absolute authority benchmark is formed, all esports projects will be proud of entering the WRPO, and only enter it can be mixed and committed to entering the WRPO as the goal. By that time, WRPO as an event platform will always be an evergreen tree, and competition events can be metabolism. StarCraft is down, it doesn't matter. Follow up League of Legends top, or League of Legends is down, it doesn't matter. There will be new esports projects on top. Do WRPO with Iron, running esports projects. This is the perfect result that Luo Sheng wants. Because the life cycle of an esports project is too short compared to the traditional game, it is extremely difficult to be strong for 10 years. Unlike traditional sports, it can be 100 years or more. The esports project will be deeply tied to the life cycle of the game in which it is located. The game is unpopular, and this project will definitely be cool. But esports itself will not be cold, it will only become more and more prosperous. The meeting soon ended, and Jang Bowen decisively contacted the team that was negotiating with Blizzard in North America, so that they no longer had to talk, and went directly to Blizzard's dad Vivendi to contact. Vivendi is a group with outright interest. As long as the price of Luo Shenkai is high enough, it will not hesitate to sell its stake in Blizzard to Blue Star Technology. In mid-September, Blizzard's founder and then CEO, Mike Mohan, hurriedly took a plane to Sioux City and came to visit Luo Sheng. Because the discussions between Blue Star Technology and Vivendi came to Blizzard's ears, which made Mike Mohan and other Blizzard executives panic and realized that it seemed to be related to the negotiation with the other person some time ago. It seemed to offend this technology giant. This is not the key. The key is that they realize that Blue Star Technology is obliged to eat Blizzard in order to force WRPO. Mr. Mohan, let me first tell you an inside message, but don't spread it. At this moment, Luo Sheng was in a company's meeting room to meet with Mike Mohan, the founder of Blizzard. The latter heard his opening remarks and suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Luo Sheng looked at him with a smile and added, "The news is that our people had negotiated with Vivendi Group for 1.5 weeks, and finally reached a consensus very quickly. Vivendi Group has promised to hold all 71% of Blizzard Entertainment's equity was sold to me, Blue Star Technology Group. I can't tell you the specific transaction price, but the transaction was completed 2 days ago, which means that I am your new boss now." What? Mike Mohan was stunned when he heard the news, because he heard that Blue Star Technology was in contact with Vivendi. There was no news about the transaction being over. How could this be so fast? Of course, soon, based on the condition that Blizzard Entertainment's current asset valuation is based on a premium of 75%, Vivendi Group has never thought about promoting the development of the game industry. It is to attract blood, so there is no reason to reject this condition. The deal was quickly concluded at a price of $3.176 billion. From an investment perspective, this transaction is the rhythm of Blue Star Technology's profit-making. Of course, Vivendi also feels that he is very profitable, and indeed he is not a loser. www.mentalnovel.com. Only Blizzard itself is a loser. I didn't even know it when I sold it. The Vivendi group that got the money turned to Ubisoft as soon as it turned around. To start this game company, Blue Star Technology has a strong cash flow. Even if it is more than $3 billion, it can be in half a month, all transferred to Vivendi's account. This transaction was settled in cash. It is conceivable that Vivendi would only see a ghost if he could refuse. Of course, Luo Sheng will not take the equity of Blue Star Technology to settle unless the brain is drained. It's impossible. Blizzard's earnings are very good. Vivendi cannot sell his equity. You must be kidding me, Mr. Luo, Mike Mohan said quickly. He was still struggling, hoping it was a joke. Please, some readers may wonder why the protagonist spends money on acquisition. Very simple, money is constantly depreciating, and the most important thing for the protagonist is money, and BTC's stock will appreciate. Chapter 217. Find a dad. Find a good dad. Mike Mohan is not good. If this person is his new boss, what's the point of running this far away? The point is so embarrassing. You do not believe? Luo Sheng glanced at him, seeing the expression on the other side, could not help but raise a silent smile, then pushed a prepared document in front of him to Mike Mohan, who looked at the document on the desktop. A subtle stun in my heart, because Mike Mohan realized that this is not impossible. What is the virtue of Vivendi and how he may not know? This is one of the most notorious capital groups in the game industry, and the division of Blizzard in the north is thanks to the Vivendi Group. The story can be traced back to 1998. Blizzard was adopted by Vivendi in that year. After accepting Vivendi's investment, Blizzard quickly conflicted with the concept of dad. However, it was not daddy that eventually led to a large-scale exodus of Blizzard employees, including the Diablo 4. The exodus directly led to the closure of Blizzard in the north, and also seriously disrupted the Diablo series of projects. For Blizzard Entertainment, being oppressed by a dad who doesn't understand himself is a very painful thing. And what is more painful is that you have no way. In order to obtain greater benefits, the Vivendi Group has frequently moved again this year. Mike Mohan has already learned the news long ago. Vivendi is actively promoting the intention to force Blizzard into Vivendi Games this year, and wants to let Blizzard merged with Activision and renamed Activision Blizzard. This matter must be completed before the end of the year. Less than 2 months away. Mike Mohan never expected that at the crucial moment of the final merger, he was sold by his dad without any knowledge. If you don't believe it, just look at it. This is the equity contract between Blue Star Technology and Vivendi. Luo Shengfeng said lightly. Looking at the documents on the table, Mike Mohan hesitated for a long time, and finally picked it up to open the list. After looking at the documents, the founder of Blizzard could not help but take a deep breath and shook his head again and again. Okay, boss, when are you going to fire me? Mike Mohan had to accept the fact that the Vivendi Group's profit-making virtues should have been believed, not doubted by fantasy. Fried? No, I will not fire you, and I will not interfere too much in Blizzard's operations, just like the Take-Two company I acquired. And Blizzard, which is merged into my Blue Star Technology Group, will do the same. Just merge financial statements. Luo Sheng said with a smile, and could not help but raise his comfortable Erlang legs. The already depressed Mike Mohan immediately looked up and looked at Luo Sheng when he heard the words, but he did not speak. He heard the Take-Two company rekindled a glimmer of hope, which reminded Luo Sheng of the game industry many years ago. Acquisition case. If the new owner also adopts the stocking status like Take-Two and Valve companies, thank God, Blue Star Technology Group is simply the savior of Blizzard, rescued from Vivendi's claws. You should know that the original purpose of my acquisition of Blizzard was to fancy the esports plan of the two RTS games of StarCraft and Warcraft. At the beginning of the month, my people should have talked to you. Luo Sheng looking at the other's eyes, Mike Mohan nodded. After a while, Luo Sheng added, I only intervened in 2 things under Blizzard's game. I gave it to Ho in the esports. This event brand is a cup. If you want to be yourself, You can also be a tournament. I don't will interfere. As long as you ensure a steady increase in annual profit, you can play as you want. I have no ability to oppose now. Mike Mohan replied helplessly. Indeed, Blue Star Technology now has absolute control over Blizzard Entertainment. However, after experiencing great ups and downs, Mike Mohan was actually quite lucky. Instead, things were good for Blizzard. At least Luo Sheng's commitment was still very credible, because the several game companies he bought before are now nourished one by one. And there really wasn't much intervention. Mike Mohan looked at him and said, "So boss, what's the second thing you say?" Luo Sheng immediately said, "That is, to enter the RO competition project. Each year you must take out 3% of the game's revenue for the year as a membership fee and submit it to RO operations, including bonus pools for contestants, etc. Of course, your own carnival can also run competitions. I just said, an esports game, the more events the higher the vitality, and for RO events, as long as other large events have passed RO certification, professional players can earn points by playing the game, which can form a benign positive cycle. An esports game will promote the prosperity of esports when the game is hot. At this time, the thrust of the game is greater than that of esports. When the game is weak, the prosperous esports will be extended to a large extent. The life of the game, some players have retreated, but they will still watch the game and continue to pay attention to the esports game that they have fought. Of course, they will be able to sneak in the life of the game for a period of time. This is a win-win situation. Mike Mohan nodded without hesitation. No problem at all. The inexplicable Chang in his heart was relieved. He thought that the harsh conditions would be, but he did not expect such a requirement. Now the company is his, and this requirement is irrelevant at all. However, Mike Mohan also seems to have guessed the purpose of Luo Sheng's move. The Pro Event brand is obviously very ambitious and wants to integrate the entire global esports industry and make the Pro Event into the Olympic Games in esports. In fact, Blizzard has long been eyeing that huge cake of the Korean Star League, and it is imbalanced. The direct and indirect profits created by the game of StarCraft in the Korean sports industry have exceeded the profits of the game released by Blizzard. The key is that Blizzard has not made any profit from it. No one can figure it out, and there is a ghost in the heart. Therefore, this year's Blizzard decided to announce StarCraft 2 inches at the carnival, largely because it wanted to get a share in the esports field. But it didn't work out that it would be like this. Blue Star Technology has cut off. However, it does not seem to be a bad thing now. Although this ending is unexpected, it is actually good. Pro belongs to Blue Star Technology. Now Blizzard also belongs to Blue Star Technology. In the future, Blizzard wants to cultivate in the esports sector. Bong on the thigh of Blue Star Technology and RO. Bad things become good things. At this moment, Mike Mohan feels like a famous quote in a movie, and life is like a chocolate. In this way, Blizzard's Warcraft and StarCraft have been finalized, and another popular gaming project, Half-Life, needless to say, its company Valve. The company has long been acquired by Luo Sheng. At present, the three main esports items are all in hand, and RO event brands can be launched without worries. Half-Life project. Luo Sheng personally made a phone call to GFAT to settle the matter. Half-Life 3% of the annual income will go to the RO fund pool. For game manufacturers, this money is taken as advertising costs for promotion. The difference is that they must be submitted regularly every year. www.metalnovel.com until the project exits the RO system. After finishing the three most mainstream esports projects, Pro can host the first one. As for other competitions, their influence and audience are far worse than these three games. At most, FIFA 2007 is added, icing on the cake. These days, for the practitioners in the esports industry, it is simply a torment, because Blue Star Technology has announced the RO tournament system in a high profile. There is no following, which makes many people wonder if something unexpected happened. It would be funny if I was happy. This is really not the intention of Blue Star Technology, because Luo Sheng must settle Blizzard Entertainment. He doesn't want to be a wedding dress for others, and he doesn't want to be surprised. Now that all three major esports projects have been completed, they can be announced. On September 17th, the official website of Blue Star Technology disclosed the news again, and once again set off heated discussions in the esports circle. Chapter 218 Esports players are excited. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Industry insiders staring at the latest developments of Blue Star Technology Group soon saw the latest news announced on the homepage of the official website of Blue Star Technology on the morning of September 17th. All esports practitioners followed the news for the first time. According to the official information disclosed by the WRPO Organizing Committee, the WRPO event is held once a year, and the time is set to be in October each year. The first one will officially start next year. The choice of venue is based on the Korean, North American, and European regions. The four major regions, including the Greater China region and the Greater China region, take turns cycling the principal, and the specific host city will apply in principle. The venue of the first WRPO World Top Player Contest has been determined, and it will be in Hwacheon City, which will open on October 15, 2008. This time period was originally a time node held by the WCG, and the WRPO event collided with it, which is self-evident. There is no doubt that after the WRPO Organizing Committee disclosed this news, the WCG event organizer ICM immediately responded quickly and began to adjust the time internally to avoid the WRPO event time. This is definitely a last resort, because it really can't fight, and dare not. Not surprisingly, when professional players have to make a choice, they will definitely choose to participate in the WRPO for the honor of top player and give up the WCG competition during this time. In addition to the announcement of the above information, the WRPO Organizing Committee also revealed to the public that it has officially established StarCraft, Brood War, Warcraft, Frozen Throne and Half-Life. Counter-Strike will enter the schedule. And it is also disclosed that other projects are still under negotiation, and follow WRPO official blog to get the latest developments. This news was announced, and it was a relief for the professional players and practitioners behind the three projects. Stable. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. At the same time, the bonus pools of the three established esports projects were also revealed with the official blog of WPRO the next day. This is the most important concern for professional players and esports clubs. The total prize pool of the team event Half-Life, Counter-Strike is $2.18 million, divided by the top 16 who finally entered the WRPO Championship prize, $1.2 million. Runner-up prize, $300,000. Two teams in the semi-finals could get $120,000. Four teams in the semi-finals could get $60,000. And 8 teams in the semi-finals would get $25,000. The total prize pools for the individual events, StarCraft, Brood War and Warcraft, Frozen Throne are both $490,000. Champion, $300,000. Runner-up, $60,000. Final Four, $25,000. 8 finalists, $10,000. Top 16 players, $5,000. The total bonus for these two personal projects is $980,000, less than half of the Half-Life project. However, for professional players in the StarCraft and World of Warcraft competitions can get the highest bonuses, for no reason, because it is an individual event. The bonus is the players alone. The champion, the bonus is up to $300,000. Half-Life is a team project, which is divided by the entire team. The player's personal bonus, the championship bonus, is divided into $240,000, which is less than the championship bonus of the two projects of StarCraft and Warcraft. However, once this news was disclosed, whether it was a Half-Life professional player, or a professional player of StarCraft or Warcraft, they were shocked and couldn't believe it. After returning to God, it was confirmed that this was the official disclosure. Almost the players are all as excited as the chicken blood. Compared with the bonuses already announced in this year's WCG competition, the Team Project Half-Life won a prize of US $55,000, runner-up of US $25,000, and runner-up of US $15,000. The individual project of StarCraft was awarded US $15,000. The runner-up is $7,000. The third runner-up is $4,000. The Warcraft Championship bonus is $20,000. The second runner-up is $8,000. And the third runner-up is $5,000. If it really interprets the phrase that there is no harm without comparison, it is no wonder that WCG will obediently adjust the timing of next year's event for this era, especially domestic professional esports players. The championship bonus of up to $300,000, which is $2.88 million, and more than $1.8 million have been obtained after removing the 20% tax. They can be bought in first-tier cities such as Shenzhen, a house of about 70 square meters. The WRPO tournament prize is 10 to 20 times that of WCG. At the same time, under the high prize, the winner and runner-up and the ranking behind, the difference between the prize amount is huge. It is foreseeable that the WRPO tournament to be held next year in order to compete for the championship. The major players definitely want to beat the blood, and they will definitely bring more exciting games. In particular, domestic players, as long as they think about winning the championship, they can win both fame and fortune. For the players, the momentum and impetus it brings are definitely the rhythm of the table. In fact, as far as bonuses are concerned, it is still inferior to traditional sports, but for emerging esports projects, this is something that countless esports players can't even imagine. As soon as the news came out, the entire gaming circle exploded. With the announcement of the tournament bonus, the WRPO event has no doubt become the most important game in the eyes of professional players. 3 days later, a conference room at Blue Star Technologies headquarters. Around 10 o'clock this morning, the heads of 12 game developers including Half-Life, Interstellar, Warcraft, Need for Speed, Command & Conquer, FIFA 2007, and Age of Empires, etc., arrived. In addition, the WRPO organizing committee and Luo Sheng were also at the venue. Today this meeting is a gathering of parties to discuss the establishment of the WRPO tournament system. The company created the WRPO event brand. The ultimate goal is to build a global esports ecosystem. The role of the organizing committee is to standardize, systematize and alliance global esports, from WRPO events to players to clubs to the associated game developers, to achieve a win-win situation for all parties. Luo Sheng said, looking at the crowd of game developers present, the goal of today's conference is to bring these developers into the system and recognize the ecological standards established by WRPO. The key point is to join an esports project in the WPRO event system, and the game company must submit 3% of the game's previous year's revenue to the WRPO operation department as required. When it comes to paying money, it is more difficult, and it has to be paid every year. However, Luo Sheng never fought unprepared battles. The three hottest esports events this time have taken the lead, and Half-Life, Interstellar and Warcraft have already agreed. For many outsiders present, they only know that Half-Life is related to Blue Star Technology, and the game company it belongs to is a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology, www.mentalnovel.com. However, Interstellar and the two projects of Warcraft, Blizzard actually promised so happy that many colleagues did not expect. They didn't know that Blizzard had changed daddy. In fact, not only did they not know, even the operation teams of StarCraft and Warcraft did not know the inside story. They did not know that the person who was speaking now was their ultimate boss. Only a few high-level executives such as Mike Mohan knew it. The truth, because Blizzard has not yet been listed, the outside world does not know how the ownership structure is. Blizzard's leading example appears to be important, and Luo Sheng has not used too many conspiracy tricks. The establishment of the WRPO brand is actually seen by major game companies. The super large-scale investment represents the industry benchmark when it is born. Being able to enter the WRPO system is also very beneficial for its games, which can greatly extend the vitality of the game. The WRPO brand has been successfully built. No matter players, clubs, game developers or event organizers, all parties in the system can benefit to varying degrees, but now they need to invest. Chapter 219 Club Alliance Solution, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. FIFA 2007 is willing to join the WRPO system and invest 3% of the revenue of the game product into the funding pool of the organizing committee until it exits the WRPO system. Finally, the first person who really expressed his opinion appeared. As for Blizzard's statement that it is not in Luo Sheng's calculation range, this is all its own industry. This was a good start. Luo Sheng looked at the other project leaders. After a while, everyone started to express their opinions. Of the 12 game projects participated in this time, only one party opted out, and the other 11 agreed. First try it for the first time. It's really impossible to opt out. The risk is not great. Blue Star Technology is the biggest risk bearer. After all, in order to build the WRPO comprehensive event brand, a horror budget of $1.5 billion has been invested. As for the profitability of WRPO, today's conference has reached a consensus. The profitability is based on peripheral product revenue, ticket revenue, and most importantly, advertiser sponsorship revenue. The first WRPO event has not yet started, but 2 advertising sponsorship contracts have already begun. The first sponsor is Samsung Group. They want to promote their monitors at the WRPO event. This is also the starting point for Samsung Group to sponsor WCG. The second sponsor is Intel Corporation, whose purpose is to promote their processors on WRPO. Everyone is running for the benefit. The brand of this esports event that Luo Sheng engages in is a bit big, and the industry's attention has exceeded WCG anyway. This also gives the sponsors a measure. Just benchmark it. The WCG has been held for many sessions and you can judge. Another profit point is the game developer where the esports project is located. This is the solution given by Luo Sheng, which is to use special props in the game to bind with professional players, and then deeply link with players and fans. For the first time, the concepts of avatar and skin were put forward, which made many game developers shine. A means of imagination. Game developers quickly understood the intention of Luo Sheng's plan. This is a major highlight of competitive confrontation. Professional players are the bond that directly connects with players or spectators. In order to support the player in the player's mind, if the player's avatar is in the game, the player or fan can spend money to buy it. The majority of the revenue is to the game company, and a small part to the club and the player. In this way, the sports players also have more sources of income, and for game companies, they have also developed further commercial value. WRPO will not share the revenue from it, because the revenue generated in it is already included in the 3% membership fee. With a series of guarantees and reliable executable solutions, coupled with the professional operation of the organizing committee and the club, players can play the game with peace of mind. A series of solutions of the WRPO organizing committee were launched, so that everyone can see that there is a lot of imagination in it. If the brand is successful, it will be as vital as traditional sports events. Just make the cake bigger. Everyone can eat more. And to assure all parties involved, the name of Blue Star Technology is a big group. All aspects of protection are very complete. A series of entry and exit of corresponding agreements and legal specifications, including developers, including clubs, including players, and so on. There are rules to follow. In fact, it is to formulate a series of norms and standards. The WRPO brand is endorsed by a large company such as Blue Star Technology Group, which is quite authoritative and credible. After more than an hour, The responsible persons sent by the major game developers left one after another. Only the WRPO organizing committee member and Luo Sheng were left in the meeting room. The meeting focused on another core part of the club. The entire esports club ecosystem is a core part and the key to alliances. The manager in charge of the club immediately said, "The current esports clubs are mainly concentrated in 3 regions: the mainland, South Korea, Europe and the United States. Let us talk about South Korea first. South Korean esports clubs are all products of the StarCraft League. Inside and outside the system, the clubs in the system are several clubs under the XAP, which have been around for a long time, with backgrounds of several large Korean companies, Samsung Club, KT, CJ, SKT, etc. Furthermore, Europe and the United States. Most of European and American clubs originated from the Half-Life period, and the most representative clubs are Fnatic and SK. They have a longer life. European and American clubs generally have several characteristics. Loose, the second is that commercialization is more mature, and it is easier to be recognized by sponsors than the mainland, but the spending power of Europeans and Americans is stronger than the mainland is also the environment. And the third is the strong sense of serving fans, especially strong clubs. The official website is even an independent media. Fifth, the brand is more stable and the club will not be easily disbanded. Luo Sheng nodded and held his jaw and nodded. Europe's club operations have a lot of essence to draw. The clubs I want to form can refer to these successful clubs on the advanced operation management model. The domestic what about? The manager immediately replied. The domestic club concept first originated in StarCraft and formed in Half-Life. Frankly speaking about the chairman, the situation in the mainland is very chaotic. Sometimes you can't tell whether it is a club or a club. A clan is just a group of young people who form a team or a club. It may disappear in a few days, but there are still a few clubs or teams that can be distinguished. The most representative of which is WNV. This is one of the few clubs in the history of domestic esports that has a relatively high level of performance and commercialization. In addition, it is the A home club established in 2005, and the WE established in the same month of the same year. These are the few esports clubs in the mainland that can gain some fame. As of now, WE's Home Appliance Competition Club should be the most successful at the moment. But it is focused on the Warcraft project. The club has a double world champion such as Sky, and few are the only clubs in the mainland that currently have their own training for newcomers. Director Long, I think we integrated the WE acquisition can quickly pull up our club. No. Luo Sheng shook his head and shook his fingers and shook his fingers. The club that we bought with WE's own operation will definitely be able to get up quickly. But there is one less powerful and promising club in the mainland. It's too small. The market I make is the market for the global gaming industry. The club manager said, but the chairman, the esports environment in the mainland is chaotic, and the clubs under the WRPO system are affiliated. No mainland club can afford to buy a WRPO seat. Regarding the construction of club alliances, an esports club needs to get a seat under the WRPO system. The amount of different regions is different, and the mainland is the least, but it also needs to pay millions of guarantee. Some teams or clubs have very loud names, but in fact they are not even workshops. They live in a rental house. A few young people eat foam and train in internet cafes. There are no decent training places. Let's just say that these WE clubs seem to be more successful. They can maintain the expenses to ensure the training of players and pay the minimum wage. Thank goodness. WE's main source of income is still maintained by competition bonuses, and more is power generation with love. This is the current status of the domestic esports ecosystem in this era, which is basically the case. Therefore, those who are currently engaged in the esports industry in China are envious of South Korea's mature esports ecosystem. I gave WRPO a budget of 115 billion for nothing. As a broader market, we are the integrator and rule maker of the entire industry. Only when the broader market is up, Can ecological health go further? Luo Sheng said, certainly clubs like we must find a way to get them into the WRPO alliance system. There must be no doubt that they have to sing a monologue, but the rules cannot be changed, and the deposit must be paid. But they have no money. The manager attending the meeting had a defamation in his heart, but did not dare to confront the ultimate boss. Under normal circumstances, the current meeting should be hosted by a senior manager of a department of Blue Star Technology Group, but in fact Luo Sheng was present, which shows that he attaches great importance to the esports industry. In fact, this is their see the results of Dole. Aren't they running out of money right now? Then use money to solve it, but you can't just give it silly. Direct giving is nothing but giving indirectly through capital operation. Luo Sheng watched the other side and said, for example, I can sponsor these esports clubs, but this is not good. At that time, all of our ads will be harmful to the construction of the entire ecology. In this way, the organizing committee will send people to the relevant manufacturers, talk about what kind of mouse, computer brand, etc. to talk to them, and help these clubs to raise sponsorship fees. Those sponsors provide 30%, and we allocate 70%. Those manufacturers should not have reasons for rejection, just like that. In this way, through this indirect capital operation to support these now impaired esports clubs, they will have the money to pay a guarantee deposit to enter the league system to play games after receiving the sponsorship fee. Of course, Luo Sheng is not Mr. How. The environment is so embarrassing. It is difficult to get up without your support. Then the plate of WRPO Greater China cannot be bigger. Now, although I'm throwing money everywhere www.intelnovel.com, as long as the whole ecology is done, Blue Star Technology is undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary, which is also reasonable, because the biggest investor is Blue Star Technology. For Greater China, Luo Sheng gave the organizing committee a hard index. It must gather 12-15 clubs into the WRPO alliance system by the end of the year. The secret support of the organizing committee must be kept secret. Wait a few years before decrypting. In fact, Luo Sheng is very optimistic about the future of the domestic esports ecosystem. He pulled up the plate himself, and it will not be long before more rich second generations enter the esports industry with funds. In Luo Sheng's last life, it is no exaggeration to say that the mainland's esports ecosystem has surpassed the Korean esports industry from a chaos to the final prosperity. There is no large capital entry in the early stage, and it is entirely dependent on a group of young rich men. Generation support, turning the chaotic esports ecology into a situation. The follow-up plate is big. The rise of emerging esports projects represented by League of Legends and Dota 2 has pushed the entire esports ecosystem to a new height, and then various capitals have entered the market. Corporate capital sponsored, not bad money clubs are popping up. Chapter 220 Best Times in the Industry, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. 2 days later, the WRPO Organizing Committee disclosed the latest news again, and it spread throughout the esports circle in less than an hour or two. It must be known that the esports circle in the mainland is always staring at the WRPO group. The committee will spread the news as soon as there is new news. There are a lot of news this time. Firstly, it revealed that the competition items of the first WRPO competition in 2008 were added to 12 items. Secondly, it announced the rules of the club alliance under the WRPO system. As soon as the news came out, the global esports clubs were all upset and excited. The key lies in its revenue sharing. According to the information disclosed by the organizing committee, the profit of WRPO events, including event tickets, sponsorships, and game built-in props, can be used by clubs and players in the WRPO system to participate in revenue sharing. In simple terms, everyone is a person on a boat, and the entire WRPO's revenue is deeply bound to everyone. The higher the overall revenue, the higher the revenue shared by all parties. The big group entered the market to integrate the entire esports ecosystem, and it really was an unusual shot. For the first time, it has done such a complete commercialization model. According to the information disclosed by WRPO, bidding for 12 seats will be opened in the 4 major sub-regions except for the card division worldwide, for a total of 48 league seats. Clubs can only register in their respective divisions, and can only run for seats in their respective divisions. The prices for bidding vary. This year's seat bidding starts at a low price. A seat bidding price in Greater China starts at 5 million yen year. Both in Europe and the Americas are $2.2 million year, and in South Korea is $1.9 million year. As long as the joint qualification of WRPO is obtained, the club can play all the events in the WRPO system, whether it is StarCraft, Warcraft, or CS. No need to buy additional seats for these events. In order to ensure the healthy and stable development of the WRPO Alliance ecology, the seats can be comprehensively evaluated against the qualifications of the clubs joining the alliance to ensure that all members of the alliance can operate in a healthy and sustainable manner, and make continuous progress with the entire WRPO system. The evaluation criteria are the shareholders and structure of the club and its parent company, for example, whether the equity of the club and its parent company is clear. Club financial status, whether there is sufficient investment, stable funding sources, whether the past financial status is relatively stable, whether it has sufficient financial emergency capabilities, etc. Club operation, brand influence and brand building ability, business operation ability, fit with the overall operation of the alliance, etc. Team management, competitive structure and capabilities, player training and training, past violation records, past team results, player circulation issues between clubs, etc. After the comprehensive evaluation according to the above 4 criteria, existing clubs that meet the evaluation criteria and clubs that meet the qualification admission through seat tendering will be awarded the WRPO joint qualification after the delivery of the guarantee. Clubs that fail to meet the standards will not be able to enter the league system or participate in matches under the WRPO system, but this does not mean that they will never be allowed to enter. The organizing committee will also take corresponding measures to help these clubs. In the future, as the WRPO Alliance continues to develop, seats will continue to expand. The organizing committee released this announcement. The Korean side is the most active. Without him, a StarCraft project is enough. In this competition project, the Koreans currently occupy almost absolute dominance. Said that the 32 strongest professional players in the world are Koreans. And clubs under the XAP system, such as Samsung, SKT1, CJ, and KT, are all not bad money, and the capital behind them are all large Korean companies. The margin for bidding for seats is not cheap, but there is no financial pressure for these clubs in South Korea. According to the information disclosed by the WRPO Alliance system, a whole set of commercial operations is worth looking forward. Plus Luo Sheng's $15 billion investment budget is the biggest guarantee. Regardless of whether the Koreans accept it or not, WCG has now overnight, from the Olympic Games known as esports, the industry benchmark has become a third-party competition project that earns WRPO event points in the eyes of many clubs and professional players. That's right, WRPO has certified the WCG event, that is, it has recognized it. This does not require WCG's approval or opposition, because admission is for professional players. As long as WRPO unilaterally recognizes it, players' positions in WCG events will be counted according to the corresponding points. Therefore, in the current WCG event, professional players have achieved results in this event. WRPO side will calculate his points based on their results, and players in the top 3 in the regional standings can participate in the WRPO annual finals. This rule is to allow players to play the game diligently, and secondly, they must have the strength, because the champions' points are always the highest. and the points with high gold content are also the highest. There is no surprise that South Korean esports clubs have participated in the bidding for 12 seats in the local competition area, and the competition among the 4 major competition areas is the most intense. Without him, there are too many esports clubs in South Korea. There are more than 12 first-line clubs in the StarCraft SPL League, such as KT, Samsung, CJ, SKT. Because of the WRPO seat, it will also lead to the problem of the circulation of professional players under the major clubs. If the club does not get the seat qualification, the top player contract will not be renewed with you, but will choose to go to a club that can play WRPO games. This is also another reason for the fierce competition for joint qualification of WRPO in South Korea. In comparison, the domestic esports circle is seeing mixed news when it sees the latest news from WRPO. The joy is that the entry of Blue Star Technology Group has integrated the entire esports industry, making this field more standardized, systematic, and mature. It has been successful. Blue Star Technology is the biggest beneficiary, and all esports there is no doubt that the practitioners are the beneficiaries. What is worrying is the qualification of the WRPO Alliance seat. According to the disclosed information, the evaluation is based on 4 major evaluation standards. No domestic esports club can meet the Alliance standards. Not to mention, just the 5 million starting seat margin bids can shut out the existing esports clubs across the country. After a few days, a QQ group is still discussing this matter. The members of the group are basically big players in the esports circle, and the big gods in the eyes of players. At all members, have you read the latest news released by WRPO? Look, see it early. In the end, it's a big group. Enter the field to integrate the specifications, and then look at the teams we engage in. It's almost no different from everyone else. Nonsense. Blue Star Technology enters the market, the nation's richest man is standing up. Can it be unprofessional? Teams are not eligible to play in WRPO system events without joint qualifications. It's the club, the team is the team. Don't confuse the affiliation. 5 million starting joint qualification bond. We can't afford so much money. No need to mention other clubs. We have already obtained joint qualification. Crane. Guys here? Sky bubbling. What? We got joint qualification? Are the baths really fake? Sky. Yes. You may not believe it. The people at Dell actually came to the Webase and found me, saying that they would sponsor our club. It was a generous shot, and we were all stupid. How much does Dell sponsor? Sky. Directly opened a sponsorship fee of 8.5 million a year, signed a total of 17 million for 2 years. And also provided we with Dell's peripherals. Computers use their brands, and Dell provides hardware for free. Let me go. Is 17 million real? Sky. Haha, to be honest, I can't believe it until now. 6-6. Gay brother is wrong. Is this the strength of the double champion? Xiat, we also got sponsorship. So coincident. WNV also received a sponsorship fee. Coca-Cola sponsored our team for 13.5 million. It was also signed for 2 years, but the club was required to obtain WRPO contact qualification. We should be like this. Sky. Yes, the Dell company that sponsors us also has such a request. It seems that the WRPO contest is very exciting. These sponsors are suddenly so popular, and definitely have a direct relationship with the emergence of WRPO. www.metalnovel.com. I think it has a lot to do with Blue Star Technology Group. Maybe these big groups are all selling Blue Star Technology. The Blue Star Technology Group has completely changed the entire esports circle. Without the support of a tech big man like Liu Sheng, these capitals would not be able to flock. I even think that many capitals may be selling Liu Sheng's face. Sky, the whole circle has benefited anyway, which is a good thing. Oh, WNV has also been sponsored. Xiat, as far as I know, in addition to WNV and we, The eHome Club has also drawn sponsorship. It seems that the sponsor is Sprite, and it has also signed a sponsorship fee of more than 10 million for 2 years. I don't know about other teams. 66. The best era of esports is coming. Peas, tossing and turning, can't sleep at night, sit up in shock. The code is updated. I want to be a fairy, and be happy all day. In this situation, is there a friend? Chapter 221 Layout completed. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. As time goes by, domestic esports circles have successively heard news of capital entry, such as we, eHome, and WNV, which have long been famous, have achieved good results, or have star players in their teams at almost the same time. The node pulled a huge amount of sponsorship. Other clubs have also reported some sponsorship news, which is an exciting time for the entire esports. All esports practitioners are grateful to Blue Star Technology Group. The industry unanimously recognizes that if such a super group does not enter the market to regulate the entire industry and invest heavily in supporting development, such a good situation would not have happened at all. The current environment is something that these esports people would never have thought of before. However, these esports clubs don't even know it yet. The sponsors they receive are actually the same one who actually paid the money, which is Blue Star Technology Group and Luo Sheng. If you have to go around this big circle, it's not Luo Sheng's panic, nor is he trying to be a good gentleman who does good things without leaving a name, but to give practitioners in this industry hope that they can firmly believe that the industry can go down and break into the sky. Of course, although these good things are not named, they are all recorded in the notebook. Well, there are videos. When I accidentally lose them in the future, I will upload them to the internet and in any case, this is really reshaping an entire industry with one's own strength. Luo Sheng's number one player can be described as well. Another advantage of conducting capital operations behind the scenes is to introduce more people into the market, especially the rich second generation. Luo Sheng still hopes that a large number of rich second generations will quickly enter the esports field and bring the entire esports industry to the fore. Luo Sheng silently throws money behind the scenes to support these clubs, not for nothing. The first sponsored money is mainly used to obtain WRPO joint qualifications, and secondly, the major esports clubs are regulated through joint qualification assessments, and they want to obtain joint qualifications. Evaluation criteria must be met to indirectly enforce these club planning criteria. You know, the current domestic esports circle is actually very confusing, especially those in the CS circle, who are hot-tempered and young. Fighting when young and vigorous did not agree. Offline games are not just confrontation in the game. When the temper is up, it is the offline real-life park. The losers are not convinced or angry, but they ambush the opponent directly outside the arena. StarCraft and Warcraft are slightly better, because they are individual 1v1 competitions, but they are not much better. The CS project is the most terrifying team project. If the fight is the rhythm of the group, the collective gank will ask you if you are fierce. This kind of thing is not new in the circle. In WCG competitions, domestic offline regional qualifiers and the like are simply a group of magic dances. Those who lost the game and demanded a rematch, and offline to find a brother to threaten the opponent before the game. If you dare to win my brother, cut off your hands and feet, and some people squatted outside the game unconvinced, etc. The man who won his game came straight to gank when he came out, just like Demasa jumping through the grass. Such contradictions can be counted in the WCG's divisions. These reasons are also one of the reasons why the mainland's esports can't always be on the stage. Sometimes, if you calm down and think about it, you won't be recognized by the mainstream of the society. But this is the status quo in the brutal era of domestic esports. Luo Sheng's entry into this field will inevitably not allow this situation to continue. Otherwise, with his current status and social influence, he will not lose this face and will never be on the stage. Therefore, the WRPO alliance system needs to become formalized, standardized, systematic, and standardized, eliminating the old-fashioned atmosphere of the cripples and the clumsy dance in the past, and completely turning the atmosphere of the entire esports circle. In mid-September, Blue Star Technology Group officially announced the establishment of the esports department of the company's esports business operation department, and the establishment of a Blue Star Technology Group Oleand Esports Club, Blue Star Technology Gaming Club, Blue Star Technology Gaming, referred to as BTG Club. The club has temporarily established 3 major esports projects: Half-Life, StarCraft, and Warcraft. Once this news was announced, it announced the birth of the first and undisputed first super esports giant in the country. No one can rely on a multinational technology group such as Blue Star Technology. The BTG Club was announced and became the focus of hot debate in the esports circle for the first time. It's mainly too big. It can be said that once it was established, it was directly in the same echelon as South Korea's SKT1, Samsung, and KT clubs, and it even surpassed these esports clubs in terms of financial resources. How can a large group such as Blue Star Technology be financially stressed? Just when everyone in the esports field thought that the BTG Club was going to form a super galaxy on the 3 projects of Half-Life, StarCraft, and Warcraft, the professional players of these 3 projects were shocked. When the BTG Club recruits players, as long as they are star players and famous players, none of them are required. It's about finding young, unknown, talented teenagers, and introducing strong foreign aid. This makes many famous big-name players in the country very depressed. In fact, when they learned the news of the establishment of the BTG Club, they all hoped to join this giant club. It's mainly stable. At least you don't have to worry about eating the last day. As a result, none were needed, and Koreans were also introduced. Because the goal of the BTG Club is completely different from other clubs. Luo Sheng set up this club with the goal of turning BTG into an esports Huangpu military academy. The issues and patterns considered by the market players are definitely different. The purpose of the introduction of foreign aid is to practice with national players, cultivate the overall level of professional players in Greater China, and catch up with Koreans as soon as possible, until they can compete with South Korea's top professional players. It is worth mentioning that clubs under the WRPO alliance system cannot compete across districts. They will only compete at the annual WRPO World Finals. The regular season is a club confrontation between the major divisions. However, all professional players registered under the WRPO alliance system can be circulated in various major regions. Just like traditional sports clubs, players can transfer and circulate. The clubs have negotiated the transfer fee and communicated with the players. They can trade each other. Professional players. This is the mature system of alliances. Professional players have a clear transfer value, and the circulation in major clubs is very active, ensuring the healthy and sustainable development of the entire system. The layout of the esports industry has basically come to an end. Luo Sheng's attention to this area has gradually decreased. The company will report at regular meetings. At that time, it is sufficient to pay attention to the results. There are professional esports practitioners to take care of it. If it is according to the level www.mentalnovel.com as Luo Sheng, there is no need to spend so much thought in the esports industry. However, integrating a new whole industry chain is not an easy task. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Luo Sheng would rather have more dim sum at the beginning, and save more dim sum in the future. In the following days, his focus was not on esports, and he relocated to 2 projects, Blue Star Technologies Virtual Idol and Online Cloud Translation. The Virtual Idol project. This year's important task is to launch promotional advertising movies, Hatsune Miku as a virtual idol character set, and at the same time link this brand with the WRPO event brand. The 2 brands are deeply linked, so that Hatsune Miku became the spokesperson for WRPO. This series of layouts has deep linkage attributes with the company's major sections, from the linkage of virtual idols and eSport, to future smartphones and their voice assistants, and even artificial intelligence. The major project sections seem to be independent of each other. In fact, they have a strong connection. They also have a complete blueprint in Luo Sheng's mind. What are the stages and logical goals? Chapter 222 World's Top Animation Special Effects, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Mr. Luo, we sent a few samples of Hatsune Miku's sound source data at our office in Sapporo, Hokkaido. You can decide which one you choose. He Zhao, the person in charge of the virtual idol project, came to Luo Sheng's office. After speaking, he took a mobile data disk from his body and handed it to the table. Blue Star Technology confirmed the formal project of the virtual idol, and soon acquired the company's electronic music production voice synthesis software Vocaloid from Yamaha, and based on this, Luo Sheng led an engineering team of the company from the bottom to further optimization. In fact, Luo Sheng can start completely from scratch, because after buying Vocaloid, he almost overturned the redevelopment and gave Yamaha a sum of money. But this is not the point. The purpose of Luo Sheng's purchase of this software is to stifle the Japanese pioneering in the field of virtual idols. Basically set up the operating department of Blue Star Technologies Virtual Idol in Japan. There is a flaw in the country that Luo Sheng has to accept, and that is the environment. In the current 2007s, there is no such market as virtual idols at home, unlike foreign countries, especially Japanese books. In China, most young people can't accept the existence of virtual singers, let alone the elderly. Due to the circumstances, Luo Sheng can't reverse it, and pushing it will only pay a heavy price and an expensive cost. Of course, Luo Sheng does not take the lead, and he must adapt to local conditions. Therefore, in the early stage of the company's virtual idol launch, the focus was on overseas markets, and this area had to play a routine of export first and then domestic sales. Let's do it overseas first. The point is that the Japanese market is the easiest to get up, and the domestic market is slowly following up. People need a process of acceptance. After a few years, they will naturally be invincible. Luo Sheng took the U-disk handed over by He Zhao to connect to the port of the working computer, opened the internal file, played a few samples of the sound source, and listened to it. A few minutes later, he decided, then, let's do this. Folder 6. The sampled sound source sent to the headquarters from Japan this time is 20%, all of which are female voice actors. I have to say that the voice actors of the small books are all monsters. Here, the monster is not a derogation, but an expression of marvel. The meaning of the sampled sound source of the number 6 file is a female singer and voice actress from Japan, whose real name is Fujitu Ayako. Luo Sheng unplugged the USB flash drive and gave it to He Zhao, and asked, yes, what's the progress of the promotional video by Takino Hideki? Didn't mess it up, messed up you to do it. Takino is going to return to the original. I'm not kidding, to get some local people to buy him. He Zhao, this is what he is more concerned about. With a budget of $450 million US, if converted at real-time exchange rate, it is 3.4 billion. If Tenai dare to mess up this film, Luo Sheng will definitely buy him hands and feet. Money is a trivial matter. The cost of time is unacceptable to Luo Sheng. If there is an error here, the entire project will be delayed, and it will even affect the WRPO. The strong linkage properties of the major sectors also mean that they move the whole body at one stroke, step by step, and step by step. When He Zhao heard Luo Sheng's words, his heart was sweating. The boss said the words were light and light. If Takino was here, he heard the rhythm that the whole person would be silly. Too cruel. Immediately replied, I didn't hit it. Fortunately, the director of Hideo Takino is really good. The project has reached 70%. The sample has been completed. but the post-editing and dubbing are still intensified. Everything was done in the later stages and everything went according to plan. After hearing the words, Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction, and said casually, "That's good. Takino's hands and feet are kept. I will go to see how the samples look in the afternoon." "Okay." He Zhao immediately responded, secretly relieved Takino, and now he finally understood why Takino Hideki worked so hard, often staying up to midnight, thinking he was for the name. Now it seems, not only for the name, also to keep hands and feet. The boss definitely threatened him and was scared. Since taking on this project, Takino Hideki was indifferent. For Takino, he took the guide of this promotional film, which is definitely the most difficult project in his career, and the production is extremely difficult, to a certain extent. He is also the first time to make a pure CG movie, and has two-dimensional animation. Big difference. However, in the end is the talented director, coupled with the threat of buying hands and feet, this time almost released his talent to the extreme, all squeezed out without reservation. No drop is left. Just kidding. Do you hear yourself being bought and dried? In the afternoon, Luo Sheng, who had nothing to do, came to the production department to take a lap. At this moment, the scene of the studio was full of green cloth and was performed indoors. The filming team was working in an orderly manner. There was a slender girl actor on the set, but she was not a front stage actor. She was wearing tight-fitting clothes, her features were intensive, and her body was also carrying some special electronic equipment. This special effects team is the top motion capture team that Takino has invited from Hollywood. The Guru of the Lord of the Rings series is the work from this team. At this moment, the shooting is a few unsatisfactory shots that Takino Hideki asked to reshoot. It is truly improving. Anyway, the funds are sufficient, and the budget can be increased. Luo Sheng came here for a while, and this reshooting motion capture lens was completed and finally met Takino Hideki's expectations. After a while, he noticed Luo Sheng, and he quickly greeted him, saying, "Herr President Chairman, why didn't you tell me if you came earlier? I'll come and see. How is the project going?" Luo Sheng said with a smile. As long as he doesn't talk about buying things, he is still an innocent, sunny and easygoing EVA fan. Listening to Luo's question, Takino Hideki led Luo Sheng to another office hall with an uplifting mood and even show off. There are more than 100 animators distributed in the grid, all busy with their work. They came from Japan, from Hollywood, and from the Blizzard CG department. In short, this is a luxury lineup with a budget of $450 million. Look, sir. The team's animator has continuously raised Hatsune's hair animation to a whole new level. I can guarantee it with my hands and feet. This is the highest level in the world. Without one, it will certainly shock the entire industry. Takino Hideyoshi vowed, and then signaled Luo Sheng to watch the animation on the screen. Takino also eloquently introduced, "The animator fulfilled my requirements and must make 470,000 hairs for Hatsune. This requires a brand new animation program. Jinbu is our name for this animation program. Just one. The screen is rendered according to the total time spent by each team is 30 total hours, and the longest design took 132 hours of work. You know, in an animated movie, 1 second can be a few weeks of work. Of course, because of your strong support, we have ample budget and the team can expand to an exaggerated level to get time with funds. You looking at this lens, it took a total of 132 hours of work time. In order to provide more background, the entire scene is a 218 frame field, so it takes 132 hours for 1128 frame, which is incredible, including the 470,000 strands of Hatsune, her actions and the response of the surrounding environment, etc. Although being threatened to buy hands and feet is really scary, but Takino Hideki, who took over this task, he is so excited now that the whole person has forgotten to invest in this project, because he realized that there may be only one such opportunity in this life, and this work will be permanently recorded in the history of film, and his name will be included in the history of film like this work. In the field of visual effects, the industry's leading Industrial Light and Magic provide technical support. The entire promotional film was produced by nearly 20,000 computers and spent 300 million hours. In the film, Hatsune Miku, a short shot of snacks, has produced more than 1,500 versions, and the heat emitted by 20,000 computer renderings is also quite exaggerated. It is no exaggeration to say that Behindthasen's production of this promotional video can use a thick manual to introduce how Hatsune Miku was born in modern digital technology. Some data are the most intuitive. This film uses motion capture, performance capture, and CGI technology. It uses a fusion camera system, facial motion capture equipment, and collaborative work cameras to shoot. The entire production team is up to an exaggerated size of 5,700 people. This number is more than 7 or 8 times that of all Hollywood blockbusters so far. Of course, it is mainly to hurry. Luo Sheng, who does not take money as money, uses money to buy time. There are a lot of close-ups of Hatsune's eyes in the film. One iris is made with 5 million pixels, and the whole part of The Lord of the Rings uses 150,000 pixels. No one can match the details of the eyes alone. Hatsune's head has 470,000 hair strands, 1,500 eyebrows, and 335 eyelashes. In terms of character modeling, Hatsune produced 42 types of hair shapes including eyebrows and eyelashes. There were nearly 600,000 peach-colored fluffs on the face and ears. Engineers implemented a new pore growth technology. The placement of individual hairs in each pore makes Hatsune's skin more delicate and firm, even under close-up shots. In addition, the production team also designed 77 digital special effects clothing for Hatsune, using a total of 139 different ways of wearing. The production cycle of this promotional film is only half a year, but the total working time of the entire team is equivalent to a 5-day production time of a major Hollywood A-level production team. This is all $450 million spent on promotional videos. Unlike traditional commercial film budgets, a Hollywood A-class production usually has a budget of about $100 million. And the actual budget for filming is about 60%, because pay the film actor. Because the positioning of this promotional film is not to make money, it is just an advertising film, but because of the operation of Luo Sheng, he just engaged in a big movie to be an advertisement. Anyway, to this day, every team still can't figure it out. And the cooperating Industrial Light and Magic can't figure it out. It's good. www.untilnovel.com. It's hard. Luo Sheng watched a few sample lenses and was praised again and again. The complete story has to be completed and edited later. This point will be known later. However, Luo Sheng is very satisfied with the pictures of these technologies. Already, in terms of the visual effects of the film, even after 15 years, there are no steps to surpass the Hollywood animated film. Luo Sheng did not interfere too much, but he still intervened in part, that is, the embedding of advertising elements in order to highlight Blue Star technology and the future. After all, this is a theatrical version of a commercial film covered in film. There are many elusive eggs in it, which are predictions for the future, such as full-screen mobile phones, the prosperity of virtual gaming, virtual reality VR technology, and other technological elements. Luo Sheng's request is actually very simple, that is, to embed these elements in the film, whether it is a flash or a background board, how to show the director how to show the great freedom of Hideo Takino. Luo Sheng has only one requirement, so that these elements must appear in the film. Chapter 223 Harvest is complete, pots are full, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. During this time, Luo Sheng's work focused on 2 new projects of Blue Star technology, and on September 27 this year of the same month, the Cote d'Azur company held a press conference again. Yes, the Azure 3G version was officially launched. Issuing mainly in overseas markets, The domestic 3G network is also accelerating the construction of steps. The new product has not changed in a subversive manner, so Luo Sheng did not appear to preside over the press conference. The biggest highlight is that the price is 10% more expensive. Well, Luo Sheng chose to take the high-end route, and would not follow the old routine of small profits but quick turnover. The technological content of the product is more than 5 years ahead of the industry. The biggest technical highlight of the 3G version, or what consumers expect, is to support 3G networks. Although the Asurix model supports Wi-Fi functions, it is a mobile phone after all. It is not convenient to have Wi-Fi everywhere in this era. So Asurix is almost a year from its release to now, with sales of more than 2 million units and a backlog of more than 100,000 units. Consumers are not stupid. In addition, as your mobile phones are not cheap, even in the European market with strong consumer power, a mobile phone in euros is definitely a high-end consumer product as a consumer electronics product. The International Telecommunication Union's ITU organization has established a 3GPP standard protocol in the past 2,000 years. The so-called 3GPP means the Third Generation Partnership Project. For most consumers, obviously they want to wait for the 3G version to go on the market before buying. After all, it is not cheap. In addition to supporting the 3G network, the ASU 3G version still has a lot of technical highlights, such as visual voice messages, voice calls, including video recording functions, and of course, the iOS 2.0 operating system that is updated and launched simultaneously, and also includes more applications, programs and third-party development software, more stable system operation and related optimization. Users who purchased the Asurix model can also upgrade to the iOS 2.0 update version on the day of the 3G version release, that is, December 24th, but some applications are still limited due to network speed. Can only be used in the case of Wi-Fi networking. It is worth mentioning that after the 3G version of the product was released to the market, the team of engineers on the French Riviera has begun to receive Luo Sheng's new task, that is, to develop a new generation of app processors and communication baseband chips based on 4G networks. In other words, it started to demonstrate the 4G version of the smartphone project. The initial investment of Luo Sheng was $500 million, but it is definitely not enough. Nowadays, it is no longer necessary to find a bank loan, because the French Riviera has started to generate income, and the current financial environment cannot borrow a large amount of loans, because the continued outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis and the expansion of the spread have already affected the emergence of the real economy. The most direct manifestation is that the physical manufacturing companies can't loan, or it is more difficult to get loans than in the past. Now the major financial service companies are saving their lives. Where can I dare to borrow money or increase leverage? Fortunately, the Côte d'Azur companies are not affected. As the so-called step-by-step, no accident, Luo Sheng knows that around 2009, the International Telecommunication Union will complete the formulation of 4G standards, and this time the standard formulation will undoubtedly involve China. The Côte d'Azur companies and Blue Star Technology Group are now members of 3GPP. The formulation of 4G standards is mainly promoted by hundreds of members of 3GPP, including various operators, equipment vendors, network service providers, and so on. Côte d'Azur companies are equipment vendors, and Blue Star Technology Group is a network service provider. According to the 3GPP standard protocol, as long as any member has the support of the other 4 members, they can initiate a proposal for discussion at the meeting. Whether the proposal can be passed depends on the confrontation and good offices between the giant manufacturers. There is no doubt that the formulation of the 4G standard, Luo Sheng's voting weight ratio in the hands, ranks among the top hundreds of members, plays an important role. Its main influence is not the Côte d'Azur company. The market share of its mobile devices is still not high. The right to speak is relatively weak. It is mainly the Blue Star Technology Group. Its global influence is self-evident. October. After the small holiday, Liu Sheng came to work on the Côte d'Azur today to deal with some of the backlog coming. Liu Sheng heard the knock and looked up. It was Qin Weimer who came in, his eyes watching Liu Sheng as he walked, and said, "Our funds have completely exited the market. We have a lot of money. Our investment in the Paulson Fund and the Succession Fund has all been remitted to our account yesterday. The winter is coming," Liu Sheng said without looking up. What is the situation in the international financial market now? A financial turmoil sweeping the world is approaching. No one can stay aside and naturally need to know a little. Qin Weimer has been paying attention to and analyzing this aspect. In the last 2 months of August and September, the seedling banks of various countries have been frantically saving the market. Most of the world's stock indexes have fallen across the board. Only technology stocks are still moving uphill. Hearing that, Liu Sheng put down his work and leaned back to the chair. He sighed and said, "The technology stocks will not be able to stand for long." Qin Weimer handed him a piece of information. "This is some of the major events in the international financial market around the last 2 months that I have organized." Liu Sheng took it to open the general list. From July 10, 2007, the same day Standard & Poor's downgraded the rating on subprime mortgage bonds, and the global financial market immediately fluctuated. By the beginning of October, the avalanche trend appeared in these 2 months, and then France's largest bank announced its involvement in U.S. subordinated debt. Metal crude oil futures and spot gold prices plummeted. In early August, the subprime mortgage crisis in North America spread outwards, and the European Yangtze Bank intervened to launch a rescue operation. The Yangtze banks around the world injected more than $326.2 billion to save the market within 4 hours, and the Federal Reserve injected $38 billion 3 times a day to stabilize the stock market. A few days later, dozens of physical enterprises such as Walmart and Home Depot suffered huge losses due to the subprime mortgage crisis. On the same day, the 3 major seedling banks in Europe and the United States once again injected more than $72 billion to save the market. By mid-August, the subprime mortgage crisis had further worsened, and the Asia-Pacific stock market suffered its worst decline since 1911. The Fed lowered the window discount rate to 5.75%, and said that the bank would inject yuan 1 trillion into the bank, and plans to increase it in Europe market rescue efforts. Since then, the Bank of Japan has once again injected 800 billion yuan into the banking system, and the RBA has injected $3.57 billion into the financial system. In late August, the Federal Reserve injected another $3.75 billion into the financial system. Europe added an additional €40 billion in refinancing operations, and Yin Yang Bank loaned £314 million to commercial banks to deal with the crisis. And the Federal Reserve immediately followed the next 4 days, injected $7 billion, $9.5 billion, $5.25 billion and $10 billion respectively. By mid-September, the Fed cut its federal funds rate to 4.75%. In October, the Federal Reserve is still trying to save the economy that has continued to collapse. The North American Treasury Secretary helped major financial institutions to set up a $100 billion super fund to buy troubled mortgage securities. At the end, Liu Sheng closed the statistics, and involuntarily tilted Erlang's legs, turned to look at Qin Weimer and asked, "How much did we earn?" Qin Weimer: "The current book fund pool of offshore funds is US $45.818 billion. The total return on this investment is locked at 639%. The disposable wealth you have now exceeds Bill Gates." When Liu Sheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, www.mentalnovel.com, after a moment, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but whispered, "Mad. Starting a business in 2003, Working hard, the profit made after 3 or 4 years of struggle is less than 1/10 of this investment. According to Luo Sheng's current shareholding in Blue Star Technology, excluding the share price premium, only the share of net profit, which is more than $3 billion, is equivalent to about 8% of his gains on the North American housing market. Even if it is 8%, that is an astronomical figure. 99.99% of all human beings cannot achieve such an achievement. Obviously, this can also prove from the site how profitable the short-selling North American housing market is. However, this money is still not enough to create a spare tire plan. Once the spare tire plan is fully rolled out, it will burn $7 or $8 billion a year, or even tens of billions of dollars. This more than $40 billion will be able to burn for about 4 or 5 years, and embark on a road of self-reliance on the basis of nothing. Finally, it must catch up and surpass, which is definitely a hell-level difficulty. Chapter 224, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. What are you going to do with this money? Will it be hedged? Qin Weimu asked. No, just let it lie offshore for a while. I have a lot of use. Luo Sheng said, although lying on the books will continue to depreciate, but it does not matter. The more than $40 billion at the beginning of this year is still as for the value of $6.2 billion. No matter how much it depreciates, even if it depreciates $10 million a day, it will take more than a decade to reach the bottom. With this money stored offshore, for Luo Sheng, this invisible wealth can play a magical role, can be secretly distributed globally, and can become a super hole in his hand that is not easily shown. How long you can hide it? Luo Sheng thought about it and immediately made a decision. He immediately looked to Qin Weimu and instructed, in this way, you can go to register an offshore global investment fund as soon as possible, and get $15 billion. Well, he'll take care of it. Qin Weimu nodded and asked nothing, and then left after hearing a few words from him. Luo Sheng was left in the office. He lay down on the sofa in the lounge area and looked at the ceiling in a comfortable whisper. In the end, it turned into the one I hated the most. There is no doubt that most of this windfall is used domestically, for technology reserves and research and development, in order to deal with potential technology blockades in the future. Investing in yourself as a foreign investment fund has a lot of benefits, but it can also be exposed, and you can better expand your global presence. Well, one light and one dark, both hands must be grasped. Both hands must be hard. In the early morning of the next day, Luo Sheng held a regular meeting at the senior management of Blue Star Technology Group. According to the IPO agreement, the group company has one last financing amount to be completed this month and will be exclusively contracted by Goldman Sachs. Luo Sheng looked at Zhang Bowen and other senior executives in the meeting room. Under the integration of Luo Sheng, Blue Star Technology Group initially split the IPO into 3 financial financings. The first financing was $5.6 billion, the second financing was $7.5 billion, and Goldman Sachs was absent from the second financing. The $4 billion financing was exclusively contracted by Goldman Sachs. A senior executive attending the meeting couldn't help but say, in the current financial market environment, Goldman Sachs has to peel off its skin. Can they get the money to exclusively contract the third financing? After hearing that, Luo Sheng said with a smile, do you think a company that is savvy and shameless with a very low moral bottom line like Goldman Sachs Group will lose money? Everyone was speechless. In this crisis, Goldman Sachs not only confirmed its survival, but also took the last train to make a short sale, and made a fortune. While under its feet, numerous bones of the dead mountain continued to stand firmly on Wall Street. When will Goldman Sachs come to talk? Luo Sheng quickly skipped the topic and said, to negotiate this financing as soon as possible. The major European and American banks are still crazy to save the world, but the collapse is sooner or later. Investors, the panic index has already burst, and technology stocks can't stand strong for a long time. and take advantage of high stock prices to negotiate this financing as soon as possible. Zhang Bowen replied, "Probably the day after tomorrow, Paul Watson will come over." Hearing that, Luo Sheng nodded and said, The world is so amazing. Under such a harsh environment, Blue Star Technology Group can raise $4 billion of sky-high funds. It should not be said to be magical, but too unfair. But this is the cruel real world. The stronger the stronger. This money can definitely be financed, Luo Sheng firmly believes. Because North America is now in dire straits, we can't wait to include Blue Star Technology Group in the Standard & Poor's Index. It can bring even a little assist to the broader market, and it is good to support it for an hour. The inclusion of technology giants such as Blue Star Technology in S&P is also an event-driven event. Goldman Sachs will certainly take advantage of the time difference to arbitrage. Big speculators can get information in advance, whether it is good news or bad news, as long as you can profit from getting the exact news ahead of others. There is no doubt that Blue Star Technology and Goldman Sachs are the biggest beneficiaries. The company raised $4 billion and transferred less equity. Goldman Sachs contracted exclusively, and other speculators followed suit. Now, technology stocks are still soaring upwards, which is the key to financing $4 billion. Anyway, the current economic situation is so bad that it can't be worse. In the eyes of these predators, it is clear that the crash is only a matter of time, and it is claimed that it is deceiving. In this case, of course, it is necessary to fish as much as possible before the crash. Luo Sheng immediately turned to Irene. Has the company's third quarter earnings report been audited? How is the performance? Irene nodded affirmatively. The audit was completed a week ago, exceeding the analyst's expectation of 1.17%, but the Four Seasons have not been so good, and this month's performance has shown a trend of cutting. Luo Sheng immediately commanded, "Very good. Don't rush to release it until I notice. The global economy is about to collapse. Is it normal that the performance of the Four Seasons report is cut? It will be even harder next year. The next year's performance can be maintained at 60 this year. Thank goodness. Of course, we have plenty of food left at the bottom of the house, and it is a good time to copy the bottom." According to the data of Blue Star Technology Group's third quarter 2007 financial report as of September 30, global revenue for the quarter was $7.665 billion, real-time exchange rate of RMB 52.3 billion, an increase of 96.53% year-on-year and an increase of 3.72% month-on-month, exceeding Wall Street analysts' estimates. Because of the impact of the subprime crisis, analysts generally believe that Blue Star Technology's third quarter revenue was certainly not as good as the previous quarter, but the result was an increase of hundreds of millions of dollars. The net profit for the quarter was $5.83 billion, and the profit was negative because Blue Star Technology has launched two major projects: online cloud translation and virtual idols, and also deployed the esports industry. It also secretly acquired, since the Vivendi Group holds all the equity in Blizzard, the total expenditure here is as high as $7.67 billion. Even so, crossing out these investments, the company's cash reserves are still as high as $12.1 billion. According to the current real-time exchange rate ratio of 6.83, which is more than 80 billion yuan. The most important thing is that Blue Star Technology Group does not have a debt, which is the most terrifying place. Goldman Sachs is now sending money to Blue Star Technology. The day after tomorrow, Paul Watson brought a negotiating team to Blue Star Technology headquarters, and Luo Sheng met with them for the purpose of negotiating the third financing issue. Goldman Sachs was able to get so much money. Ironically, just a few days ago, there were news reports that Goldman Sachs Group could not bear the burden of subordinated debt. Could the money be brought by the wind? How many bad things have been done are only known to them. The North American Treasury Department hopes that the major banks on Wall Street will come out to save the market. Of course, these banks will save the market, but arbitrage from it is also very active. As the world's top capital crocodile, Goldman Sachs, which is raging on Wall Street, will never have much to do with this investment bank. Profit is the only thing pursued. There were not many twists and turns in this financing negotiation. It can be said that it was very smooth. Preparations had begun as early as this year. The outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis was expected by Luo Sheng. Although it was unexpected for Goldman Sachs, it was not will affect this transaction. With the preparation for the beginning of the year, Luo Sheng hinted at Blue Star's third quarter revenue during the talks, and reached a comprehensive consensus with Goldman Sachs within 2 days. Luo Sheng did not explicitly tell Goldman Sachs' performance. As a listed company, if he did so, he would be involved in a lawsuit. This is a small report for individual shareholders, which benefits a small number of people and damages the interests of most shareholders. You are reading books. www.yuukanzu.com. Luo Sheng is a thoughtful person. When dealing with people like Goldman Sachs, if you do it directly, maybe he will turn his backhand on you and attack you. Wall Street now dreams of breaking Luo Sheng's totalitarian position in Blue Star Technology Group. He now has the ultimate control of the company, which makes Wall Street very unhappy, but there is no way to take him for a while. In the eyes of predators, Luo Sheng is also a savvy person. However, even if the goal is achieved, the shareholder agreement is not violated, and the best of both worlds is achieved. This time Goldman Sachs exclusively contracted the third financing, and there was no need to hold a general meeting to vote on the capital increase and share expansion, because it was already agreed during the IPO. The financing was split 3 times, and the subsequent financing matters. Deal with. In this financing, only 2.28% of the equity was transferred, and it reached $4 billion. This also allowed Blue Star Technology Group's cash flow to soar to $16.1 billion after several losers of Luo Sheng. Although this pair of Blue Star Technology is just the icing on the cake, but who cares if they have more book funds? Chapter 225 Make a Record, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. On October 19, Standard & Poor's announced that it officially included Blue Star Technology Group. Affected by this news, Blue Star Technology's stock price rose sharply. Under the circumstances that the global stock indexes were generally mournful, technology stocks were Blue Star Technology Group. Eye-catching for expression. During the period when the stock rose, Blue Star Technology Group had a market value of $176 billion at the time, and was second only to Microsoft and Cisco among global listed technology companies. On the second day, that is, October 20, Blue Star Technology Group officially disclosed 2 major news. The first was to announce the completion of the company's third financing, which was exclusively contracted by Goldman Sachs to raise 2.28% equity. $4 billion. It's not human, it's furious. But what shocked the outside world was that Goldman Sachs was acting like a pig and eating tigers. At this juncture, it was able to spend $4 billion in such an astronomical figure to exclusively contract this financing. For a while, Goldman Sachs was also criticized by all parties. A few days ago it was said that it could not stand up, and the corner gave Blue Star Technology $4 billion. However, Goldman Sachs didn't care much about outside criticism. And all this finally revealed the reason why Goldman Sachs was absent during the last public offering of Blue Star Technology. At that time, many people wondered why Goldman Sachs, which has always been a high-profile supporter of Blue Star Technology, was absent. Now I finally understand. Numerous small and medium investors are scolding Gouge's Goldman Sachs vampires, and Tibetan Real Nemu is good. The second news that Blue Star Technology disclosed at the same time was the release of the third quarter 2007 financial report, which exceeded Wall Street analysts' estimates. Under such a harsh environment, the miracle of revenue growth continued. The market is affected by the inclusion of S&P, Goldman Sachs contracting and eye-catching third quarterly reports, the stock of Blue Star Technology Group has staged a surge against the trend. It is simply a demon stock. On October 21st, the after-hours trading price reached $142.83 per share. The total market value of Blue Star Technology Group not only reached a record high, but also exceeded the $200 billion market mark for the first time, reaching $207.1 billion, a total increase of 15% about. There is a strange situation of waterlogging and waterlogging death in the market. This situation is obviously wrong because it is too abnormal. But even under the haze of the next mortgage crisis, how many people can bear the madness of the technology stocks? The final result is undoubtedly the wool scuffed by the speculators. It is really necessary to jump into this pit and be scraped of a layer of blood. Investment is risky and you need to be cautious when entering the market. Everyone knows this sentence, but Liu Sheng is not obliged to warn him. Instead of being good for himself, he will block the financial path of others and cause great trouble. Anyway, the company is now watching the changes and is not panicking. No matter how the global economy collapses, what should the company continue to do? As of October 21st, Blue Star Technology ranked 10th in the top 10 global listed companies. It was squeezed into the top 10 position in the world for the first time, but it just took a bubble and showed its face. The next day squeezed by AT&T. Among the world's listed technology companies, Microsoft continued to dominate the list with $326.2 billion, and Blue Star Technology Group later took the lead, with the market value locked at $207.1 billion. Second only to Microsoft. The top 5 market capitalization companies in the world today are Microsoft $326.2 billion, Blue Star Technology $207.1 billion, Google $183.8 billion, Cisco $178.4 billion, and Intel $156.8 billion. This financial report of Blue Star Technology unexpectedly caused a stir in the game industry, especially the discussion in the domestic game industry, community forums and group chats. At all members, Super Fierce, Blizzard Entertainment has quietly changed hands. Guess who bought it? Acquisition of Blizzard. Really and false. How could such a company be acquired? Hey, your imagination is so deficient that Blizzard has not only been acquired, but also a company in China that has acquired it. Acquisition of a domestic company? Who can have such a big deal, if there is? Wait, don't you tell me it's Blue Star Technology? Baking on the bed. You guessed it right, so accurate. Look. According to the operating status disclosed by Blue Star Technology's third quarter financial report, just last month Blue Star Technology and Vivendi Group negotiated this transaction in a lightning manner, and bought all of Vivendi's holdings for about $3.1 billion. Blizzard Entertainment's stock. More and more people in the group jumped out to discuss it. What's the situation? This. Wake up when Blizzard became a domestic game. In the end, it is a big group with more than 3 billion knives. More than 20 billion mergers and acquisitions are just like drinking water. Liu always misbehaves. Is Blue Star Technology so powerful? It is a must. I don't know how powerful it is. Anyway, just a moment ago, Blue Star Technology's market value has rushed to more than $200 billion, which is equivalent to 1.4 trillion soft sister coins. The market value is second only to Microsoft. Asked if you were fierce, it's nothing like a rich country. This Nemu is kneeling. While following this trend, isn't Liu Sheng going to surpass Gates and become the new richest man in the world? This topic has been hotly debated in the technology industry for a long time. Don't forget that Liu Sheng has another technology company, the French Riviera. Many media have said that he is the person most likely to surpass Gates in recent years to become the world's richest man. I can't find a better word to express other than lying down. If there is, it is a bad idea. Well, although they are of the same age, they are not a person of the world. You said that Luo always bought Blizzard in order to run WRPO. This is too slippery. Oh, Ilgo. Think carefully. The first 3 projects announced by the WRPO Organizing Committee, CS, belongs to V Company, and V Company was acquired by Blue Star Technology in the early years. The other 2 projects, StarCraft and Warcraft, are Blizzard games. Now Blizzard, it was also acquired by Blue Star. This. You can do whatever you want with money. You can't do whatever you want with money. The disclosure of Blue Star's third quarterly report once attracted the attention of giants such as Microsoft and Sony. Unconsciously, a large-scale internet technology giant has become a force that cannot be ignored in the global gaming industry. Blue Star Technology has acquired V Agency, Take-Two and CDPR, and has now acquired Blizzard Entertainment. Although Blue Star Technology does not point at the game industry, www.untilnovel.com, more and more people are convinced that Luo Sheng will not invest heavily for no reason, including aggressive investment and integration in the emerging field of esports. And the merger of these game companies means that Blue Star Technology has occupied a pit both in the console game market and the PC game market. The elites in the industry are not stupid. What they think of Luo Sheng's actions is a bit like hiding something foreshadowed in this field. This has also led many people in the industry to devote huge energy to crazy research and interpretation, trying to guess what the internet giant's layout is intended to be. If you can understand the truth in it, it may be a super gold mine. To interpret Luo Sheng's series of layouts, people in the game industry are doing it, Wall Street analysts are doing it, and Silicon Valley is doing it. In complete statistics, there are at least 300 or 400 institutional research groups who are staring at the Blue Star Technology Group repeatedly. This is inevitable. The more influential it is normal for people to study and interpret it. Just like the champion players in the competition, they will definitely be researched by all parties to try to find weaknesses and then target it. Chapter 226 Legislative Order, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. At the WRPO headquarters in Sioux City, about 300 to 400 formal employees are busy with their work in their respective roles, and their careers are in full swing. The WRPO sports event brand has been established, and the first competition will start next year. It seems that there is still nearly a year of preparation, but the time is actually very tight. It is so cold that everything is difficult to begin with, and most people have no experience in running esports games, or the experience is immature. At the initial stage, it seems quite confusing, because on the one hand, it recruits a large number of senior Korean esports practitioners. 2 pioneers in the esports industry have been acquired. A company called PLU Game Entertainment Media was established in August 2005. The company's main functions are to organize and promote various game events, disseminate and report major domestic and foreign game hotspot news, and select and package domestic game masters. Another company is called Neo TV, which was established in early 2006, and this year's 2007 WCG World Finals was live broadcasted by the company, accumulating some experience in operating and broadcasting international large-scale esports events. It also has a professional program production team, and has just begun to build promotion channels in China. It is a new generation of entertainment media in the mainland esports field. Blue Star Technology Group entered the market, and when it came to the 2 companies initiating the merger invitation, they always mentioned Blue Star Dad and happily sold themselves. As the saying goes, leaning on a tree to enjoy the cool. Such a large group enters the market by chance, but if it does not agree with the merger, most of the talents gathered in the esports industry will be dug out. Backed by Blue Star Technology Group, where is the future? Even if they are not dug, they will take the initiative to jump over and the company will be over. It is better to sell them directly. They will become employees of Blue Star Technology. The merger of these 2 companies only cost less than RMB 150 million. After incorporating it into the company, It was quickly integrated into the WRPO system of the Blue Star Technology Group's esports business unit. After integrating resources, it moved forward with new goals and is committed to creating a commercialized esports TV, and esports venues. Esports operator with integrated services. Blue Star Video, an online streaming video service under Blue Star Technology, also provides resource linkage. After updating the version, it opened a category subsection of the esports section, including the live broadcast window and so on. In the future, when you host a competition, you will also get homepage promotion resources. The traffic here is not ordinary. Even if you hang it for a day, it can bring huge traffic. We must know that the number of users of Blue Star Video website exceeds 200 million. And it is the absolute king of domestic online streaming video websites. None of the other video sites can be used, because the high operating costs are not affordable, and the high bandwidth costs are prohibitive. Even the large internet such as Tencent and Baidu have not entered this field. Without him, I can't afford it. At least now there is no such financial resources to lose money, so I can only watch the Blue Star Video continue to grow and grow. Only Blue Star Technology has the financial resources to be able to afford such huge losses. According to Blue Star's financial report, the domestic version of Blue Star Video has hundreds of millions of broadband spending in a quarter. This is not even the international version of Blue Star Video. Losses are even more exaggerated. Otherwise, Blue Star Technology's total revenue for the quarter was $7 billion, and its net profit was only about $1.8 billion. The profit margin of the Blue Space business segment is as high as 46%. It is because of the strong monetization ability of the Big Brother that such good results have been achieved. Although other business segments have generated revenue, most of them make ends meet. The online video business is definitely the gold-swallowing monster of Blue Star Technology Group, next only to cloud computing service projects. For those who are engaged in the esports industry, this series of resources of the Blue Star Technology Group is tilted. Although insignificant for the group companies, it is simply unthinkable for those in the esports industry. However, for those who originally worked in the PLU and Neo TV, the Majesty who joined the big group has a brighter future and a wider stage, but the pressure is also great. The first WRPO World Finals in October next year is the top priority. The operation department is not at all easy now. For fear of messing up, it will be dead. The Blue Star Technology Group has just set up an esports business department. The reorganization and adjustment of personnel in all parties is almost a reorganization and adjustment of the entire esports industry. The initial confusion is self-evident. But after the chaos, it must be dizzy. For Secretary General Wang Kaiwai, who is in charge of the esports section, he really wants to die. He will directly lead the entire organizing committee to carry out specific work, such as media, event coordination, personnel, logistics, investment promotion, and so on. The esports division of the Blue Star Technology Group is called the WRPO division. The top management is the organizing committee. But the organizing committee itself is not a legal entity and has no additional registration. It is nominally directly under the management of Blue Star Technology. The official seal of science and technology is authorized by the President's office. If a legal official seal is to be engraved in the name of the organizing committee, the approval of relevant departments is required. The structure of WRPO is that the top leader is the director of the organizing committee, but not personally, but in the office of the president of the Blue Star Technology Enterprise Development Department. Zhang Bowen, the second person in the group company, is the president of the Enterprise Development Department. Permission to directly manage WRPO, but Zhang Bowen basically will not have the time to come down to manage. He is managing a multinational group of tens of thousands of employees. He needs to take care of the big farts. Luo Sheng, the ultimate boss, is even more impossible. Unless he remembered something suddenly came down, and now after the overall arrangement of the esports, he basically asked nothing. In the cases where he did not take the initiative to pay attention, Only in the regular meetings and the year-end summary meeting he will be heard passively. Therefore, the normal situation is that the assistant of the President's Office of the Corporate Development Department is in charge of this routine. Under the small framework of the WRPO Organizing Committee, the director of the organizing committee is a leader who does not perform specific tasks, which is equivalent to the chairman. The Secretary General, which is now Wang Kaiwai, is the general manager of the WRPO Business Department. In the following, the Secretariat, the media, the overall planning, the logistics, and the investment promotion department are set up. The manager is the department supervisor. How much pressure is Wang Kaiwai now? The CEO of the Enterprise Development Department gave him a word. Before the closing of this year, the confusion of personnel and management brought about by mergers and acquisitions and reorganizations must be ended. At the end of the year, the work situation must be reported. A word from the leader. His subordinate ran off. In a word, how difficult is it to accomplish this task? Secretary General Wang, Big Boss Liu is always here. What? Why is he suddenly free to come here? Wang Kaiwai was shocked and subconscious after hearing the assistant come in to report, and quickly walked out of the office to greet him. Liu Sheng is indeed free recently, whether it is the Blue Star Technology Group or the Cote d'Azur Company. A series of layouts have been clearly arranged by him. Zhang Bowen is still busy with their work, but he is more relaxed. As the company's founder, after passing the early stages, especially the Azure planning stage has been completed, Liu Sheng has not worked as hard as before. Except for conducting scientific research, other aspects of work are not specific, and they are ordered to arrange for the executive to deal with them. Even scientific research is not always on the front line. After all, the two companies are expanding in size and have many projects. Even if Liu Sheng has 48 hours a day, he cannot be busy. At this moment, the WRPO office lobby is quite lively. The office here is a classic grid room. Most of the members sitting in each grid are not working now, but they took out their mobile phones to take pictures. And the young man crowded here is Liu Sheng. Most of the sports practitioners working here are quite young, basically the same age as Liu Sheng. However, there is no doubt that it is not at a level on the gas field. At this moment, many young employees turned into Liu Sheng's superfans to take a group photo. Liu Sheng naturally agreed, but several executives here were worried in their eyes. But it was not good to go forward to say anything. Most young employees didn't think much about it, and didn't know that when Liu Sheng left, he would face a dog's blood spray from his boss. When Wang Kaiwai came here, he quickly locked Liu Sheng. When he saw this, his face suddenly turned dark, but he quickly put away this emotion and quickly rushed to welcome him to make a clearance. General Liu, I'm sorry I don't know you will be here without any preparation to receive you. The WRPO business department has arranged well, and the progress is very fast. Liu Sheng said casually, and then took a photo with a young employee smiling. General Liu, please here. Wang Kaiwai busy. Liu Sheng nodded, and secretly said you were finally here. Immediately left the office hall with Wang Kaiwai and came to the other's office. As soon as he left, the director here suddenly yelled, a few of you, as well as you, with you. What did you just like? Who is Liu always? How busy is the work? When is this occasion? You are here to work or what? The supervisor's face was also darkened immediately, because he had just noticed that Wang Kaiwai's face was dark and he knew that when Liu Sheng left, he might be called by the boss in the office and scolded by dogs. It's all light. After Liu Sheng entered an office, he naturally came to the desk where Wang Kaiwai could sit. Wang Kaiwai, on the other hand, stood facing him very cautiously. Although he was much older than Liu Sheng, he was still very nervous. The aura developed by Liu Sheng for so many years was not covered. Can you end the messy personnel situation of the WRPO division before the end of the year? If you take such a team to host next year's competition, the international media will laugh at you. I can't afford to lose this person. Liu Sheng backed up, said with a light cloud in the seat. As soon as Wang Kaiwai heard something in his heart, Liu Sheng's expectations were dull. but Secretary General Wang had heard that he was not satisfied with the status of WRPO. General Luo, I promise to complete all personnel reorganizations before the end of the year, remove the dross and extract the best of it, and ensure that the next year's event can be successfully held as scheduled. Wang Kaiwai vowed to issue a military order. Setting up a military order, or you might end up in class. I know that it is not easy for you to take this job. The people in the WRPO division are mainly from 2 mergers and acquisitions companies. The domestic esports circle has been chaotic, the industry is not standardized, and the fish and fish are mixed. With a mixed habit, it is very difficult to reshape an industry. The thing is to ask people to do it. People cannot do it. If the personnel problem is not solved, the next thing is definitely not good. Wang Kaiwai repeatedly nodded. General Luo taught. Luo Sheng smiled slightly and shook his head to stop and said, the teachings are unavailable. The problem of personnel matters is a problem. Some mouse dung in the team should be removed. Some people with past records in the grey area will be disposed of. WRPO, there is no need for such people to open the way or escorted to run the game. It is impossible to talk about these dross without the mainstream recognition of esports. Wang Kaiwai nodded again and again. The domestic esports circle in this era is indeed very mixed, because there is not a strong pusher, which makes this field for a long time in a state of progress in barbarity and disorder. Esports and online games are very vague. www.mentalnovel.com games are closely related to internet cafes, and most entertainment venues like internet cafes are actually not standardized. Often, young people who have no proper career like long-anticipated places. Obviously, they are young and energetic and have nothing to do. Can they make trouble? The trouble is bound to happen. These factors are intertwined with each other, and it is a real mini cyberpunk circle. In addition, the blow of the blue polar beam incident in previous years can be described as even worse. Under such a harsh environment, esports can be on the stage, and it is a living thing to be recognized by the mainstream. Even if Luo Sheng's entry is strong, it is not an easy task, and it takes time to regulate the entire industry. Peas, this liver is about to explode. Vomiting blood for monthly tickets, recommended tickets, has been updated since the hardworking esports branch line plot has come to an end. Tomorrow's update will start a new plot. How much more do you want tomorrow? As long as you dare to vote monthly tickets, dare to get livers. Chapter 227. Developing AI is a long-term project. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Luo Sheng looked at Wang Kaiwai, who was standing in front of him, and said, go ahead with a slash. Anyone who has recorded a history of wandering on the edge of the grey will get rid of it. To reverse the industry's atmosphere, we must first turn the source of this crooked wind. Don't be intimidated. What's the matter? The group company is responsible for the WRPO business unit. Wang Kaiwai nodded again and again to promise. There is no doubt that Luo Sheng's words are a powerful booster. The original Neo TV that hosted the domestic competition WCG is the most powerful. When playing in different competitions, it's nervous. Other places are fine, especially in the capital division. You don't dare to mess with some players or teams. In a place like the capital, the ghosts know if they are wealthy children or their background cannot be reached. In the event of kicking the iron plate, the game will not run, so in these divisions the qualifiers were all forfeited. Backed by Blue Star Technology Group, there are state-owned assets behind this big group, such as Huijin Securities, and a large number of foreign capital like Thunderbird. The name of Blue Star Technology is the biggest background of the WRPO business unit. Obviously, this gives Wang Kaiwai great confidence in his work. As long as he works according to the process, the waistband is also stiff. No matter which rich second generation you are, you must follow WRPO's specifications. Luo Sheng didn't ask too much. Then he learned about the investment situation of the WRPO division. Wang Kaiwai said, at present, the WRPO division's research and establishment of profit methods mainly include ticket sales, catering, event surroundings and sponsors. After hearing the words, Luo Sheng nodded. and said immediately, "Don't rush to make money. This small profit can't support a beautiful performance report. At present, the main thing is to cultivate the market, to expand the market. The shortfall here lies in the company. It's nothing in the eyes. It's not as good as the company's website to pay the operator." After hearing this, Wang Kai-wai couldn't help but feel ashamed in his heart. There was nothing wrong with this, and he didn't enter Blue Star Technology shortly, but he also knew that the company liked to do long-term business and liked to invest in early harvest. Mr. Luo, WRPO has done a good job in attracting investors recently, and has drawn a lot of sponsors. Wang Kai-wai immediately took out a document and handed it to him, and then added, "The Samsung Group provided a batch of monitors and a $5 million sponsorship. It is believed that the sponsorship fee for the first event next year can be used for higher prices in the second edition." In addition, Cherry Keyboard Company from Germany, the sponsorship fee is up to $6.3 million US. A year of sponsorship. Wang Kai-wai's words are a little bit proud, and if you do something, you have to say something. This is the dazzling performance that the WRPO business department can achieve at present. A keyboard maker can pay so much sponsorship. A keyboard maker can be so generous. I understand Cherry Company a little. Shouldn't this company's profit be high? Luo Sheng said with a surprise. Of course, in his eyes, this amount of money is almost no different from more than 600 yuan, but it is also more than $6 million. Which is a bit exaggerated as a sponsorship fee. And it's just a keyboard maker. Yes, in fact, not only is Cherry's performance very bad, but it's not as good as 1 year. Wang Kai-wai saw Luo Sheng's curious look, and immediately remembered the business he talked to the German, and the sponsorship was his. I personally talked about it and immediately introduced his record to the big boss. In fact, Wang Kai-wai was able to talk to the Germans about this expensive sponsorship cooperation thanks to the word esports and the bad situation of Cherry itself. At present, mechanical keyboards are not sought after in the market, because the thin film keyboards with simple structure, good water resistance and low price have captured almost the entire market share, especially in the most demanding thin and light notebook computers. From the 1990s to the now, membrane keyboards have firmly dominated people's computer desktops. Such a market environment forced famous manufacturers like ALPS and NEC to abandon mechanical keyboards. Only Cherry, which invented the MX Axis, retained the mechanical keyboard business, but also dying. With strong business capabilities, Wang Kai-wai just talked to the Germans and explicitly told Cherry that only WRPO could save their mechanical keyboard business, because WRPO had their goddess of luck, esports. Luo Sheng, who has the memory of the last life, knows that the mechanical keyboard business can fight back and surpass the market. It depends on the vigorous development of the esports industry, but it did not surprise him that Wang Kai-wai actually had such a vision, which made him quite for accident. The world is really full of talented people, depending on whether you can meet bowl. Wang Kai-wai eloquently said, "I don't know if you have a third perspective operation of star professional players. For these professional sports players with fast movements and extremely fast surgery, they can't possibly need a membrane keyboard anyway. Moreover, membrane keyboards are not durable and can only be used several million times, while the shaft of mechanical keyboards can reach more than 50 million operations." Luo Sheng nodded and smiled. It makes sense that esports players, especially star players, have an efficient ability to carry goods, and the temptation for gaming otaku is no less than women's obsession with lipstick. Mr. Luo really looks at the fire. It's in the phrase. Wang Kai-wai seized the opportunity to decisively incarnate Wang Lai-wai before licking a wave, and then said naturally after slipping his horse and then saying, "My idea is to follow Cherry Cooperates to package mechanical keyboards from purely electronic devices into a youth subculture." Speaking of this, Wang Kai-wai couldn't help but add a smile. After all, the majority of esports players are rookies, but they all have the heart of becoming a master. In addition to an expensive mechanical keyboard, it must have a good feel, The most important thing is that it can make a rookie player also inexplicably has the illusion of becoming a master of esports is the most important. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing when he heard the words and said, "Why is it possible?" It is quite an idea plan and has a lot of imagination. But the key lies in esports players. Those with strong ability to carry goods are esports players, especially star players. If I am the owner of Cherry, so I won't find you WRPO, but directly sponsor star players, the cost effectiveness will be higher. Wang Kaiwai immediately said, "You always rest assured, the Alliance WRPO players and clubs registered under this system have a common agreement. Part of the commercial value development is discussed by the WRPO business department. Finally, between WRPO and clubs and players, divided. In fact, if you expand your eyes from a single player to a club or even the entire WRPO system, its income is definitely not limited to the advertising or endorsement level. Just like most traditional sports professional leagues, there are many ways for a team or club to make money, including broadcasts, tickets, advertising, media cooperation under the full WRPO system, and multiple incomes such as clothing, drinks and sponsorship. Although the share is small, he has a lot of profit. Isn't he fragrant when he calculates the general ledger? Creating such an ecosystem is by no means an overnight effort, and the initial investment is definitely large. The continuous deficit is undoubted, and the specific effect depends on the quality of the first session and whether it can be recognized by the sponsor. To put it plainly, it is to see how the market influence of the new brand WRPO. The domestic market is now the smallest, such as broadcasting, but like South Korea, the broadcasting fee is definitely there. South Korea's esports industry is in the forefront of the world. Like the famous Korean star player boxer, the SKT1 club was born. One of the founders, its influence in South Korea is higher than the local film and television superstars. All this shows the commercial potential of esports, and the influence of esports players is no less than that of frontline superstars or national athletes. At least this is the place in Korea. www.mtlnovel.com. Luo Sheng's experience will not doubt. He knows better than anyone in this world how the esports industry will flourish and influence in the next 10 years. How broad, especially 30 years later. Luo Sheng did not stay in the WRPO business department for too long. He got a general understanding of the situation and left after ordering some things. As the founder of the Blue Star Technology Group and the Cote d'Azur Corporation, in charge of these two companies, Luo Sheng will not have a long time even if he is relaxed. No, as the data center of Sioux City is completed and put into use, the development of artificial intelligence also has a preliminary foundation that can be put on the agenda. Luo Sheng had wanted to develop artificial intelligence long ago, but because of the current environment, the hardware foundation could not be developed. Big data centers are one of the infrastructures for developing artificial intelligence. The development of artificial intelligence is a big project, and the current hardware infrastructure is still insufficient, and it has to be continuously upgraded. But at least the frame can be put together. Chapter 228 November Navy, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Luo Sheng returned to the company's headquarters and started a new plan in his office where Blue Star Technology is located. I am afraid that only him can complete this plan, and he only wants to do it by himself. The development of AI requires supercomputers. Luo Sheng does not currently have a personal supercomputer. The two companies also do not have their own independent supercomputers, unlike IBM. However, Luo Sheng now has a data center and cloud computing, and the underlying layer of cloud computing is also a supercomputer. Through the data center and operating system, ultra-large-scale physical servers in different regions are aggregated into a supercomputer for unified scheduling and use. No one on either side is saying that because they have their own strengths and their priorities are different, and with the development of technology, cloud computing and supercomputing will also become you, me and you, together for big data. Times provides powerful technology engines. At this moment, Liu Sheng created a new folder on one of his working computers. The index directory is called November. This is the code name or name of the artificial intelligence to be developed according to the pronunciation of November, and then transliterated with its homophonic. The Chinese name is Nafu. After determining the name, Liu Sheng began to program and develop Nefus Agent. If you want to develop artificial intelligence, you must first understand three concepts: artificial intelligence AI, machine learning ML, and deep learning DL. These three are closely related. In simple terms, artificial intelligence is to give a device or a machine the same intelligence as humans. Machine learning is a method to implement artificial intelligence. Deep learning is a technology to implement machine learning. Artificial intelligence includes machine learning, and machine learning includes deep learning. Last year, that is, in 2006, Geoffrey Hilton, a professor of machine learning in the University of Toronto, and his student Raz Lyudinov published an article in Science that opened the wave of learning in academia and industry. In the following days, Liu Sheng established an end-to-end ecosystem for the development of Nafu, and wrote programs for him. Recently, Liu Sheng did not care much about the two companies, and started to work as a shopkeeper for a while. On the one hand, the company is not busy now, and it has been arranged clearly. Secondly, there is Yao Jianhong on the Blue Coast and Zhang Bowen on Blue Star Technology. This ecosystem is currently temporarily arranged in the underground vault of his private villa, waiting for his super mansion to be completed. After the overall relocation, Liu Sheng has now spent billions on creating a sense of technology. A super luxury mansion is located on the shore of Yangqing Lake. The development of artificial intelligence does not happen overnight. This is a continuous upgrade and optimization path, from simple programs to weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, and even super artificial intelligence. The upgrade includes advanced software and hardware. Instead of typing a few lines of code on the keyboard, a smart AI with self-motional logic analysis is born. The ecosystem created by Liu Sheng includes designing a simulator, a programming language, an integrated programming environment, an algorithm library, a set of tools for applying deep learning to firmware, a set of teaching logic courses, and cloud computing support. Just so, this ecosystem is not enough. To achieve true strong artificial intelligence, more advanced and more hardware support is needed, so as to create the ability to simulate the perception, action and cognition of the human brain. It can use complex structures or multiple nonlinear transformations, multiple high-level processing of data. Obviously, deep learning algorithms are extremely critical. The other key link is data. Only companies with large amounts of big data have the advantage or foundation of developing artificial intelligence. There are actually not many companies or institutions with such advantages in the world. There are Google, Yahoo, IBM, etc. abroad, and there is no doubt that they'll bet in China, especially that is, Blue Star Technology Group. The amount of data it holds can be said to be among the best in the world. Blue Space, Yunj Search, Reddit, Blue Star Video and so on. The business segments of Blue Star Technology are full of vast data. However, the Nofnorf to be developed by Liu Sheng is not an asset of Blue Star Technology or the French Riviera, and is completely independent. It belongs to Liu Sheng's personal proprietary technology, but will provide AI technical support for these two companies in the future. It is certain. As the founder of Blue Star Technology Group, Liu Sheng Group's database is undoubtedly completely open to him. The forthcoming NOFNAF will enter the database of Blue Star Technology Group and the French Riviera. Time passed day by day, and NAF's prototype also completed the pioneering stage under Liu Sheng's continuous stay up all night. Although it is far from the artificial intelligence in the true sense, this is a breakthrough of 0 and 1. Regardless of this world, we have to accept that there is really a genius. People are more mad than people. Even more annoying is that geniuses are working harder. Liu Sheng came to the company early this morning, but he didn't deal with the company's affairs. He stayed in the office and was tossing Nifu. The original code had been written. Luo Sheng opened his dedicated work computer to link to the cloud, and his private cloud service is located in the Sioux City data center. The index quickly reached the November folder. After confirming the operation, it was started without any hesitation and awakened NAF. Watching the percentage progress bar continue to advance, Luo Sheng waited patiently. However, he also knows that even if NAV is awakened now, it is also an artificial mental retardation. It must be taken step by step, from artificial retardation to artificial intelligence and then to strong artificial intelligence, or the final ultimate form of super artificial intelligence was not achieved overnight. Completing the first step is often the hardest. 100%. Startup is complete. Nice. Staring at the screen, Luo Sheng saw a sudden surge of energy in the scene. He said that he had already done a plug-in long before he said that he would immediately connect to the internet. At this moment, Luo Sheng opened blizzardbattle.net, and quickly registered a battle.net ID. The ID nickname was November. He then spent a few minutes arranging what November was going to do today, that is, letting her shock in the StarCraft Brood War battle ladder system at Blizzard.com. Compete with those top players. This is Luo Sheng's first learning course for Nifu, allowing she to promote deep learning research in real-time strategy games RTS. StarCraft is essentially a fast-paced war game. Players play the role of commander in overall control, so any operation, decision, and consciousness of the player will directly or indirectly determine the outcome of a confrontation. Players need to always consider the balance between economic and military development, and make a large number of decisions in a very short period of time, such as violent soldiers, mining, technology climbing, offense, defense, sneak attack and anti-sneak attack, harassment and counter-harassment, reconnaissance and counter-scuba weight. Such a real-time strategy game is undoubtedly an excellent platform for November to advance. But Luo Sheng gave Nifu some restrictions before she entered the Celestial System to compete with those top human players. The first is the Fog of War, which is exactly the same as a human player, otherwise the map is hung up. The second is to restrict the Atmanipm of November. If there is no restriction, human players will lose 100% and it is impossible to beat. This is obviously not a fair confrontation, nor is Luo Sheng's original intention, nor is it a deep learning training for November. Great help. The so-called APM is the number of operations per minute by the player. Like the top star players in South Korea, the APM can sort to more than 500 on average, and the IPM is the effective number of operations per minute by the player. The APM is counted as long as the player clicks the mouse and keyboard among them. Blind points are counted, so APM has a large number of waste operations, and each operation of APM is an effective operation, such as repeated operations. This behavior is counted only once. Luo Sheng set the APM upper limit of 550 for Nifu, which can achieve the same value as the world's top star professional players, while the IPM online is set at 188. At the operational level, Nifu is restricted to be among the top human players in the world. Then she needs to play at the intelligent level if she wants to defeat the top human players. To put it bluntly, consciousness is very high. Important. After Luo Sheng got everything done, he shook his spirit and decisively put Nifu into the battle network, allowing her to enter the Celestial System to match the player to confront. Blizzard's Battle.net system in Luo Sheng's eyes is that exists. www.mentalnovel.com has 100% absolute confidence to ensure that the glass slag system cannot detect any anomaly enough, so she pretends adult players compete against real human players. At the same time, Nifu has also access to Blue Star's database. Through deep learning algorithms, she continuously contacts and analyzes massive amounts of information. This does not prevent her from competing with human interstellar players on the ladder at the same time. This is the incomparable advantage of human beings compared with AI. Next, Luo Sheng didn't do any intervention, sitting still, staring at the computer screen. Now his computer has been taken over by Nifu, and enters the ladder system to start matching players. The competition mode is the 1v1 confrontation mode with the highest level of competition. Luo Sheng didn't say a word at the moment. He quietly watched Nefus' first point of view. It took him less than 10 seconds to search for his opponent and quickly found the player. The first match officially began. Chapter 229 One Night Mysterious Master 2 in 1. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. As the game enters the confrontation phase, Luo Sheng looks forward to watching Nefus' first perspective full and seeing how it performs. This confrontation is human versus Zerg. The human opponent is a Zerg player, and Nave chooses the human race. Just after the game started, Luo Sheng watching Nefus' first perspective felt awkward, because she controlled the 4 farmers to wander around the map, and then turned back to mining for about half a minute. Well, the start is bad. It also hits Pete, which is really mentally handicapped. This scene directly drunk Luo Sheng. I didn't understand that she thought she was full of curiosity about the world. Later, Nuff built 2 houses in a row. Luo Sheng thought that she would put down the barracks building, but she did not build the barracks. I saved some money to open the second mine. From the first perspective, Luo Sheng suddenly felt that these behaviors of Nefus operation are just like a pure newcomer's first contact with the game of StarCraft, without any difference. As the minutes passed, the Zerg players who came against it came to scout and saw the opponents start. Zerg players also look silly. What the hell? What kind of play is this? So a wave of puppies came over, and at this time Nave had just built the first machine gunman and hadn't come out yet. With the adversary's tentative attack puppies entering the mining area, Nave resisted for a while and was unable to return to the sky, eventually playing GG to end the game. The first confrontation was killed by a small group of reconnaissance troops. In fact, the human player on the opposite side is not high, just an ordinary player. To meet the real top professional players, Nave needs to constantly fight on the ladder to defeat a personal opponent. Each victory will match more strong opponents until you reach the top of the pyramid to confront the real top professional players. Of course, with Luo Sheng's technology, the algorithm of the matching system can be forcibly modified to let Nafu directly match the top players, but he didn't do that. Currently, StarCraft is a popular sports game nowadays, and there are many people playing it. Especially in South Korea. There is even an exaggerated statement that, in South Korea, a 1,040-year-old man would be ridiculed if he said he would not play Interstellar. Soon, the second round of confrontation began. This time it was the TVT confrontation round, which was human versus human. In the second round of confrontation, Nave made a significant improvement. Although this match was also lost, at least the soldiers were pushed to the opponent's house. After all the main forces were sent away, they were pushed back by the opponent's mechanized tactics. Hit GG again. The next one quickly reopened. When it came to the 5th round of confrontation, it was TVZ again, which was human versus Zerg. Nave, who lost the game one after another, finally showed the extraordinary side of her, and her strong learning ability allowed her to adapt to this level of TVZ confrontation, and easily defeated her opponent with Operation and Crush. Although this match against Nave defeated the opponent with an operation level comparable to that of top professional players, one of the details was that she would never make a second mistake in the same place. In other words, Nave's learning progress is too scary, and every confrontation is learning for her. Luo Sheng also saw a defect exposed by Nafu in these 5 games against human players. In addition to the specific division tactics, she could not form a flexible force distribution. In the lost 4th game, a high-level human player constantly harassed Nafu space, and once she returned to the opponent, she immediately ran away, waiting for her soldiers to go out and start. He turned back on the offensive and continued to harass. In this confrontation, faced with the flexible troop dispatch strategy of human players, Nave could only passively respond to the challenge, unable to form an effective attack on human players. and also caused the final snowball effect. Lost in the end. After the end of the 5th game, Liu Sheng told Nafu to stop matching opponents, and then re-optimized it a lot. He felt that such learning efficiency still seemed too slow. Nafu's agent uses a deep learning algorithm. After Liu Sheng's careful upgrade, it includes neural networks, self-playing games through reinforcement learning, multi-agent learning, imitation learning and other algorithms or technologies. The so-called self-playing game is simply learning on its own, and through continuous trial and error, find the way to maximize your winning rate. And through self-playing and reinforcement learning, it constitutes the basic paradigm of open-end learning algorithms, learning human strategies, and ensuring that Nave's agent continuously explores these strategies throughout the game, thereby allowing her to get a greater upgrade and progress. In addition, due to the huge action space of StarCraft, many previous reinforcement learning methods will be invalidated. Liu Sheng therefore also developed a new algorithm for Nafu for non-strategic reinforcement learning, so that she can effectively update the decision from the old historical decision game. The ultimate goal of Liu Sheng is not to make Nafu an imber StarCraft AI player, but to use it as a starting point to make she capable of other complex and varied application scenarios. If she just becomes a supermaster in the StarCraft game, changing a scene, such as in Go, language or other fields, will not work, then it is still a pure artificial mental retardation, and there is a huge gap with true artificial intelligence. As time passed by minute, Liu Sheng must spend more than 3 hours in his office unconsciously, and completed the second optimization and upgrade for Nafu before leaving work. It was too late. Before Liu Sheng left the office, he put Nafu into the ladder of Blizzard Star Wars network, so that she and the human players kept fighting. I'm not in charge of all this, and I will go to the Cote d'Azur company in the afternoon to handle some work and a meeting. The stock Naf is doing one thing, constantly fighting against human players. Nefas backing her is almost the entire Sioux City data center, which consumes computing power and electricity costs. In fact, if there is no money, it is impossible to support an artificial intelligence, let alone the development stage. If it is an artificial intelligence research and development institution like IBM, it may be the developer who restricts its development. But Liu Sheng, who has witnessed artificial intelligence, is the easiest for development. But there are still problems that restrict him. That's the hardware. Nave's growth is limited by the current level of hardware. If there is a better hardware foundation, it will usher in a qualitative leap. Deep networks require high-end GPUs to be trained within a reasonable amount of data. These hardware are very expensive. Of course, there is no such thing as Liu Sheng here. But the problem is that there is no hardware that meets his requirements, and you can't buy it if you have money. In the future, you can only start the stove to make the hardware. It is not feasible to train deep networks to achieve high performance without advanced hardware foundation. Not only using high-end GPUs, but also fast CPUs, storage, and fast and very large amounts of RAM. Over time, through the continuous battle, Nave's win rate from the first inning of her career was horrible, and gradually reversed, and the win rate is rapidly increasing. At the operational level, North is undoubtedly the #1 in the world. No human player can compete with her at this level, even if it is restricted by APM and DPM. But this is not the point. The focus is on the consciousness, behavior and decision that Nave showed in the game. This is the embodiment of intelligence. Unconsciously, Nave has already played 27 games on the ladder, and the winning percentage has climbed to about 70%, which is a very high winning percentage. In order to improve the efficiency of Nafu's evolution, Liu Sheng entered the massive database of Blue Star Technology Group and some websites of StarCraft to access the battle report videos of some top players while fighting against human beings. The player's game playback video is trained in parallel, and then confronted with other opponents to train. A script running in the background will allow her to iteratively upgrade at regular intervals, update through reinforcement learning, and then conduct new confrontations. Each iteration matches a new opponent, and at the same time freezes the original defeated opponent. The probability of matching the opponent determines the learning objective function adopted by the agent, so that it maintains diversity and increases difficulty. With the progress of self-game, Nave gradually developed more and more mature tactics, or relatively optimal solutions. This process is similar to the process of human players discovering tactics. New tactical systems continue to defeat the old tactical system, then replace the old tactical system. In the 32nd round of confrontation, just like climbing the ladder, Nefu continued to defeat his opponents, constantly iterating on himself, becoming more and more powerful, and the human players he encountered were getting stronger and stronger, but 90% have become your defeat. At this moment, another round of confrontation has begun, and the players matched by Nave have reached the level of confrontation of professional players. All human players who were defeated by her didn't know that their opponents only started to contact this game today, let alone that their opponent was not a human, but an AI. This round of confrontation is human versus Zerg, and the IDs of both sides are November and equals Y.J equals F91. At the beginning of the battle, the two sides normally started operations and reconnaissance. The human player whose ID is equals Y.J equals F91 is located in a room in Hangqing. He has left the ideology team. However, he still retains this ID, and he is now a real interstellar professional player. He is a first-class top player in the domestic interstellar world. Jianghu people sent the nickname Jiangnan Dog King. As a Zerg player, his puppy operates 5 minutes before the start of the game. It was called World Class. In 5 minutes. Well, if F91 goes to South Korea, his strength is a dishwasher there. Anyone who can squat a water dispenser can hang him. And if he pulls out a Korean professional player, he may hang him. November. Whose vest is this ID? It's a good operation and a bit of strength. At this time, the confrontation has entered the middle stage, and F91 did not take the opponent lightly to win the game. On the contrary, it was quite difficult to play, and he had even clearly felt the pressure brought by his opponent. The point is that he is very confused now. He has never seen this ID. The players in the domestic interstellar circle who have this strength are basically the cards, and they are basically known. But the ID of November was the first time I saw it, and the style of play was also the first time I saw it, which directly allowed F91 to rule out those familiar domestic star players one by one. No matter which way the gods come, they will have to die when they meet the brother. F91 meditated in his heart, and then his main force began to go out, preparing to launch an attack. Chi is under attack. However, just a few moments after his main force went out, the sound of the headset madly prompted the base to be attacked. F91 subconsciously cut the screen to his main mine, and then saw a picture that made him extremely shocked. Baking, lying. What's up? What is this? Spicy buttocks. Lying down. It turned out that at the same time that F91 was preparing to launch an attack, Nave had sent 5 boatmen and launched an attack, and also intentionally detoured at 6 o'clock on the map to avoid the vision of the opponent in the middle of the map. Use radar to do anti-reconnaissance in advance to ensure that your airdrop troops are not found by the other party. If Liu Sheng saw it, he would be very satisfied. This seems to be a very common decision for human players, but if it is an AI, it will be different. This progress is not small. It is worth mentioning that although Nefu is AI, she does not have open maps. There is also the fog of war, and the operation also needs to cut the screen like a human player. In these parameters, ensure that it is the same as a human player, otherwise it is bullying. F91's troops had just gone out, and Nave's troopers then successfully reached the opponent's main mine heights. Then, F91 saw the operation screen that made him extremely shocked. The opponent's 5 transport planes actually dropped airdrops while flying, making the combat troops tiled on the map like a carpet, thereby achieving the maximum firepower output in the shortest time. This wave of airdrops directly crashed the F91's main mine, but for a moment, Another wave of 3 Bodrug-type airdrops completely destroyed the F-91 submarine base and a small number of troops left behind. Seeing the two in the family blossom, the main force has advanced more than half. At this time, the return of support is meaningless and it must be lost. So F-91 decided to fight one shot. Change home with your opponent. The main force does not return support. Only in this way may still have a chance of winning. Therefore, regardless of the flowering situation in the family, the Zerg army rushed to the mining area where the human race was located. Architecture is a bit good. F-91's troops pushed to the opponent's submarine, and some construction cards were a little uncomfortable in the middle, but after a while, they exclaimed again, "What is this hot buttock? This? How can there be so many in his family?" Troops like diarrhea. The shocked F-91 was struggling with the strength of the enemy and failed to replace the opponent's mine, while the main force has lost 2/3 and the family has blossomed again. Already unable to return to the sky, he took all the remaining troops up to send light, giving himself a reason for GG. After exiting, F-91 did not qualify. He immediately opened the video and watched the game. From the beginning to the end, he watched the opponent's entire first-degree playback, the opponent's operations, violent forces, climbing technology, and offense included defense, and many more. This ID has never seen before, and the operations shown by him have made him extremely shocked, which is definitely the only level of top Korean masters, especially the Kappa-type airdrop unit when the opponent attacked. At the moment of seeing that scene, he felt that this ID was the operation of the interstellar person Emperor Boxer, and the Kappa-type airdrop was the extreme operation he created. In fact, F-91 knew how to operate the carpet airdrop, but he couldn't do it at all, which was a flaw. The carpet airdrop of the opponent's 5 ships just now requires the numbering of each transport plane separately, and then when landing the troops, they need to switch formations in turn with their left hand, and at the same time operate the mouse with their right hand to click on the soldiers in the transport plane. Complete all airdrops. It's simple to say, it's actually extremely difficult, and ordinary players can't do it at all. To complete such an operation means that the mouse and keyboard need to be accurately and coherently operated with left and right hands 40 times in about 3 seconds. A sequence error has occurred. If you just do that, then StarCraft will not be so difficult to play, and you have to run your home while doing so. At this moment, F-91's mind is full of question marks. When did domestic star players have such bad practices? This level of operation has definitely reached the world's top level, including smooth operation and horrible violent abilities. If you don't play GG yourself, you are in confrontation, and you have watched the video yourself, F-91 will definitely not believe that this is a domestic player. It will absolutely. This is the best of a top Korean expert. After the shock, he continued to qualify. I hope to be able to touch it again. Even the abused dish is very happy. For professional players, they are more than willing to fight against a master who is better than themselves, even if they are hanged by the opponent, because they can also improve. However, he can no longer rank next. Any human player defeated by Nefu will not be ranked second. www.mentalnovel.com. After Nefu reaches the top in the country, she will enter the Korean Battle Network and fight against the world's top professional star players. In this short day, Liu Sheng didn't know that the ID had suddenly caught fire in the domestic interstellar space. The great players who became victims in various ways began to post in the community forum to ask which fairy was this sudden pop-out November, and actually blasted each master GG before the hand was returned. The victims also gathered together to complain how they were blown up. At the same time, some videos of the battle with Nefu were also uploaded to the Blue Star video. Watch the video. The ID called November ignited in the domestic interstellar circle almost overnight. The topics in the circle are all discussed around this mysterious and powerful Terran player, and they are all trying to find a real person with this ID. Chapter 230, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. This operation. I look silly. This carpet-like airdrop, The machine gunman stabbed and successfully countered the kill. Is it human Boxer to say a word of conscience, especially the machine gun soldiers hiding in the ground? These operations, you cover up the ID, and then put this video to the South Korean side, with a title saying that this is the operation of Boxer. No one will doubt it. This godlike operation is simply not human. The point is, who is the unborn great god? I think he knows it too. Now the whole circle is talking about it. Why can't the deity speak out? After the news spread, the Interstellar Circle has been enthusiastically talking about a sudden emergence of a mysterious god-level player named November. After passing through the victim posts, recalling the entire process and details of Dead on the Spot, coupled with the exposure of video recordings, the ID of November was almost overnight known to star players in the mainland and has been countless successful fans. Posts of the battle report for the review of the exposed video have also appeared. November, a mysterious god-level player, can be described as the peak of his debut. Countless Interstellar players watched the battle video and said they were kneeling. Although it is not a formal professional competition, the competitive level, especially the operation level, displayed by November in the competition is almost the same as that of the top star professional players in South Korea, and it even gives a stronger feeling because it is smoother. The synergy is more perfect and more pleasing to the eye. At the moment, the entire circle is shocked by the idea of November, and the major teams are inquiring about Crazy. The purpose is of course to want to absorb him into their own team. If there is such a great in the team, what will be played in the circle in the future? Not only that, even the most serious esports clubs we have heard the news. These domestic clubs have received sponsorship, although they do not know who is behind them to truly support them. But it's not important. What's important is that it is rich, and the sponsors are very powerful. Not only does it give sponsorship fees, but it also helps the club to develop a mature system. For these clubs, the top priority is the problem of players. After getting sufficient sponsorship fees, they began to actively prepare for 3 professional teams, namely CS, Warcraft, and StarCraft are the 3 major projects of Iron Strike. Stars such as November suddenly emerged, and quickly became popular. It is difficult to not pay attention to these clubs, because the circle of esports is really too small now, such as F91, Martani Han Yuliang, Red Apple, such as Moonshadow, Sky, Jeeps, etc. have played games online and participated in national competitions. However, just after everyone was looking for the mysterious player November, they still failed to do so, and no one has encountered it on the ladder again. This has made countless players feel as if they are passing by like a meteor, suddenly amazing and the world, and suddenly known news. On the 3rd day of Nov's fame, more powerful news spread in the circle. The news came from South Korea. The Korean Interstellar Circle suddenly Fry, an unheard of newcomer, killed the quartet on the ladder with the strange ID of November and stepped on a series of top Korean professional players all the time. Among them, the well-known Star King Boxer is also one of the stepping stones. What is Boxer's presence in the interstellar world today? It's like Bolt for sprinting and Schumacher for F1. However, Boxer is not at the top of the competition level now. After all, esports is the world of young people, each leading the way for many years. At present, the top players in Korean StarCraft are Stork, Jedong, Baisu, but these are the professional players who represent the highest level of competition in the world. They have finally become the stepping stones for November, which will only make her more brilliant. And the interstellar information in South Korea has always been the focus of domestic players. Many tournament reports will be returned as soon as possible, and all will not be returned, almost all relying on the love of esports. The idea of November has already spread in the country, but the Koreans are not paying attention to it, and this ID suddenly appeared in Korean StarCraft, and the Korean side was frying. The sharp-eyed domestic players recognized this at a glance. ID. Okay, is this okay? Now the entire interstellar circle is frypot. An ID I have never seen, a newcomer, suddenly swept the top players who grew up under the KESPA system on the Korean ladder system. Is this okay? Well, you reached the summit in less than a week. So fast. Early this morning, Luo Sheng finally remembered the artificial intelligence November that he awakened 5 days ago, and he was quite surprised at the record. Since she was stocked on the ladder, Luo Sheng hasn't managed it anymore. She originally planned to check it out 3 days later. But today it is 5 days later. November has been fighting human players on the Battle.net ladder during this time, and so far no one has found that she is artificial intelligence. Blizzard's Battle.net system couldn't detect it. At the same time, in order to act loc, Luo Sheng also added a normal schedule like humans to the script program. He would not fight 24 hours a day, so the fool knew that November was not a human. Already, Luo Sheng finished letting November continue to slap players on the ladder. During this time, she produced a lot of data. Through statistical analysis of these data, we can find some of these shortcomings and further upgrade November. In less than a week, November went from an interstellar rooster to a supermaster who can easily sweep the world's top professional players. This is the greatest potential of artificial intelligence earning efficiency. For humans, it takes a long time to master a knowledge, but for artificial intelligence, it mainly depends on how much computing power is available. To make it simpler, copy and paste is as simple as that. But this does not mean intelligence. This is a traditional art of artificial intelligence as a computing power. Of course, people cannot compete with computers. November is sweeping the top professional players in complex and changeable real-time strategy games. It means she is the real artificial intelligence. In fact, November is still a weak artificial intelligence, but even so, she is enough to beat IBM's AI Watson. If November is just a weak artificial intelligence, then IBM's Watson is a personal worker. Mental retardation. For Luo Sheng, it is not difficult to develop a weak artificial intelligence. Even as simple as 1, 2, and 3, the existing conditions can be achieved. However, if November is to be upgraded from a weak industrial intelligence to a strong artificial intelligence, even a future genius like Luo Sheng will have to take a lot of thought to complete it. Luo Sheng can create a strong artificial intelligence, because in the last life he participated in a top-secret project called The Creator. This project has 3 core scientific research figures. He is one of them. The successful experience of the last life made Luo Sheng understand that the current conditions in this life are impossible, because the necessary hardware is not advanced enough, and the backward hardware foundation of this era is not enough to carry the birth of a strong artificial intelligence. As long as a strong artificial intelligence is created, the world can basically be controlled, and a second strong artificial intelligence is not possible. Once November has been upgraded to a strong artificial intelligence, her is the incarnation of the entire network, and the entire network A node is just a cell of her. Luo Sheng is not in a hurry, because he already has the key to the road to success, and the conditions are ripe for it. Now, even weak artificial intelligence can change the world if applied. Weak artificial intelligence can be widely used in data mining, computer vision, natural language processing, biometric recognition, search engines, medical diagnosis, credit card fraud detection, and securities market analysis, DNA sequencing, speech and handwriting recognition, strategy games and robots, and more. Get it? At this moment, Luo Sheng completed the data analysis and made a major update to November. He actively watched the time of the lower bones and incidentally, and has been unaware for most of the day. It would be faster if there was a team to assist him, but Luo Sheng didn't do it. He knew it. Deep learning algorithm is still one of NOF's core algorithms. After it is done, Luo Sheng is confident to throw her into the internet world to train and learn. All the databases of Blue Star Technology Group November have gained access, and she can also access all open source databases within the global internet. As for other places with permissions, it is not because Luo Sheng has not given her the ability to crack the intrusion and its permissions. The existing data is sufficient for she to train and learn. There is no need to hack others' things. In the subsequent upgrade of November, Luo Sheng has a clear direction in computer vision, search engines, data mining, natural language processing and biometric recognition. Completing these tasks is very simple for Luo Sheng. www.mentalnovel.com. As long as he is not asked to upgrade November to the level of strong artificial intelligence, it will be simple for him. Obviously, Nof's agent will play a role in Blue Star Technology Group's online cloud translation and virtual idol, which will make these two application scenarios a qualitative leap forward. It is further aimed at speech recognition and image recognition development of technology. After completing the technical precipitation in search engines, data mining, and natural language processing, November can achieve scenario conversation with people. But even if her and people are chatting normally, it does not mean that they are intelligent. The technology inside is very complicated. To compare it with an easy-to-understand example, it's like parrot learns tongue. Parrot can speak human, but it is actually stupid. The crow's IQ is bursting. Although the parrot speaks human words, it cannot understand what it says, and although the crow cannot speak human words, it can understand its behavior and analyze and judge complex environments. So it chooses to implement a strategy. Rational thinking rather than instinctual drive is a good example of embodying intelligence. Ps. When our monthly tickets and subscriptions required 2,000 tickets will arrive. Chapter 231. General Manager Ma wants to hit someone. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Luo Sheng did not know that the interstellar circle is now like a fried pot. Everything is because of the sudden appearance of November. Domestic players are just as excited as playing Chicken Blood. It can be said that the ID of November is now properly sealed. Became the first person recognized by all domestic interstellar players. The shadows have not been seen, but a large number of game fans have already been circled. Of course, what the geese did not know was that November was not actually a human, and Luo Sheng did not intend to continue to let November enter the ladder system to confront human players. Because the collected data has been completed, it is not necessary and meaningless to continue the confrontation, and additional computing resources are wasted. Luo Sheng did not devote himself to November for a long time, although the end of the year was much easier than usual, especially last year, but it was also relatively speaking. In fact, he still had to deal with more or less 2 companies every day, and the participation of some conferences. 20 minutes later, Luo Sheng participated in an internal meeting of the Enterprise Development Department convened by the staff of the Operation Department and the Technology Department within Blue Star Technology Group. The conference was hosted by the company's number 2 person, Zhang Bowen. After all, it was a representative of the real power, and Luo Sheng rarely presided over the meeting recently. Zhang Bowen did not have the name of the CEO, but actually the CEO. The agendas discussed in this meeting are peer-to-peer, e-commerce, and online payment. I can only see Zhang Bowen speaking at the meeting. Alibaba went public in Hong Kong this week, stock code 1688, the opening price of HK $30 on the first day of listing. A 122% increase from the issue price of HK $13.50, and a market value of more than $20 billion. Consider after the market closed, the fundraising amount of the over-allotment option. The listing became the world's 3rd largest internet financing event after Blue Star Technology and Google, with the closing price of HK $35.75 in midday. In this month's internet technology industry, and Ma are playing the leading roles. During the global roadshow, it is said that they received over $60 billion and over 50 subscriptions, which means that the financing amount can exceed $1.7 billion. The oversubscription by investors and that lock-up period for basic investors have greatly stimulated the retail enthusiasm of retail investors. The public offering to retail investors is extremely popular. At present, the entire Hong Kong stock market is in a boiling moment because of this capital feast. Luo Sheng, who didn't speak much at this time, laughed. The IPO is very dead at the time node. After a short period of time, the market may be a different story. The cold winter may have entered the last week countdown. Even if technology stocks can no longer stand up, they can't stand up. A senior executive attending the meeting smiled and said, Aegis IPO is so hot. I think it has a lot to do with us not entering e-commerce. At present, the four internet giants in the industry commonly known as Bolt or another terminal BAT, Blue Star Technology is a well-deserved super Big Mac. In terms of market value, BAT is currently only about an fifth. Blue Star Technology is facing competition with Tencent and Baidu. However, so far, it has not entered the field of e-commerce and has not fought with them. This is also a very incomprehensible part of the industry. But today is different. The goal of this meeting hosted by Zhang Bowen is obvious. At this time, Zhang Bowen spoke again. In the Web 2.0 era, the three major data streams in the data age, social data, search data, and e-commerce data, we have no precipitation of e-commerce data. This is obviously important for group companies. In terms of the overall ecosystem and the moat, there are loopholes. It is not that we want to lay down Tanuki to become the new hegemon of the industry. The purpose is to prevent becoming a breakthrough. In short, it will occupy a pit, so that it will not be exposed when facing the enemy's fire in the future. Obviously, Zhang Bowen made no secret of the company's entry into the e-commerce field. The core management of Blue Star Technology knows the importance of big data and the value of big data. Luo Sheng is very popular. How powerful is the business value brought by data mining? It can be said that for the importance of data, for now, there may not be several companies worldwide that attach more importance to Blue Star Technology Group. An executive of the operation department said, B2B, C2C, but I think the importance of online payment value should be given first priority. The number of Alipay users has exceeded 65 million, which is a very large user scale. Yes, it will definitely break through the 100 million order next year. Our research department analysis shows that it first cuts into high-networked external markets such as online games, air tickets, and B2C. Driven by the rapid development of e-commerce, as of the end of last year, non-Taobao merchants such as digital communications and game point cards have reached more than 300,000. And the identity of Alipay's independent payment platform is being accepted by the outside world. This year's transaction amount has not been announced by the other party, but our internal analysis estimates that Alipay may already account for 47% of the entire electronic payment market, of which about 70% comes from digging, and external merchants should account for about 30%. In addition, Alipay recently started to charge merchants, that is, excluding the transactions of the digging network and the website. At this time, Zhang Bowen looked at Luo Sheng and asked, "What do you think, Luo?" Most of the companies are in favor of peer-to-peer, e-commerce and online payment business. For example, Tencent launched its online payment platform in 2005. Our group of companies has never done these businesses on such a large scale. This is also a place that the outside world does not understand very much. Alipay was officially launched in 2004. But it was actually launched in October 2003. In this huge market, Blue Star Technology is not interested. The number of Alipay users now exceeds 50 million. All the people attending the meeting looked at Luo Sheng. For such a major business, Luo Sheng could not enter the link of actual action without making a decision. Luo Sheng didn't want to say much immediately. I agree with competing with Aidan. I don't want to be defeated, but I always want to take more time to look after his own back garden. Don't get bigger and go to my yard. Go and throw in a fire while not paying attention and light your backyard. As soon as the words came out, Zhang Bowen and others at the meeting couldn't help laughing. Luo Sheng's ridiculous but concise. Many people started Google, and Larry Page had done such a bad thing. Everyone was very relaxed. After a while, Luo Sheng made it clear, first of all, we can study the application scenarios of new technologies in peer-to-peer. But now peer-to-peer is basically finance. I don't do this business. Peer-to-peer finance is a ghost. Dead man. I am not optimistic about the future, especially peer-to-peer financial credit. The originator of this model, Napster music sharing website, has been cool for several years. Even other peer-to-peer models must be treated with caution. After hearing this, the senior executives at the meeting looked at each other. Luo Sheng's words made them very surprised. You must know that the industry is very optimistic about the business now. Although the peer-to-peer model has been out for many years, this year has just started to be on the internet in China. Come on, the first similar internet has appeared, and the analysis of the company's internal executives agreed that peer-to-peer is likely to begin to become a hot place next year. A new gold mine. What I didn't expect was that the big bosses they were shipped sentenced peer-to-peer to death. Although Luo Sheng did not make too many explanations and theoretical basis, his brilliant achievements all showed that he had an extraordinary strategic vision. Everyone has to re-examine the peer-to-peer related business. None of the people who can sit here are mediocre. They have predicted that the peer-to-peer business will begin to explode next year. In fact, the historical trend is indeed the same, which indirectly proves their ability. However, the big boss has directly denied, and everyone knows that the peer-to-peer business is hot, and Blue Star Technology will definitely not do it. Luo Sheng looked around and said in an orderly manner, we can take the investment model of e-commerce, and of course, we must launch our products on the online payment platform, but not now. Wait. Zhang Bowen and others couldn't understand his thoughts when they heard these words. Why would they wait? Isn't it normal to enter as early as possible? Isn't this monetization? Luo Sheng also seemed to see the doubts from the eyes of everyone, and could not help but smile, and immediately explained to them, we don't have a strong e-commerce platform. How can we surpass Alipay? Besides, Ma is taking Alipay out of the Iraq system under great risk. In addition, the country has no idea about financial licenses and related regulations. Banks, what's happening? Alipay is completely exploring, many things are being perfected, and there are many problems. Speaking of this, Luo Sheng said succinctly, so we wait and wait for Alipay to complete all the problems. We can sign directly on the A4 paper. Don't worry about it. Zhang Bowen and others stayed for a while, then went back to God and looked at each other. It was speechless. The key is www.mentalnovel.com. Wonderful. If Boss Ma listens to this, he will definitely be angry and want to hit people. Boss's wishful thinking aroused everyone to be completely convinced. Why didn't he think of it? In fact, the idea is too simple. Simple, but maybe because it's too simple, so everyone didn't think about it at this level. You have to know that under pressure and even ready to go in, he has to push the online payment business. The risks can be imagined. Luo Sheng said so. Can everyone be convinced? If Blue Star Technology launches an online payment platform, just wait. Let Alipay explore the road in front. If it's gone, don't go. Perfectly avoid the risks and reefs. If the road is spread out, no problem. Prepare an A4 document along the way of Alipay, and then sign it. Just stamp it and you're done. Ps, WeChat payment is this routine, and it takes off quickly based on social stickiness. Xiaomu Switiab is there. It is estimated that Ma Yan is very angry, and labor and capital frightened to cross the river. This pen is leaking in the back. Chapter 232 Changes in the next 10 years. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Even if things are so set, the execution strategy is one word: wait. Originally entering this field, Blue Star Technology is only to consolidate its own moat and the entire ecosystem. It is a vacancy plan, not a core business, so there is no desire to challenge Alipay's dominance at all. Share the first crab and get the biggest market share. Another reason is that Luo Sheng doesn't want the group companies to engage in fighting. If it indirectly promotes the Bat Alliance to fight against Blue Star Technology, it will still be very nerve-wracking. The main energy of the group company is still in the overseas market. At present, the plates are getting bigger and bigger, and they will be more and more vigilant and difficult by Europeans and Americans. The mainland market is regarded by Luo Sheng as his own back garden, and stability prevails. At the meeting, Luo Sheng entered the next topic and spoke, I have been thinking about the future. What will our society become in the foreseeable future? Technology is changing with each passing day and rapid development. It is profoundly changing the world, changing people's lifestyles and rebuilding cognition. Our business group is also getting bigger and bigger, and the company's social influence is getting bigger and bigger. There are a lot of issues of responsibility, issues of thinking about the future, etc. Everyone silently looked at Luo Sheng, who also looked around at everyone. So we have to take this issue seriously, because our decisions and definitions today will affect the world in the next 10 or even 20 years. Don't be arrogant. We have such influence. But don't be arrogant. Our influence is given by the times. We are just surfers standing before the tide of the times. Without oar, one day we'll be drowned in the tide. Times can be given to us or taken away. Everyone hears these words of Luo Sheng very clearly. A simple idiom can be summarized: follow the trend. In fact, no one can go against the tide of history. There is only one end to dare to do so, even if it is too big. Even as big as a country, not to mention a business. Luo Sheng continued to say to everyone, it is very difficult to grasp the pulse of the times and predict the future, but we must continue to conduct a large amount of analysis through the existing data. If we are not sure, we must also predict. This is a strategy. So does anyone notice what changes are happening in social life today, and use these changes to predict what the world will look like in the future? As soon as this word came out, everyone was at a loss, and no one answered. Only God knew what would happen in the future. Of course, the boss may know. Anyway, everyone's admiration for Luo Sheng's keen insight into the future is admired by the five bodies, giving them the feeling as if the big boss had experienced it. In the early days of the company, they vowed to say what the future will be. At that time, not many people believed, but it's not easy for everyone to interrupt his inspiring speech because of his boss face. But over time, what happened later became reality. At this time, everyone realized and had to admire his advanced strategic vision and insight. To some extent, this is necessary for Blue Star Technology Group to succeed. Indispensable factors. Therefore, Luo Sheng is an absolute sole figure. Without him steering this huge ship, the future is likely to be overshadowed. Luo Sheng continued, in my opinion, the future in my eyes should be. The executives at the meeting interrupted him suddenly. Hey, wait for the boss. Can you record this? Upon hearing that, Luo Sheng nodded happily and said, okay, just record it, but you can't publish it. When the time is right, you can decrypt it. Suddenly, the executive was very busy for a while, and after a while signaled that Luo Sheng was okay. The latter immediately laughed. Well, the moment of great prophecy. After saying Luo Sheng was silent for a moment, he organized a word in his heart and said, I think in the next 5 to 10 years, or 15 years, the internet giants will evolve towards traditional companies, and traditional companies will become more and more internet-based. Human personality will be continuously released, and interest will become a means of livelihood. People will gradually become emotional and become willing to believe that cold data becomes like a machine, while artificial intelligence will gradually become emotional and try to enter the human heart and become like a human. The era of successful entrepreneurship without cultural accumulation and technological precipitation is never a turn. Marriage is no longer a shackle, but a power, a power. Everyone was startled. This is the future in the eyes of the boss. How can it be completely different from what I imagined? There is even a sense of putting the cart before the horse. Luo Sheng continued to predict, no longer need to find friends and relatives when you need money, but to find a platform to borrow. Your credit will be more valuable than your ability. Neighbors will enter even the sound of chickens and dogs when we hear each other. We are still dead. The core of business is no longer competition, but how to better cooperate. Weibo is successful because of entertainment, but it will also decline. After hearing this, Zhang Bowen was shocked and said, General Luo, do you say that Weibo will decline? What will replace Weibo? Everyone at the conference was very surprised, because Weibo is now running under the control of Li Miniyun, including the international version of microblog, which is second only to the blue space in the social network field. Numerous hot topics were born. Brings super high traffic and so on. Such a new product that is now red and purple and hot, and companies competing to imitate it, have seen its end in the eyes of its creators. Zhang Bowen and their senior executives suddenly felt that no matter how hard they worked, they seemed to be unable to catch up with Luo Sheng's thinking, nor could they think of this level. They seemed to interpret the famous phrase of Buffett, "I am afraid when others are greedy, and I am greedy when others are afraid." What replaced Weibo? Luo Sheng thought for a moment, looked up at the ceiling, and said a moment later, "Maybe it is a smart wearable device. I mean social tools, including blue space. It is possible." Replaced by smart wearable devices. If the world is interconnected, who knows, but we have to consider that any existence or thing has a life cycle. Even the entire universe has a life cycle. This statement is a bit philosophical. In a sense, an existence has begun to die from the moment it was born, but today's meeting has made everyone know what their big boss is. The long-term vision is terrible. At this time, Luo Sheng looked around and smiled. "Actually, I hate this product on Weibo. Although I created it, this is why I rarely post updates on Weibo or the international version of microblog." Speaking of this, Luo Sheng sighed, "But there is no way. You will always do it if you don't do it. The inevitable product of Wei 2.0 is not that I deny Li Mingyuan's contribution and hard work. In fact, he did a great job and I still support him. Keep doing it. But something that this platform brings is fundamentally annoying to me. Aggregators and transit hubs for online information platforms like Weibo, which bring fragmented information from the online world, disguised as selfless devotees of truth information that provide you with more information. The actual behind the purpose is to disrupt your basic logic as much as possible and prevent you from thinking and identifying, so as to passively or even actively accept this information. So there are so many melons on the internet now. Everyone is eating melons, and they can easily start the rhythm. The waves of unrest are rising again and you can't stop thinking about them. And now the name of the life has accelerated, but the suffocation of the people who are engaged is heavier than one, and the keyboard man has an exponential increase. These people are all shouting justice, and their hearts are full of bad ideas. If you hold a hammer, everyone will look like a nail, it will all become a spray. The attendees Zhang Bowen and others couldn't help laughing, but at the same time they were thoughtful and thought about it suddenly and startled. Some aspects of the current internet life have indeed evolved towards Luo Sheng's prediction. This undoubtedly surprised everyone's hearts. Luo Sheng talked eloquently, but reached a lot of conclusions, which suddenly made people feel a sudden and cheerful feeling for the future. It's all about three-word sense of crisis. Luo Sheng looked at a group of executives such as Zhang Bowen, and immediately expressed his calmness. The enterprise has achieved this ultra-large scale today. Any new success is icing on the cake. Even as it should be, a small mistake can bring about this serious disaster. This is not an alarmist, but it is near. Youkansu www.youkansu.com may face it at any time. The bigger your body, the bigger the goal, the more people staring at you, the jealous and sharpened. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Luo Sheng was able to accompany so many successful auras without being lost, and still maintained such a clear sense of logic and crisis, which made many people sitting ashamed and greatly felt ashamed. And even more awesome, the meeting also ended with Luo Sheng pouring cold water on the core layer to warn everyone at the end. In the following days, Luo Sheng's job is basically to hold a meeting, stamp, handle work at both ends, and then train November on it. Optimize and upgrade. Handle the development process of the two current new projects: online cloud translation and virtual idol. Occasionally join the development sequence, but more is left to the team. At the current level, Luo Sheng cannot be on the front line of technology development for a long time, unless it is a real black technology such as developing November, and usually it is natural that he sets a big style, relying on the team below to be done. The days passed, And finally, the global release day of the Azure 3G version of the Azure Coast Company was ushered in. Chapter 233, iPhone in Fetal Death. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. North America, Seattle single flagship store. As early as a week and a half ago, a large number of U.S. consumers have begun to wait in line for the offline flagship store of the Côte d'Azur company located in Seattle. This may be the first time that North American mobile phone consumers have made a purchase from China. Electronics are so crazy. It is not easy for the Côte d'Azur company to enter the North American market. There are many twists and turns in the middle, which has been postponed for a whole year, but after unremitting efforts, it finally came in. Before that, Zhongxing Mobile Phones had already entered the North American market, and now it has captured more than 30 million users in this market, but compared to the Côte d'Azur, it is still a small witch. Everything has two sides. North American consumers have been suffocated for almost a year, and the new listing is almost hunger and thirsty. The haze of the subprime crisis cannot stop consumer enthusiasm, especially for advanced technology products. As long as they can move the hearts of consumers in Europe and the United States, they will not hold the dollar bills in hand, and the price of $600 or $70 is not cheap. However, it is not to the point where consumers cannot afford it. Even when the economic crisis comes, the worst situation is that about 10% of the unemployed are unemployed. This is not because 90% of the people are not unemployed, and the positioning group is the middle-income group. Luo Sheng's goal is only to hope to win 1% of the global market share is success. I want to buy a 16 GB model, thank you. 16 GB model, thank you. $799. Is it cash or credit card? Swipe. At this moment, the first direct opening store in Seattle has a huge popularity for the first time. Customers coming to order are endless, standing in a long line, and the popularity is extremely hot. As ordinary consumers, Azure series smartphones on the Azure Coast have a beautiful industrial design, a revolutionary desktop-level user interface, a rich application store, Blue Star Technology S Family Bucket, Google S Family Bucket, Yahoo S Family Bucket, and other large and small. There are everything for third-party developer applications. Many users can't wait to enter the iOS application store immediately after purchasing the product, and download the major app applications of Blue Star Technology Group, whether they are social networking sites Blue Space, Microblog or Reddit, or Google applications. It is a must-have app for smartphones. But the biggest beneficiary is undoubtedly the music store Music Space. Now that Apple Core finally knows the hardware that its opponents rely on, the Music Space plus Azure combination has begun to reduce the dimension of Apple's iTunes plus iPod combination. As Motorola's CEO said, people travel with only three things: a wallet, a key, and a mobile phone. This advantage is incomparable to the iPod. Users who own an Azure smartphone have no reason to spend a few $100s to buy an iPod, because downloading the Music Store Music Space through the Azure mobile phone can get the iPod's music experience. For a better user experience, this blow to Apple is self-evident. Azure Coast released a new product, Azure 3G, once a year later. This year, it also included the North American market, and its hot sales have severely dampened Apple's stock price. In order to restore the slump, Kiao helped the hope of reversing this time on a product that was put on hold, the tablet iPad. The long-awaited iPhone plan has been put on hold by him. The proud iOS gang leader doesn't want Apple to be a follower on the French Riviera. He still wants to be a changer. So he has high hopes for the tablet. As early as 2000, the iPad was already a very important project within Apple. It started as a secret project based on multi-touch screen development and has been carefully protected by iOS helper. However, the multi-touch screen technology was eventually Blue. The Coast took the lead. 2 years later, Apple's hardware development department had the first iPad prototype, but due to the heavy machine and the poor battery performance, the tablet plan was postponed indefinitely. Later, Motorola's CEO turned to Joe to make a phone together with the owner. The result was a fiasco, and the iPhone plan began to brew. As a result, the licensing of multiple technologies such as multi-touch screen and Luo Sheng failed to negotiate with Luo Sheng, which led to the iPhone plan being severely delayed, and the launch of the Azure phone by the Cote d'Azur company in 2006. The iPhone is now facing the embarrassing situation of difficult delivery. Right now, the situation for Apple is very bad, even frustrating. In order to regain glory, the iPad plan that has been in the cold for 5 years is once again reflopped by Joe. The time is getting closer to the end of the year, and the subprime mortgage crisis is still in deep trouble. The three major banks of Bank of America, Citibank and Morgan Stanley reached an agreement and agreed to give at least $75 billion to help the market get out of the crisis. Then Bank of America led a Citigroup. Morris and Chase raised $80 billion for the super fund. But even this cannot prevent the overall deterioration of the North American property market indicators. This is already a bottomless pit. In October, existing home sales have fallen for 8 consecutive months. In the third quarter, the S&P Hiller National House Price Index fell by 1.7% quarter-on-year, creating 21 years, the largest single-quarter decline in history. In mid-November, technology stocks were finally unable to withstand and began to show a downward trend across the board. Blue Star Technology Group's shares fell 3.63% to $137.65 per share, and the company's total market value fell below the $200 billion mark, temporarily locked in at $199.58 billion. However, in the context of the overall decline in the technology sector, the market value of Blue Star Technology has been second only to Microsoft Corporation, and the market value of Google, which ranked third, has fallen to $171.4 billion. The winter of capital is coming, and this is just a cold wind just blowing. More violent storm is still behind. Luo Sheng occasionally pays attention to the general environment's movements. But in the market panic, he is not panic at all. Blue Star Technology Group earlier received a third financing fund of $4 billion from Goldman Sachs. The company's current book with more than $16 billion in capital, Blue Star has sufficient cash flow in the winter season when cash is king. In the afternoon of November 17th, the Virtual Idol Development Department. This is a set of intelligent speech software system that I initially wrote, but further optimization and upgrade are needed, and the subsequent development will be left to you. At this moment, Luo Sheng called members of the technical department such as Xuyong to a meeting. For Hatsune Miku, Xuyong immediately intervened in the file brought by Luo Sheng and looked at the computer. It's not all. This set of voice software system is owned by the Blue Coast, but it's openly licensed to Blue Star Technology. Luo Sheng said that although the palms of his hands are all meat, his brothers have to settle accounts, and the process must be done well, so as not to there was gossip over Wall Street. After a while, Luo Sheng added, the product has a high degree of linkage properties and complementarity. This software system is actually a smart voice butler assistant I developed for Azure series mobile phones www.mentalnovel.com, and the avatar chooses Hatsune. Come on, Hejiao said excitedly, from film, television, music, endorsements, sports, etc. Boss, this game is very big. Even if it is a superstar among human beings, no one can obtain such huge resources to support it. But Hatsune Miku enjoys the promotion resources that countless stars are envious of. It is simply the rhythm of Blue Star's pro daughter. The Hatsune Miku has become popular, and in conjunction with the voice assistant of Azure series mobile phones, Deadhouse has another new reason to change mobile phones. A little outbreak, more flowers. This is the advantage of the family barrel linkage. This advantage makes other peers envy. The interaction between major products can form a strong ecological closed loop, which can blossom more points. No one user will immediately like all the products of Blue Star Technology or the Blue Coast, but as long as one of the products and services can move users after that, consumption will naturally increase. The value mining for potential customers is unparalleled. Chapter 234 Three-Piece Set, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. The virtual idle plan took nearly half a year. The budget expenditure was US $1 billion, and the actual expenditure has accumulated US $837 million. He Kao-Xian, who was present at the meeting, reported to Luo Sheng the progress of his work. US $163 million left. Well, the remaining money will be used for publicity. Luo Sheng immediately made a decision. The cost of such publicity is about a third higher than that of Hollywood A-level large-scale production movies, which is a lot lower than that of Avatar. The cost of this movie is also exaggerated, and the total cost of production and publicity exceeds $500 million. This new element of virtual idols does not have any audience space, and it will definitely take a lot of effort and financial expenditure to promote it. It is difficult to make more money without spending money. However, for a while, He Jiao continued to report, the three major sections of the virtual idol project have been completed, and the film and television section Hideki Takino has completed the production of advertising films, and it has been done in the later stages. In addition, the official version of the sound production software Singoid has been determined to be released, and the official version of the music rhythm game Hatsune Miku, the Singer Plan, has also been finalized. It is also in preparation for release. These three sets constitute the core of Blue Star's virtual idol project. The promotional video Hatsune Miku, in the Name of Love, burned half of the budget expenditure. The initial budget was $450 million and the final budget was $495 million. The internal screening was very satisfactory. At least it won the approval of the project team. Everyone was not optimistic or very worried about it. Takino Hideki's hands and feet are kept. The final development cost of the sound production software Singoid is $82 million. This software product collects human voice samples first, and then creates a singing database. However, the singing database is not available. The actual version is developed by a third party, is user-generated content, a typical Web 2.0 model, so the database and copyright will also be open source and free. This is the key to building a Hatsune Miku self-contained ecosystem that everyone can participate in and share. This sound production software is called Singoid. The origin of the name represents two meanings. One is the English word sing, singing, and the affix oid, similar, which means software that can sing. Another meaning is sing and android robot, meaning robot that can sing. The third game section, Hatsune Miku, the Singer Plan, has a budget of up to $260 million, of which $155 million has been used to build an engine system called Pinxin, and the game engine is still being improved. Consider whether to open source it. The content of this music rhythm game is very rich. You can obtain props and components to dress up the custom mode of Hatsune Miku. The development team has designed a lot of costumes, shapes, scenes and so on. In the music rhythm mode, the player presses the corresponding button according to the rhythm block on the screen. When the input timing is correct, you can hear the voice of the initial sound and the song is interrupted if the input fails. When special conditions are met, close-up pictures of Hatsune Miku's expressions and actions will appear, and there are more than one or two, but hundreds of random draws, allowing players to immerse themselves in an impromptu singing atmosphere. There is also a dress-up system. Under the rhythm game, new clothing shapes can be unlocked through special conditions. After replacing the clothing, it will be reflected in each mode. In addition, it is a photography system. In the game, you can use the appreciation mode to use the background for photography. You can also change clothing and shoot according to your favorite posture. It can be used in various scenes. Then there is the scene. Yes, the player can also arrange the scene as he wants, get various props to arrange in the game, and Hatsune will have different expressions, actions and voice interaction due to different scenes and different decorations. Finally, there is a powerful free editing system. Players can make rhythm game content by themselves, and they can also use their favorite clothing props to make PVs, including background stage, dance moves, target configuration, expressions, camera angle directions, etc., which can be freely set. Subsequent new item updates will be purchased in the form of a similar game DLC. This is definitely a loss-making Super 3A game masterpiece. It is impossible to recover the production cost, because it requires players to understand a lot. It is destined to be a niche game. However, Luo Sheng has never thought of relying on games to make money. Its fundamental goal is to shape the IP of Hatsune Miku. Use this game to enrich the video about Hatsune Miku and encourage big players to generate video content through this game platform, and enrich ACG culture. Blue Star's virtual idol plan is almost ready to go, and everything is ready. In December, the next job is to officially launch the Virtual Idol Plan conference as the end of this year's plan. General Luo, what's the order? Staring at the work computer, Luo Sheng heard the voice drop the job at hand and looked at Zhang Bowen, who entered the office and said, 1 week later is the launch conference of the Virtual Idol Plan. I want to buy 2 Japanese companies. Get this done. Zhang Bowen asked directly. Acquisition of the company? Luo Sheng succinctly said, call with Pixiv. Let's take another shot early next year. It's not a good time to make a bottom. Zhang Bowen nodded, I understand. He didn't ask anything, the boss wanted to buy it, just pay for it. The subprime mortgage crisis can no longer be suppressed in North America. The further systemic financial crisis that will sweep the world next year is a disaster for others, and a good time for Luo Sheng to make a big acquisition. When cash is king, money can really do whatever you want. The acquisition of these 2 companies is actually not much money, but the money of Blue Star Technology is not brought by the wind. Although Luo Sheng's means of spending are not different from outsiders, it is because the outside world does not understand his layout and thinking. Is a Barrage video website, an online video sharing website launched in 2006, similar to Blue Star Video's Blue Star video sharing website model, be regarded as a half-follower. However, there are also some innovations of its own. For example, the message will appear on the film in the form of a barrage. This is the first time for a streaming video website. Luo Sheng is not in a hurry to make the video barrage function available on his own video website. The Pixiv website is a community network service website with artistic illustrations, a new site for sharing fan art and illustrations, and a new website that was established only in September this year. The purpose of acquiring these 2 websites is to enrich the entire ecological chain of the Virtual Idol program, and also to expand the Japanese market and its in-depth development, and encourage users to publish related works of Hatsune Miku on the Pixiv community. On December 3, www.mentalnovel.com, the most prominent homepage of the official website of Blue Star Technology Group, released the latest news, and officially announced on December 8 that a new product launch conference will be held in Akihabara, Japan. The official website also released a poster, the image of a girl with a long double ponytail, but it was just a shadow, and the poster did not show the true content, and she was holding a registered new logo. The meaning is self-evident. The outside world clearly understands that this is a brand new brand launched by Blue Star Technology. The press conference is scheduled in Akihabara because the ACG culture and animation industry in Japan is leading the world. There is no doubt that it is an important market for Blue Star's virtual idols. At present, there is no foundation at all in China, even a blank state. Luo Sheng did not want the intermittent, inexplicable and continuous cold field at this conference, and went to Akihabara honestly. After the news was disclosed, it immediately aroused widespread concern in the industry. Following the high-profile entry into the esports industry in the second half of the year, Blue Star Technology Group once again made a major move, and once it was disclosed, it triggered a media competition. At the same time, an announcement budget of more than $150 million for the launch of the Virtual Idol plan is also on the horizon. Chapter 235 Hinterland of Anime Kingdom Akihabara, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. December 7th, over Tokyo. At 11:22 local time, a private jet is heading to Tokyo International Airport. In a room inside the plane, Luo Sheng was lamenting his colloquial exercise book's colloquial words. Hello, konnichiwa, good morning. Oh ha, auntie. What kind of ghosts are these pronunciations? Luo Sheng vomited again and again. Qin Weimu, who came with him, was sitting opposite him, and then rolled his eyes at him, correcting, "What big aunt? It's your pronunciation that is wrong, read." Luo Sheng glanced at her, and said sternly, Oh, what's the matter?" When Qin Weimu heard it, he couldn't help but smiled, and spoke fluently in praise. "Sayagao, dried cuttlefish awesome, come again." Luo Sheng stopped and shook his head again and again. "Forget it, use English at that time. It always feels weird to speak Japanese." Qin Weimu is very puzzled. What's so strange about this? Is surely strange to start learning foreign languages. Well, the beauty lawyer didn't know what Luo Sheng said weirdly, because every gentleman knew the answer. Luo Sheng always unconsciously remembered the savings that were secretly stored in the hard disk when he was studying in the last life. However, Qin Weimu is a bit powerful. He is a rare talented woman who has mastered 4 foreign languages including English, French, German, and Japanese, and has recently learned Korean and Western languages. Luo Sheng shifted the topic and looked at her curiously and asked, "How do I say you have so many languages? Still learning new languages? Then I also want to know, how do you understand technology development so well?" Qin Weimu asked without thinking. Luo Sheng said dumbly. Qin Weimu added, "People are afraid of falling behind. Mastering foreign languages is the key to becoming an excellent foreign-related legal officer. Learning the official languages of major countries around the world and being proficient is my pursuit of my profession." "Okay." Luo Sheng shrugged. 10 minutes later, Luo Sheng's private jet landed smoothly at Tokyo International Airport. The plane only delivered last month and was purchased by Luo Sheng with his personal property. A super-luxury private aircraft modified by the A380 passenger aircraft. The general-purpose passenger aircraft can carry 400 to 500 passengers. After completing the private aircraft transformation, it cost Luo Sheng a total of RMB 3.57 billion. After buying the aircraft, it was leased to Blue Star Technology Group. The company pays Luo Sheng a rental fund at the market price every year, and the maintenance and other expenses of the aircraft are borne by the company, and the company leases the aircraft. After that, it is dedicated to the head, private travel, business travel and so on. Thanks to Qin Weimu, a savvy financial expert, although this plane is also privately owned by Luo Sheng, it is actually quite different, even an investment. In this way, this aircraft is Luo Sheng's personal property. If Blue Star Technology goes bankrupt in the future, this aircraft worth more than 3 billion will not be included in the bankruptcy liquidation list. Of course, Blue Star Technology is in Luoyang. Sheng can't go bankrupt. After Qin Weimu's operation, the aircraft is Luo Sheng's personal asset and can also be regarded as a business. Every year, he earns tens of millions of rent from Blue Star Technology Group. After landing at the airport, Luo Sheng did not go directly to the terminal, but instead came to the lower level of the cabin and took Qin Weimu together in a Maybach luxury car. The driver drove out of the luxury car and there were 3 cars in the cabin. Luxury car. The luxury car left the airport and was soon forced by a contingent of teams waiting for a long time, all of them bodyguard teams. Go straight to a business hotel where Akihabara is located. Everything is clearly arranged by the staff of the office agency here. Entering Tokyo's Akihabara, Luo Sheng feels as if he has entered the hinterland of a psychedelic anime kingdom. The center seems to remain active forever. Even in today's internet era, As a retail-oriented neighborhood, there has still not been a shock. On the contrary, the advent of the internet era has brought more attention to Akihabara and updated management methods, making it more vital than ever. Right now it is in a hazy period when the North American subprime mortgage crisis hits the world, but it does not seem to have any impact on the original autumn leaves. An interesting rule is that whenever the economic downturn is depressed, the entertainment industry will develop rapidly at this time. Luo Sheng's last generation, after the 2008 financial turmoil swept the world. The next year's first 3D movie Avatar, it turned out to be a ghastly box office of $2.7 billion. Arrived at the hotel for a while, had a lunch, and slept until 17 p.m. Luo Sheng left the hotel and went to the conference site address. He Zhao is in charge here. It is also the first time that Luo Sheng has arrived to meet Luo Sheng. General Luo, you are here. How is the preparation? Luo Sheng came to the scene and walked around. The conference site can accommodate more than 3,000 or 4,000 people. There is also a trial hall next door for players to experience the music rhythm game Hatsune Miku, the Singer project. All are ready. This time, more than 400 media, some industry guests, and more than 2,000 local consumers were invited. There will be about 3,300 people at the press conference tomorrow, He Zhao systematically reported. Good. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Go to the trial hall next door and see. After a while, He Zhao took him to the demo hall and introduced General Manager Luo. There are more than 200 PS devices and 500 PC equipment in the trial hall for visitors to try. It is worth mentioning that Hatsune Miku, the Singer project, will be available on PS and PC platforms. At this moment, the staff in the demo hall is still busy. Not only can you try it out here, there are also a lot of peripheral product displays, such as Hatsune Miku's handmade displays, but they are all non-sale items for visitors only. Version. Obviously, this is a very memorable peripheral product. At this time, a group of staff entered the hall in a hurry, and Luo Sheng could not help looking at it. Only a few staff members were carrying an object. It was a one sculpture wax figure of Hatsune Miku. This is a portrait of the movie version. It is almost exactly the same as Hatsune Miku in the promotional film, as if it is jumping out of the screen. It took 2,360 hours and a budget of $2.27 million was created based on the image in the promotional movie. It was placed in the most conspicuous position of this hall. www.mentalnovel.com. Players fans can see it as soon as they enter this hall. It will be open to the public from tomorrow and it will last a whole week. After the staff fixed the sculptural wax figure of Hatsune Miku, they soon added a transparent large glass cube to the surrounding area and placed it inside the cube. In terms of publicity, after tomorrow's press conference is over, we will be the first to launch a publicity offensive in Akihabara, so that the next week, the entire Akihabara will shine for Hatsune Miku. It is said that buildings, electronics screens, subways, bulletin boards and other places around Akihabara will follow the image of Hatsune Miku after the conference. The Japanese market is currently the most important market, and the company has not hesitated to invest here. Luo Sheng stayed at the conference site for a while, and didn't stay too long. After a few words, he returned to the hotel to rest. The tomorrow's conference is the highlight. The virtual idol plan is a team of thousands of people. The moment comes. Chapter 236 New Product Launch, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Blue Star Technology Group's current influence and popularity, the heavy press conference, is naturally full of cards, attracting much attention. This time the address of the new product launch conference was set in Akihabara, and the industry's attention was focused on the land of this anime kingdom. In the early morning of the next day, various media and invited guests all came in. The conference venue was very large, enough to accommodate 3,000 or 4,000 people. Most of the internationally renowned media came, and film and television entertainment such as Hollywood Report. The media has also come a lot. They are all invited. Blue Star Technology Group's streaming media platform, online video website, domestic version of Blue Star Video and international Blue Star Video also opened a column section to live broadcast the conference. At 9:40 a.m. local time, guests from all walks of life entered the conference site, and the invited consumers who were selected were also very excited to see celebrities from all walks of life. Today's press conference, Blue Star Technology invited 2,219 fans of Blue Star Technology or the Côte d'Azur around the world, which is equivalent to getting a free 3-day trip to Akihabara, and the group company reimburses them for travel expenses. Among them, more than 300 domestic fans, more than 500 Europeans and Americans were invited, and the rest were local users in Japan. After all, this conference is scheduled to be held away, and the market is the most popular for the virtual idol plan. Important markets. In addition to the ordinary fans of Blue Star Technology, these ordinary people who have been invited have one thing in common, and they are ACG subculture enthusiasts. Wow, isn't that the director of Spirited Away, Miyazaki? He even came to the press conference. Takino Hideki even dared to show up. Are you afraid of being sent blades on the spot by fans? Half a years ago, we started to spread the Blue Star Technology to enter the entertainment industry. I am afraid that this situation is true. There were a lot of big movie and TV scenes on the scene. But why are they all in the anime world? At this time, the press conference has not yet begun. The hall is full of low and noisy discussions, and subsequent participants are still entering. The scene was extremely hot, and the fans were the most excited. It can take years to participate in such a high-end conference. It was 10 o'clock, and 90% of the invited people had arrived at the scene to take their seats. Only security personnel crossed the aisle. At this time, 70% of the lights at the conference site were turned off and suddenly dimmed. The original noisy discussion sounds also dissipated in an orderly manner. The auditorium area was dim, but many mobile phone screens were bright and large. Some are Azurix or Azure 3G smartphones owned by the French Riviera. The moment the lights went down, the audience who came to the scene knew that the press conference was about to begin. Everyone looked at the big stage with a huge giant screen ahead. Just a moment after the lights fell, a young man wearing a shirt plus jeans plus sneakers, as always, went to the stage from behind the scenes. Before such Unity gangster style will not have a second person except Liu Sheng. Most of the technology styling is unique and recognizable. For example, the founder of Atan likes to wear a yellow color. Sweaters appeared in public view. Strong recognition, even looking at the back to know who that person is. Oh, the domestic audience and fans of Blue Star Technology who came to the scene saw the moment when the hot man appeared, and they immediately shouted and gave warm applause. In a sense, the fans of Blue Star Technology must be Liu Sheng's super fans. More than 2,000 fans at the scene can be called the support group, and the enthusiasm of the entire conference was ignited upon appearance. Good morning, fantastic Akihabara. Liu Sheng on the stage smiled with a relaxed and cheerful expression, a simple opening remark, which he used to say to Kinwei. After the opening speech, Liu Sheng switched to the international English language to continue the press conference. The media people and guests who came to the scene, including ordinary fan groups, have issued translators to ensure that whether it is French, German, American people can still understand themselves. However, the translators brought by the audience are not intelligent voice instant translation. There is no such powerful translation software yet, and Blue Star Technology's online cloud translation has a section to propose the latest solutions for this. Not just web pages. Text translation and universal speech translation are also one of the sections, but they all involve applications related to cloud technology. Now, the translators that the audiences carry are all behind the scenes. There is a translation team, and the assigned translators perform on-site audio translation. Whichever country listens to which translation channel. This kind of scene is already familiar to Luo Sheng. After a simple opening remarks, he smiled to the audience. Today, we will launch the most exciting new plan in the history of Blue Star Technology. Crazy, exciting. But before that, I want to say in advance how long today's press conference will last. Anyway, it's very long. Luo Sheng paced back and forth on the stage, lowered his head like a figure, and looked up after a moment. Audience, it may last about 200 minutes. 200 minutes? The audience was stunned by this remark. Only He Jiao, who was in the front seat, laughed without saying a word, including Takino Hideki, who was so brave that he dared to show up and was not afraid of being evaded by Eva. Fan group fight. On the stage, Luo Sheng smiled mysteriously. Then this press conference starts with a period of about 100 minutes of advertising movies. Audiences who don't know the truth are all asking questions, whether they are guests in the industry, people in the media, or fans. They all think that they have heard them wrong or the translation is wrong. What is an advertising movie about 100 minutes? Advertising movie? What the hell? What is this? When they were puzzled, Luo Sheng on the stage had walked to the side. His figure on the giant screen disappeared, and the camera lights focusing on the stage were also turned off. However, for a moment, the situation of Xiping slowly brightened again, and everyone saw the logo appearing on the poster previously released by Blue Star Technology Group on the official website. At this moment, Hideki Takino in the front seat of the auditorium is getting warm, because he knows that the next show is the work that has been painstakingly risked by the danger of being bought by hands and feet in the past 6 months. Hatsune Miku, in the name of love. The Japanese name is Hatsune : How good is this work? Divided into 3 different versions: www.mentalnovel.com Chinese version, Japanese version and English version respectively, and different language versions will normally bring a lot of detailed flaws, such as character dialogue and mouth shapes. The screens in the dialogue part are specially made for this purpose, which is to replace the entire excerpt screen. There are also 3 versions on the music and theme songs. The localization is quite in place. For the production team, this is an enormous project, and all these funds are burning. Fortunately, there are enough funds to spend it, and it is almost impossible to build it at any cost. The Japanese version will be shown at the press conference. At this moment, there was no discussion at the scene. Everyone was watching the giant screen quietly, and then the movie and television screens were presented one by one. Some filmmakers were instantly shocked by the pictures that came into their eyes, and the eyes staring at the giant screen were all stunned. Please. There is a chapter monthly ticket plus more at night. Everyone's vote determines the upper limit to be updated tomorrow, so you have to vote. Vote a lot, update a lot. Chapter 237, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Everything is short. This chapter is long enough, if you want to grow long. No. Anyway, bring the votes. Immediately after the film was opened, everyone was amazed by the scene. The audience at the scene stared at the giant screen. The picture was so good that every frame was a desktop-level wallpaper, so exquisite and unparalleled. And some filmmakers who are doing it have another feeling. Every frame seems to be full of the smell of burning money. It is almost surprising to think of a pure CG animation in 2001 that almost made the company's bankruptcy. Final Fantasy, Inside the Soul. But Hatsune Miku, in the name of love is even more amazing. After all, this is 7 years later. At this moment, the audience at the scene said that they were going to kneel to Blue Star Technology Group. I thought Luo Sheng was joking. I felt it was really for the purpose of advertising a movie. It's so ridiculous. The film's story background is set in the near future 2047. It begins with a magnificent future war scene, shown with a long lens. The 2 sides at war are the human and the intelligent machine army. At the beginning, the theme was determined, such as the big pattern of human and robotics, technological development and future thinking. The filmmakers on the scene quickly thought of this, and the ordinary audience was attracted by the grand CG special effects scene. It's so explosive. The long lens display of more than a minute finally converged on a warframe. It was a female pilot who drove this fighter to engage the enemy, and it was the protagonist Chu Ying. The domestic audience instantly understood the subtitles when they saw the subtitles. The name is the homonym of Hatsune. From the opening screen, people in the industry saw many of Takano Hideki's styles, with a bit of taste of Macross. He also participated in the production of Macross. In the final movie scene, the war scene lasted about 3 minutes. The pilot Chu Ying was surrounded by drones. She was helpless and had no way to escape. Dozens of missiles screamed while Chu Ying was sacrificing. At the last moment, she last glanced at a photo posted on the corner of the dashboard. When the audience looked round, the heroine died. The lens screen focused on the photo and gave a close-up. In the photo is a man and a woman. That is a picture of Chu Ying and her father in the girlhood. The picture is still upside down, but the picture has turned upside down, and finally the background is clear again. The scene of war is no longer. The hand holding the photo has changed in a flash, and it has become a man holding the photo. The lens finally changed. He was the man in the photo and Chu Ying's father. The electronic calendar next to it shows 2051, indicating that the current timeline in the movie is 4 years after that war. 4 years later, the war between humans and machinery has ended, and humanity has finally defeated. The global population has been halved. This information was leaked to the audience in a narrated news webcast. Ordinary viewers stare in their hearts and die as soon as they come up. What is this operation? There are many questions in the audience, but they are still patiently watching the progress of the movie plot. Looking at the photos in his hand, Chu Ying's father couldn't help recalling the previous pictures. It was the era when the war broke out. The young Chu Ying was admitted by the Air Force with a 16-year-old age and various excellent indicators, and eventually became an Air Force pilot soldier. Chu Ying's father strongly opposed her entering the battlefield. No one wanted her child to set foot on this road, but ultimately failed to stop Chu Ying's decision, and finally died 4 years ago. Chu Ying's mother died when she was 6 years old, while her father was a scientist. The film took about 7 minutes to explain the basic story background. After the Wisdom War ended, Chu Ying's father became melancholy, and his scientific research career was abandoned. He has been immersed in the past life videos. The film also took a minute to explain the status quo. On a certain day, Chu Ying's father, as usual, watched a video of the life videos he and his daughter had taken before, and suddenly flashed, and he suddenly found a way to make Chu Ying resurrected. Next, Chu Ying's father once again picked up his scientific research, flipped through a lot of AI data, kept researching, and constantly demonstrated, also showing his scientific genius. After unremitting efforts, he used the remaining image memory and AI technology to create a technology called Qingzi. After unremitting efforts, Chu Ying is resurrected in the virtual world. Also has a new name, Hatsune Miku. But Chu Ying's father has been secretly pursuing this plan, and did not dare to speak out. He has created a special artificial intelligence that is stronger than ever. In this way, a virtual reality device was created through the invention. Hatsune's father can enter the virtual world to meet his daughter through immersive interaction, and through the augmented reality device, the image of Hatsune can be reflected in reality. He carefully cultivated the Hatsune reborn, and decided to make her an ordinary girl, completely away from war and smoke. So Hatsune Miku, who was reborn in the virtual world, is no longer a warrior, but has become a singer with shining stars in the virtual world. Hatsune's father has also stepped out of the depressed world and returned to the beautiful picture of life before. The movie plot came here, and a super magic and joyful song, Onion Song, was the best interpretation of the background music. This is a polka from Finland, a local ballad in Helsinki. At this moment, the audience was also happy. The reversal of the movie's plot from the beginning to the present is something that no audience can guess. but the entire plot is extremely compact, and some future scenes in the movie are also amazing. The virtual reality VR technology, augmented reality AR technology, powerful artificial intelligence, brain-computer interface technology, and driverless technology demonstrated through the plot are refreshing. These technologies are not as exaggerated as Star Wars, the original Force has come, and the setting of the story background of In the Name of Love is very forward-looking. Is this the future in the eyes of Blue Star Technology Group? Many people in the industry kindly asked questions. Returning to the film itself, this is undoubtedly an excellent work with great connotation. Its theme presents reflections on the development of science and technology, anti-war and peace, environmental protection, etc., all of which are extremely high-level thematic meanings. There are too many interesting places, including background music, especially the super magic of the song Onion Song, and more themes BGM, which made the film industry people curious. The production team behind this film is what kind of lineup? How much did it cost to build it? In addition, the level of powerful special effects has to be mentioned. Almost everyone in the film industry believes that the special effects of this film exceed all current animated films in the world, and Pixar and Disney have been surpassed. It made the film industry feel a stomachache. Is this an advertisement? Okay. And when people thought the film would end with such a happy ending, if it was just that, then the film was actually quite satisfactory, and the plot was not very impressive. But the audience found that the story was still moving forward, and it was far from the end. The audience looked at the timetable, and roughly estimated that the film would last for 40 to 50 minutes. Normally, a movie has only lasted about half of the time. Well, all the viewers kneeled to Blue Star Technology. Is it really an advertising movie? It turned out to be true, not a joke. The audience quickly joined the film again. All this should have been transformed into a bright future, with a Hollywood-like happy ending, but the reality is cruel. The people in the movie chased Hatsune Miku madly, making her a national idol with shining stars, and even her posters, various advertisements, endorsements and so on. In reality, as the plot progressed, one day people discovered that the idols they worshipped were not actually human role models in the virtual world, but a pure digital life. Instead, they had infinite fear of that cute twin ponytail girl, even if she is so cute and exciting. But people think it is a devil disguised as an angel, because it awakens people's fear of intellectual warfare. Hatsune's father was soon arrested and severely interrogated. At the same time, humans sent professional special forces. These people put on brain-computer equipment and entered the virtual world of the internet to start the crazy hunt for Hatsune. The film also came to the High Dynasty with the chase in the electronic world. This scene instantly gave the audience the name of a classic series of movies, the Matrix series. The development of the plot not only made the audience attentive, but was also astounded by the wild imagination of the film. This is a hunt without smoke. During the film, many eggs were presented to all the audiences. The story screen of the hunted up Hatsune Miku, the two sides shuttle between the various platforms of the internet virtual world, from Google Search, to the Blue Space, to Weibo, to Yahoo, to Amazon, etc. These current internet products familiar to audience presented in a strange way in the film. Various passers-by in the virtual world are actually offline IP users. In this chasing battle without smoke, some thrilling destruction scenes and passers-by in the virtual world of the internet are affected, and the direct feedback to the reality is that users' inexplicable network disconnection, stuck, wrong IP address or computer virus, etc. Let everyone at the same time. He was laughing and laughing. It's so real. Is that what happened? Many viewers feel that this kind of thing is happening in their own network and poisoning. With unparalleled visual effects and wild imagination, almost every audience is conquered by this work, making it difficult for filmmakers to accept that this Strandpling is actually an advertising film. But people don't have much thought now. But they are all watching the video intently. They have long forgotten that this is the scene of the new product launch of Blue Star Technology Group. Until then, No one would have thought that this conference would look like this. The storyline of the film is extremely compact, and more human special forces enter the virtual world to hunt down Hatsune, which has also caused a large-scale paralysis of the internet in the real world. In the process, the consciousness of battle hidden deep in Hatsune Miku is faintly activated. The audience knows that before that, she was not a singer, but a real warrior, and she could be a fish in the virtual world. The viewers who are highly substituted into the film watched it with enthusiasm, seeing that they are also looking forward to being hunted down by Hatsune, fight against it. The audience has unconsciously stood by Hatsune, although they are real humans. Sure enough, Hatsune was forced into combat mode, and the blue eyes representing innocence and kindness suddenly turned into horrible blood reds, just when everyone thought that the blackened Hatsune was about to start a killing ring. As a result, she stopped killing at the last minute. She realized that if humans were killed, they would be completely opposed and could never be reconciled. As a result, Hatsune abandoned the decision to launch a killing ring and withdrew from the combat mode, and the blood-red eyes also resumed the blue color. But human beings don't think so. They are still chasing after them, and they will never stop until they are destroyed. The kind Hatsune Miku can only choose to continue to flee. This also shows that the audience is extremely worried, and even tangled, because the audience are all human beings. How can right and wrong be clearly distinguished? The main body of the film has also been sublimated. In the end, human beings couldn't do everything they could, and in desperation, they used despicable means to threaten Hatsune's father. In the face of this threat, Hatsune chose to grab it. She finally no longer ran away, and no longer resisted. The background music is the theme song of the film In the Name of Love. At this moment, humans become more cold and ruthless than machines, and Hatsune as a digital life is more emotional and kind than humans. This sharp contrast is presented in the film, and strong contrast and irony are also given to every audience brings a greater spiritual impact. Taiki no Hideki did not bring a Hollywood-like happy ending to the audience. In the end, Hatsune dedicated himself to the name of love and ended tragically. The advancement of the film here has also taken the entire work to a higher level. The audience who entered the plot was sad, and even wanted to send blades to Hideno Takino on the spot. Why give such a tragic ending? I don't know if it is the most unforgivable to give people a good hope and break it. Also known as artistic tension. Shit. The blade must be sent in real name, and Takino happened to be there. The audience had mixed feelings and emotions. The last 2 minutes of the film gave all the audience a window of last venting, which was hearty. Hatsune no longer exists. The real big villain makes a high-profile appearance, announcing to the world that the greatest threat to him has disappeared, and the global network is instantly paralyzed by 2/3. At this time, the humans in the film realized that the second intelligent war broke out without any warning, without any preparation. Ironically, they personally killed the only person who could save them. When the audience saw this, it was not surprising. There was an inexplicable sense of joy. The so-called reincarnation of the heavens, Retribution was unhappy, and human beings finally had to pay the price of their own stupidity. After leaving the film www.mentalnovel.com, the audience was suddenly very excited. The end of the film looks like an egg. Does this mean that there is another one? Will Hatsune be resurrected? Should be. Otherwise, how to defeat the big villain? Suddenly, all the viewers who thought of this were horrified by the next one. The lights at the conference scene lit up again. The big screen movie on the stage was over, the virtual idol logo appeared, and the entire film was up to 105 minutes in length. An audience member said excitedly after the film ended, "I'm deeply doubtful whether I'm attending a new commercial launch or the premiere of movie." At this time, the lights at the conference scene were lit, and the whole audience was in a rush. The originally quiet scene was instantly overwhelmed by the applause of the mountains, and the whole group stood up and applauded warmly. Chapter 238 Winning the favor of young people is equivalent to winning the future, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Netizens who eat melons from all over the world who watch live broadcasts are frying pans. I bought card. and the animated film is so shocking that it touches every cell in my body. This is an advertisement. Are you an ad with me? What international joke? Hollywood looked and wanted to hit someone. Super looking forward to the second one, really, but I hate this tragedy. Although it is very happy in the end, although I am human, if there is a next step I hope that Hatsune Chu-Ying will return and have a happy ending. I love the background music in it, it's magical, and it feels like the Rhythm of Fire, a movie company delayed by IT. So what I want to say is that this seems to be a new launch of Blue Star technology and not the premiere of a movie, right? At the same time, the applause at the press conference is still enduring. As Liu Sheng stepped on the stage again, everyone saw the hot idol appeared again at the press conference with a smile, and the applause of the fans was even more heated. Liu Sheng, with a smile, by the way, pressed his hand. Please sit down. The crowd then sat down again, and the audience at the scene was still not satisfied with the previous film. A press conference, a film, let the world remember name Chu-Ying Hatsune Miku. Liu Sheng said, okay, we officially start today's press conference. Haha. As soon as this word came out, the audience immediately ushered in a laugh, and the netizens who watched the live broadcast were also happy. Liu Sheng just took a press conference to a new height, and he went straight forward, and no one dared to imitate it. Just kidding. Do you try a movie like this for advertising? Director Hideo Takino presented us with an excellent film work. Should he give applause, even though he is very unpopular with fans? Liu Sheng said with a hearty laughter, and the applause was just given when the voice had fallen. Takino Hideki also stood up and bowed to the people behind him. The audience all said that this time to spare the goods, in the presence of the big brother finally humbled, not as arrogant as before. At the end of the film In the Name of Love, the live response and persistent applause were enough to prove that this work moved everyone. After the applause ended, Liu Sheng asked with a smile, do you want to see the next step? The audience responded in unison, yeah, especially the fans. The enthusiasm suddenly increased, but the domestic audience heard the sound as if they were saying ye, or the scream of sheep. Many mainland audiences who came to the scene couldn't help it. All signs indicate that Liu Sheng has mobilized the audience's emotions at the press conference, easily holding the audience and bringing the rhythm up. Liu Sheng heard the words with arms around and pretending to be contemplative, saying, then I need to consider whether the financing will be allocated to me, because the production cost of In the Name of Love will eventually reach nearly $500 million, which does not include the announcement cost. As soon as this word came out, the whole audience seemed to become stunned in an instant, with their mouths open. Their chins were about to fall to the floor, especially the filmmakers in the industry. They know that the production cost of this work must be hugely expensive, but did not expect such a high price. This situation lasted for 2 seconds or just 2 seconds, and there was a sudden noise in the audience. God, the $500 million production cost doesn't include announcement costs? This, my God, it's crazy. Is it $500 million, not $50 million? I don't know, but $50 million can never achieve the top visual effects level of more than 100 minutes. Did you not notice the details of the protagonist's hair? Blue Star Technology is a listed company. Liu Sheng, as the head of the company, should not tell lies in such public places. This work is enough to fill film history, both in the film itself and in investment. So, is the second one hanging? The scene was a noisy discussion. The news was too shocking. The production cost of $500 million. This can produce 3 or even save the point to produce 4 Hollywood blockbuster budget. How dare Blue Star Technology play like this? Crazy. Liu Sheng on the stage showed people with a very relaxed attitude, and he was very satisfied to see the response at the scene. This is the effect he wanted. It can be expected that this topic will soon spread and drive up the heat, because it is very eyeball effect. More people will inevitably pay attention to it. That's how it came out. People in the industry seem to feel deeply malicious at this moment. There are many famous scenes on how the Blue Star Technology Group teaches you to lose. The real name is envious of jealousy, hatred, and proper rhythm. After a while, Luo Sheng on the stage spoke again. Hatsune has left that world forever, but she has not disappeared. She has come to another parallel world. She will be reborn in our world. I hope we will not let it go again, same mistake. So are you ready for the world's #1 virtual idol, Hatsune Miku? As soon as the words fell, the fans at the scene, especially the Happy Fat House fans in Japan, instantly screamed and boiled. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became too high, and warm applause struck again. People who don't know will be wondering why a virtual idol can make these people so excited. To put it bluntly, it is just an illusion composed of a string of binary digit arrays of zeros and ones. But that's the truth. What is an idol? In the eyes of fans, idols are perfect, but real idols can't do this. At any time, they may face collapse, derailment, absorption, and so on. You will always have such awe that scandal when you are caught off guard, so that the perfect image in my heart broke. However, this situation will never happen for a virtual idol, and she will always be young and never have to worry about her collapsing. This kind of existence will not exist in reality, only a virtual one. Therefore, virtual idols will be more and more loved by young people, especially in the post-90s and post-OOS. Because of this, virtual characters such as Station B, Station A, and Luo Danny will emerge later. In addition to the fact that the person will not collapse and is always perfect, another big element is that the virtual idol allows you to dress her little girl arbitrarily and become what you want her to look like. He can become like a royal sister, the cute type, the may I my type next door, and so on. Immersed in their dreamlike world, is a harbor to escape the cruel reality, and people are willing to pay for it. But real idols don't work, and they can never do that. Regardless of whether it is acknowledged or not, the world is always young. Luo Sheng is very clear that only by catching young people and letting young people like Blue Star Technology forever can they survive. Regardless of whether it is acknowledged or not, virtual idol elements will become more and more popular in the future. This is a general trend. Many people will hate virtual singers, feel innocent and even naive, but more people like virtual singers, like virtual idols, and these people are exactly the new generation of young people Luo Sheng most want to catch. The previous decline of Facebook was due to the gradual loss of young people. The expansion and popularity of Douyin captured the young people of the world. So that Xiaozhou was anxious, Shigeoga started the cottage, and when he found that the cottage was not enough, he played Zhengzi, and finally revealed his true colors. The Chinese goddess of the Chinese goddess collapsed in minutes, and came to China to run in so much haze and sucked all the white, and the little stubborn one was there. Luo Sheng always believes that winning young people's favor is basically equivalent to winning the future. In the warm atmosphere, Luo Sheng walked in a halt, with a relaxed and cheerful smile, gentle, cracked, cute. You don't need to watch out for her gossip, drunk fruit, trouble such as tax evasion and cosmetic surgery. Hatsune is a very reassuring girl singer. She will officially debut in our world. The Japanese fans at the scene suddenly shouted in the name of love. The strong, kind and super kawaii girl in the promotional video has completely captured the heart of the dead house, and the power of the houseboy is horrible. Luo Sheng was very satisfied in this scene, and a message had clearly told him that the young man of Ben had seized it, which is equivalent to the small money here. What is needed is this result. The industry insiders at the press conference felt such an atmosphere, and couldn't help but be filled with emotion. Did the consumers of this book finally be conquered by that person? Judging from the popularity of the scene, it is basically solid. No wonder if the press conference is scheduled in Akihabara. He can always grasp the G-point of users, no matter where users can do it, especially young people. At this time, the giant screen on the stage, the original virtual idol logo trademark gradually disappeared, replaced by a double ponytail girl, who will be in addition to Hatsune Miku. The audience at the scene was boiling again. People in the industry can't be calm for a long time. All that is happening right now is that Blue Star Technology teaches you how to create a popular epic IP from scratch. Many people want to open Luo Sheng's head and look inside what is the structure. With wild imagination and unparalleled creativity, why can't others think of the concept of virtual idol? However, I am afraid that no one dares to learn the IP operation method of Blue Star Technology. Nearly $500 million in film production costs. An ultra-high-level animated movie is just to promote the birth of a new IP. If you don't witness it with your own eyes, who would believe it? In addition, they did not choose to screen on the theater, and some people quickly learned about Blue Star's intentions. Advertising is what you want to advertise. How can you advertise it? It's actually very simple. Eyeball effect. It is also very easy to make an event of an eyeball effect. Do what others haven't done, and do what others don't dare to do. When you do it, you have eyeball effects. Obviously, this way of Blue Star Technology is to make others dare not do it. Yes, nothing has been done, which brings unparalleled topicality and propaganda effect. But no one dared to learn this kind of writing. $500 million is not 500 million yuan. An industry insider said secretly, through an impeccable promotional film, both in story elements and visual effects. www.intelnovel.com instantly established the people of Hatsune Miku, from Chu Ying to Hatsune. From the advent of the movie world to the real world, everything fits so perfectly. In the end is the work of the big group. Not only that, it also set a monument that is almost insurmountable for the concept of virtual idol. If other companies want to launch their own virtual idol plan, it will inevitably be used by people to confront Hatsune Miku. Standard comparison. Nothing else. Neither do you say that you also spent $500 million to build a promotional movie like Blue Star Technology, even if you did not dare to spend $50 million. The people on the stage were uneasy. Luo Sheng on the stage, as always, could only see that he methodically said, the first sound in the propaganda movie, the original sound after she was resurrected was a virtual synthesized voice, not a real voice. The audience could not help but hesitated for a while. Nani? How could Kawaii's voice be virtual? I thought it was just a little electric sound. An eye in the auditorium exclaimed, followed by a great surprise. Chapter 239 Price, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. The atmosphere of the scene continued to be hot, and the enthusiasm of the fans became more and more high. Luo Sheng on the stage said, we are going to launch the Virtual Idol Plan 3-piece gift package today. The 3 products will be sold in packages. The first product is the promotional video Hatsune Miku, In the Name of Love. It is an excellent work, and it is the beginning of everything. Only one language version is displayed at the press conference. There are actually 3 versions, English, Chinese and Japanese. A CD is included, which contains 3 versions of the movie, as well as the original soundtrack. Songs can be synchronized with MusicSpace. The key is that there is no need to pay a second time on MusicSpace software. Oh! The fan audience cheered again. There were 2 other versions of the movie and the original soundtrack. Sincerity is full of wood. However, people in the industry are suddenly aware and have new doubts in their hearts. Blue Star's Virtual Idol project costs only $500 million for a promotional video. How can it recover costs? This is where many people are extremely curious. Luo Sheng continued. The second product of the gift package is the sound production software Singoid. This software product is an application that collects human voice samples and then creates a singing database. All databases and copyrights will also be open source and free. That is, it means that Hatsune's work is the work of fans, and the future of Hatsune does not depend on us, but on countless fans. Oh, there was another enthusiastic applause, and the scores were extremely excited. With this product, you can make your own products and let Hatsune Miku sing. Some tech people can't help but stagnate. Can they still play like this? Can you still play like this? At the venue, a Silicon Valley elite murmured involuntarily, in this virtual idol world, it seems that a new power structure has been reached between fans and idols. Fans have brought themselves closer to themselves and idols through creation. The relationship between virtual idols and decentralized content production has further strengthened fans' reliance on themselves. No accidents of collapse of people have occurred. The strong connection with fans is more stable and controllable. Suddenly, the Silicon Valley elite seemed to have a sudden and cheerful feeling in the hindsight. Can't help but shoot the case. Blue Star Technology introduced the innovative concept of virtual idol. Isn't this innovation model based on user-produced content? Isn't it UGC mode? The Hatsune Miku virtual idol has a natural advantage in the field of ACG, an abbreviation of animation, manga, and games. And this advantage is further amplified in the Japanese market. All this can explain another thing. Isn't this the typical Web 2.0 mode gameplay? That's it. More and more people in the industry suddenly understand Luo Sheng's layout in this field. Nowadays, he knows nothing but admiration. It is indeed the proponent of the concept of Web 2.0. Luo Sheng simply played the rhythm of Web 2.0. I didn't expect to play like this. The internet really has endless imagination space. After people began to think that e-commerce portals, the internet can do everything, and then came out of the search engine. When people think this is the end, the blue space tells people that they can still play like this. People found that what was really lacking was the wild imagination and creativity like Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng. At the same time, Luo Sheng on the stage continued. The third product is a music rhythm game, Hatsune Miku, the Singer Plan. I have a PS machine here, and I will show you live play on the platform, and also support the PC side. After finishing speaking, Luo Sheng came to the side of the stage and showed the operation to the crowd while introducing. The game screen was synchronized to the giant screen and immediately attracted fan users. PC players suddenly feel that the graphics card is going to burn. Luo Sheng demonstrated and introduced the major gameplay and systems one by one, including custom systems, photography systems, and so on. For the otaku, this game almost instantly pulls love to the rhythm. Rather than saying this is a music rhythm game, it is better to say that it is an MV production software for the majority of folks. The Station B of the previous life is full of videos of Hatsune or other virtual singers. These are folk big touch, the works shared by the people, and the vast number of Xiaobai users can enjoy them by watching the works of the great god, thereby driving the sharing power of the great god players. As a result, there are more and more homemade videos on the website. This is the content. In the end, it will inevitably lead to a result. That is, Hatsune Miku's crazy sucking powder, which can hundreds of millions of powders worldwide. The popularity of frontline singers in Europe and America relies on this precipitation. The press conference lasted for 167 minutes. At this time, Luo Sheng was playing a music rhythm game, and Song Onion Song was playing simultaneously. The Super Magic Song was already on fire, because a lot of netizens who eat melons on the internet have just released the background music of Hatsune Miku, in the name of love. Especially this magically cheerful music has been the most discussed. Okay, it's almost okay, otherwise I will continue to play. Luo Sheng murmured. This sentence made the audience laugh a lot. He quickly put down the PS device in his hand and returned to it again, the midfield position of the stage. Do you think we are going to launch these 3 great packages at today's press conference? Luo Sheng pointed to the audience on the back of the audience, pointing to the screen on the big screen behind him, showing the video album Hatsune Miku, in love name, sound production software Singoid, and music rhythm game Hatsune Miku, the Singer Project. No. As soon as Luo Sheng's voice fell, the big screen behind him shattered. He said, "We are not selling software, not games, or soundtracks." Audience? Question mark. Audience. So, what do you want to sell? After stopping for a moment, Luo Sheng said to the audience, "We are selling virtual singers. I will give you an exclusive news. Next year, not surprisingly, early next year will be officially held in our world. At the concert, she announced her official debut in our world. Blue Star Technology and the French Riviera will unite to provide technical support. This technology will shock every audience. This technology is okay. I can't reveal too much. The words instantly exploded the fat houses at the scene. For the first time, they couldn't help but think about the concert scene in the movie just now. If that kind of black technology imaging is really like that, it is really looking forward to the explosion rhythm. Hatsune Miku SIP is available today for the first time, and 99% of the otakus who came to the scene have been circled on the scene. A person in the science and technology industry looked at Liu Sheng on the stage in suspicion, thinking, is it the key next year? Not only him, but also the guests who attended the show were all staring at him. What innovative technology will be applied to the concert next year? I thought that today's press conference had shown enough. But suddenly I found out that Blue Star's virtual idol plan only showed the tip of the iceberg. After careful consideration, I realized that Blue Star is not an entertainment company, it's a technology company, as well as the Côte d'Azur. Liu Sheng is not a mixed film and television entertainment circle, but a big coffee in the mixed technology circle. Technology is the main business. On the left side of the venue, there is a demo hall, which will be open to the public for a week after the press conference. Liu Sheng on the stage further spoke, and saw him walking back and forth, paused and continued. Blue Star Technology has reached in-depth cooperation with local distributors. On December 22, the collector's edition of Hatsune Miku, In the Name of Love, the audio and video album Sing-Oid, and the music rhythm game Hatsune Miku, Song the J Project is the first to be released in Japan, and will be released in Europe, America and Greater China next year. The press conference chose to be sold in Akihabara and the first product to be sold in the Japanese market, which shows that the commercial value of this region's market is much higher than other places. At least for now, consumer feedback on the scene can be glimpsed. The second is the European and American markets. As for the Greater China market, to be honest, if you can sell 5,000 copies of Liu Sheng, thank you. The Greater China market needs to be cultivated because there is no foundation, no environment, and the economic level has not yet reached its strength. The price of the product will definitely discourage mainland consumers. www.mtlnovel.com. On the stage of the conference, Liu Sheng finally said to the audience, as for the price, we will sell the 3-piece set at a price of 19,999 yuan. After speaking, a series of numbers appeared on the huge screen behind Liu Sheng. Many domestic people saw this number in a hurry, because they didn't know how much the price was converted into RMB. Some people checked it with an Azure mobile phone real-time exchange rate, and then calculated it, don't even know it. Startled. Convert it according to the real-time exchange rate and it is nearly 3,000. For domestic consumers, this is a super unpopular price. At the scene, some of the local Dead House fans suddenly exclaimed, wow, the 3 sets of products only cost 9,999 yuan? How can it be so affordable? A Chinese sitting next to me could just understand the words. He heard a toothache and secretly said, mud is cheap. You can buy a blue mobile phone for $1,000. These fat houses. Really rich money. Chapter 240 Sweeping Japanese. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. $500 million to build the most expensive animated movie in history. Don't get me wrong, it's not a movie, it's just an advertising movie. God! Exclamation mark. Hollywood Reporter. Unbelievable animated movie. Incredible production budget. Incredible imagination. Empire Magazine. Headphones plus square-head headband plus blue-green pupils plus double ponytails. This princess, a petite and cute figure with an explosive sound, was born. Her birth seemed like a miracle, and she was sweeping the entire Japanese at an incredible speed. Sankei Shimbun. Under the dreamy blue of the blockbuster, the details of the dynamic future of Blue Star Technology are carefully reflected in the details. Wall Street Journal. With the end of the press conference, News spread from Akihabara to various parts of the world, and major overseas media competed to report. Blue Star Technology once again dominated the world's headlines, bringing the current information to the world filled with negative financial news. One of the few bright colors. However, the Blue Star Technology Group's new product launch conference not only failed to boost the stock price, but fell even more sharply. The current stock market is chattering, and Blue Star Technology spent $500 million for an advertising film, and did not choose to return to the cinema for a little cost. This kind of prostrate investors simply can't stand it. When investors are upset, stocks fall, seemingly reluctantly past. Blue Star Technology Group's current market value has fallen from $207.1 billion at its peak to $197.9 billion, but still remains second only to Microsoft in the IT-listed companies. Virtually every company is falling. Google has fallen to $150 billion and was overtaken by Intel, but Intel is also falling, and Microsoft has fallen below the $300 billion mark. All in all, this is the current market phenomenon. However, this does not prevent Blue Star Technology Group's recent popularity in the world. The virtual idol Hatsune Miku has also swept the world with this wave of heat. The confluence of multiple factors has made this newly born IP quickly popular worldwide. The feature film and behind-the-scenes production of the 3 versions of the promotional film Hatsune Miku, In the Name of Love have also landed in the domestic version of Blue Star Video and the international version of Blue Star Video. From the work itself to the outside, it has become a hot topic among netizens in various countries. The targets are nearly $500 million in exaggerated production costs. The story itself, Hatsune Miku, virtual idols, film producers delayed by IT operations, and so on. There are too many topics for discussion. After the film came out, it was included on the IMDb website of the Internet Movie Database. More than 180 people participated in the evaluation, and the rating was as high as 9.4, which was almost universally praised. The director Hideo Takino also caught fire. This is the first film ever made because of advertising. The most expensive film ever made. Behind-the-scenes announcements, special effects teams, the scale of thousands of people involved, and so on. This Zero-box movie also set an unprecedented monument for animated films, and even filmmakers came out to evaluate it. I am afraid that this film may not be able to surpass the second one after 10 years. If there is, it may be it's a sequel to this work, because no one or the second company will make such a crazy move. Only Blue Star Technology Group dares to be so defeated. The focus and enthusiasm of all these have continuously promoted the popularity of Hatsune Miku to a new height. Through this film, Hatsune Miku has quickly become crazy around the world, and the movie's theme song I Love Name and supermodel magical background music Onion Song, making explosive models, detonating the world's attention and attention, seems to be so simple at Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng here. Akihabara, Tokyo. The demo hall will open to the public after the press conference. The fans who came to the scene to participate in the conference immediately came to the next door immediately after the conference. At the moment, the gate of the trial hall was crowded. Basically all are fat houses. Happiness is over. Finally, the main entrance of the demo hall slowly opened and was officially opened to the public. Expect the dead houses to enter the conference hall in an orderly manner. Wow, super kawaii. Just entering the lobby, the Inetune sculpture wax figure of Hatsune Miku came into the eyes of everyone, with headphones, a square-head headband, blue-green pupils, and elegant double ponytails. Hatsune Miku seemed to come to life from the movie world. Is it a joke that cost more than 2 million yuan to build? All the details are full, almost the same. It's true, but the reality here is the image of the target movie world, but the real person, because Blue Star Technology focuses on the details of the Terra Valley effect, and it takes a lot of thought to avoid this effect. The audience who came here immediately took pictures crazy, and the dead houses saw the petite, lovely and cool princess, who was anxious to smash the glass and rushed home. The demo hall became popular in just a few moments. The demo area was full, and a large group of people stood in line to watch it. There were also a large number of people visiting, and to a nettoon proportion of Hatsune Miku has always been with her. Take a group photo. In the opening week of the next week, here is full of popularity every day, and as time goes by, Hatsune Miku's popularity in Japan and even the world spread rapidly. After the press conference, Blue Star Technology's virtual idol plan also launched a second bomb. In the evening, a group of people worked in a hurry to speed up the work. By the next day, Hatsune Miku appeared in the densely populated areas throughout Tokyo. Cute cool image. The local Sankei Shimbun reported, Hatsune Miku captured the entire Tokyo overnight. You can see the super kawaii girl with the petite and cool double ponytail on subways, squares, bulletin boards and other places. Many people can't believe that Hatsune Miku will come to the big eastern country next door. Once Hatsune Miku was launched, it immediately occupied a high popularity in this anime country. Proper C-positioned debut. All kinds of advertisements are not limited to Tokyo, but also in other parts of the world. Her figure also appeared in Times Square inches New York. After all, the $150 million announced budget is not fake. People in the industry all felt the determination and ambition of Blue Star Technology Group to push this IP. There are too many topics about Hatsune Miku during this time. By the morning of the next day, Liu Sheng's trip to Japan was also coming to an end. The conference was very successful in Akihabara. The launch of Hatsune Miku has given the company unprecedented influence and popularity in the Japanese market. It was far worse than now. Fame and fortune. Fame comes first, and later gains popularity. With the popularity, it is difficult to think of the latter. Said again, Japan is also a developed country with a population of hundreds of millions. And it is now the world's second largest economy after the United States. After the press conference, Liu Sheng was invited to an exclusive interview with Yubin Sankei Shimbun News. As the super rich man in Asia today, he shinned in the supernova of the technology industry. It was not easy to come. The local mainstream media have invited Liu Sheng to interview. At about 15 p.m. local time, Liu Sheng, who was invited, arrived at the studio of Yubin Sanjing News www.mentalnovel.com and returned home after completing this interview. The work here is basically done. As for the rest, the branch of the group company in Japan will undertake the work here. The layout of the studio was very simple. Qin Weimu and other people who came with Liu Sheng were in the seating area of the studio, but the interview footage would not appear and they would not speak. Interviewing Liu Sheng was a short-haired female host who was very beautiful and capable. Hello Mr. Liu Sheng, thank you very much for being here today. The hostess said with a smile. Only she and Liu Sheng are in the camera. Both sides communicate in English, so there is no need for translators on both sides. Thank you very much for inviting me. Liu Sheng took a seat in the guest seat and responded politely. To be honest, if the other party speaks Japanese, Liu Sheng will deliberately or unintentionally substitute into another scene. The habits are terrible. The subconscious has long been used to becoming natural. Pretty good. Chapter 241. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. The host said, before we interview you formally, let's watch a VCR introduction video about you. Having said that, Liu Sheng couldn't help looking at a small flat monitor next to him. At this moment, several video clips were being shown, and the voice-over voice also sounded simple and enthusiastic, but paranoid. Don't play cards according to common sense. The sword goes sideways. These characters that don't seem to be equivalent to one person may be the reason why Liu Sheng is called heterogeneous by many people in the world. However, it is this heterogeneous person who is an idealist and a doer in the global internet field today. In 2003, he contributed a classic social networking site to the world Blue Space. It is not simple Liu Sheng, but now it is simple to make BlueSpace into the world's largest social network platform. Once the virtual idol Hatsune Miku was born, it quickly swept the entire Japanese and the world. Everyone has to believe that there are only things you can't think of, and nothing Luo Sheng can't do. This is Luo Sheng, the founder, chairman and CEO of Blue Star Technology Group and the Cote d'Azur Corporation. In the tide of economic globalization, Luo Sheng led Blue Star Technology and the Cote d'Azur to highlight the wonders of the Internet and ICT. As the VCR finished playing, Luo Sheng, who looked at the screen, also looked back. The language of the narration was very exaggerated. He didn't understand it, and his heart was aggressive, because the narration in the VCR was all about this is, after all, shown to the locals. However, Luo Sheng still noticed a detail. In a part of the video, he was marked with an exclusive 6-star indicator. He understood this. Wasn't it just like various attribute indicators in the game? It can be seen that the 6 major indicators are all top-notch, and the most important thing is that one indicator actually broke the online and went to the outermost side of the 6-pointed star. Can also play. Yes, this is the book. Luo Sheng couldn't understand which 6 indicators they gave. In fact, the 6 indicators were creativity, imagination, influence, achievement value, wealth value, and beauty value. After the video was played, the host opened the conversation again. Once Hatsune Miku was born, it has already caused countless people to chase. Do you have anything to say about the Akihabara conference? Luo Sheng, who was sitting on the guest seat, was very relaxed. He smiled without hesitation when he heard the hostess' words. I am very happy to be loved by fans of Japan. I think Hatsune Miku is about to welcome her cool life in Akihabara. The host went on to say, we are all amazed by your wild imagination and creativity, including the concept of virtual idols which directly led to the emergence of Hatsune Miku. Now many companies are trying to rejuvenate and help to be more young people. They want to inject a sense of adventure and pioneering spirit into their campaigners' culture. They want to know how you do it, but it's definitely not easy. Luo Sheng leaned on Erlang's legs, supported his elbows on the sofa, and covered his mouth as if in contemplation. After a while, he turned his hands away and looked at the beautiful hostess sitting in front of him. I think the most important thing is that if you want to create a new thing, you have to be passionate, because it's really not easy. You have to go all out. If you don't have enough enthusiasm, you will definitely give up. The difference between losers is that the former never gives up, while the latter often gives up quickly. Our philosophy is to be willing to sow seeds and expect them to blossom in 10 years. This is obviously not easy. As for how to do it, we try to keep a relatively simple structure, and at the same time we try to focus on fewer things. At the same time, you have to know that people in the company really want to make good things. They want to feel for what they do, pride. They want to be recognized when they succeed. So we just let employees do what they are best at and what they like. What we have to do is bring the results to others. This is very exciting. If your results are successful, they will be used by many people. Not only that, but also companies that try to imitate us. Although they cost a lot of time, we don't mind other companies imitating us, because this shows that we have affected the entire industry. So we have set up innovation workshops at Blue Star Technology, including the Blue Coast Lab on the Blue Coast. Seeing Luo Sheng nodded slightly, the host continued to ask, how do you pass the idea on to a large group with tens of thousands of people? Luo Sheng glanced at the ceiling, then looked at the other side and said, basically, when something is not good enough, do you choose to stop and perfect it, or just launch the market regardless of it? But the market will observe the decisions made by the campaigners' senior management, and we try to make the product better and relaunch it forever, and if there is a problem, we solve it. Then you can say whatever you want. Our company has a 40 or 50 minutes a day to sit down and chat. But you have to know that people will observe the decisions you make, what decisions you will make, and it's important what values you believe in. The host watched Luo Sheng asking, many companies have tried to develop in China, but most of them have failed, And Blue Star Technology has been so successful in expanding globally? What mistakes have they made? Luo Sheng said, I think he should send an entrepreneur to the local market to understand. You must ensure that there is an entrepreneur there, not just a professional manager. Make sure that people who have been in the past understand the local market, have patience and have time to do something. Blue Star Technology Group now employs a large number of local employees worldwide, including in Japan. And there should already be about 2,000 formal Japanese employees now. The process of globalization is the process of getting to know each other. People have to be impressed that Blue Star's global business is a great example, and this Akihabara Virtual Idol Conference is a textbook example. I can always understand the needs of different regional markets, and just launch the products that local consumers love, which will bring huge influence and rich returns to the company. This time, Hatsune Miku's promotional film Hatsune Miku, In the Name of Love. If the name of the producer is removed, the local Japanese people will definitely believe that this is their local production, but actually comes from next door. This is where localization is extremely in place, with details everywhere, full of details, and the 3 versions of the promotional video are the best examples. The host spoke again. The diversified development of Blue Star's business sector is so successful and the scale is already so huge. I am curious, what kind of projects will you reject? Luo Sheng thoughtfully, in the daily operation of the company, I have to participate in dozens of meetings, large and small, on almost every normal working day, and almost half of my working day is spent at the meeting. There were a lot of project proposals. I only remember the few proposals that I agreed to, and I did not remember the ones that had been rejected because there were really too many of them that I rejected. The female presenter listened to each other and lamented that it is not an easy job to take charge of a company. There are dozens of meetings a day, and the business segments of Blue Star Technology Group are diversified, even differentiated. This means that Luo Sheng's brain needs to keep awake in his logical thinking during high-intensity work, in order to make every decision correctly, otherwise the company will get into trouble or perform poorly. For ordinary people, this kind of working life, after more than a dozen meetings a day, involves all aspects. I am afraid that the brain has already been muddled. Where can I make correct and reasonable decisions? And Luo Sheng needs to do this almost every working day, and to make the right decisions efficiently, because time is limited. No wonder the heads of big groups have special elevators, special planes, special cars, etc. For them time is money. Luo Sheng is still speaking at this time, as the CEO. What it really means is not that you say yes, but that you want to say no. I must veto many opportunities for development. For example, I remember a company meeting and proposed us doing peer-to-peer business, e-commerce business, and someone who proposed to do real estate business before, etc. I rejected it, because if I agree, there will be thousands of development opportunities in front of you every day. But you must admit the human limited energy and unlimited career. It is enough for you to be a good leader and be one of them. We are technology. Having said that, Luo Sheng and the hostess looked at each other and added, but with or without consent, our priority now is to complete the great mission of linking all human beings. This is the ideal we have adhered to since the company was founded. If anyone comes to find I said, Mr. Luo, I have a project that can make a lot of money. Sorry, I have no interest, even if it is really making money, because the company is already making money. We are still worried about how to spend the company's high-level reserve fund. Go out instead of letting the money rot in the safe and moldy. As soon as this word came out, the beauty host who was sitting opposite him stumbled for a moment. www.mentalnovel.com. Then he didn't hold back and reacted again, and quickly concealed his smile. This wave of embedded pen-filling methods was unpredictable. Many people at the scene rolled their eyes madly, as if they had suffered 10,000 critical hits. The words are so irritating, and very proper. Hatred is drawn up in seconds. Don't you think about other people's feelings? What time is it? The economic environment is sluggish, and it's worse every day. The global economy is shrouded in the haze of the North American subprime crisis. The world's seedling banks are frantically saving the market, major companies are not good, and the normal capital flow of physical enterprises is affected. Don't you think it's too much to say such things at this time? I really stand and talk without back pain. Just angry. That's right, just speak without standing back. Chapter 242 Official Sale, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. After the interview, Liu Sheng returned to China on a special plane that afternoon, and Sankei Shimbun later released the interview video. Liu Sheng's trip to Akihabara also attracted the attention of the domestic media and the industry. During the period, there were some episodes. Some people jumped out when the location of the press conference was set on Akihabara existence, questioning why Blue Star Technology may not be located in the country. So he took the chapter out of context and took advantage of a wave of excitement to become famous and quickly become famous. Is the current domestic industry foundation, consumption level, consumption scale and general environment chosen to hold a press conference in the mainland? Who will pay for the virtual idol plan? The company even didn't bother to listen to this kind of voice, because the more you respond, the more you will call him and make him more attractive. However, this kind of voice can't enter the mainstream after all. Most of the Blue Star Technology Group's revenue comes from overseas. This is something few companies can do. To achieve healthy development, the company still needs stable revenue growth and profits to maintain. Can continue to develop. As for Liu Sheng's itinerary in Bin, the situation has also gradually spread to the country, and the domestic media are also competing to report for help. It is no exaggeration to say that Liu Sheng has now become the idol of countless young handsome men, and because he, Huago, also owns a world-class technology giant and the world's top technology company and is proud of it. After all, even in South Korea where there is a shotgun, there are world-class technology groups such as Samsung, but there are few top companies in the mainland who can get it. All this has changed with the emergence of Blue Star Technology Group. Even if the current environment is getting worse and the stock market has plummeted, Blue Star Technology Group's stock is still second only to global IT-listed companies. In Microsoft, this time the stock's decline was not due to a problem with Blue Star Technology itself, but a major problem in the world economy, and everyone was falling. Even more exaggerated is that Liu Sheng also founded another technology company, French Riviera. Now he is also growing toward a technology giant, all of which is accompanied by his growing influence and popularity. However, after the special interview video of Sankei Shimbun came out, it was also widely discussed. Mainly, the statement that Mr. Liu thought that too much money could not be spent really shocked many people. This wave of pen-equipped clothes was more fresh and refined than the mudslides in the current economic downturn. The key lies in seemingly justified nonsense. So, I don't know how to spend money to make a super high quality movie for advertising, and the horrible amount of production costs up to $500 million US. At first glance, it seems to be the case. It's so special. Liu Sheng's remarks not only surprised a lot of netizens, but investors jumped out and expressed their dissatisfaction. If you think you have too much money, don't you want to share with shareholders? Put a pen here. Pay dividends if you have the ability. This has to say one thing: since Blue Star Technology has been earning profits, its profit has been rising steadily, but so far it has not been divided into dividends. This makes investors very upset. Dividends? Impossible. Go dreaming. Everything is in the dream. As long as Liu Sheng controls Blue Star Technology for one day, dividends will never happen. The company has gone from its listing last year to the peak of last month, and the stock has risen by about 340%. If you bought a stock worth 1 million in the initial stage of listing, after netting, you can get a net income of more than 3 million. What other investment is more lucrative? Dividend. How much money can a small shareholder get if it is diluted based on the share ratio? Liu Sheng, who is hotly debated, hasn't paid much attention. When he returns to China, there are also media who want to interview him, but there are a lot of media who want to interview him at any time. Luo Sheng didn't want to appear in public too often, and he tossed for so many days. He just wanted to give himself a few days off and train Xiona to optimize and upgrade it. Time passed day by day, and virtual idol products were released on schedule in the Japanese market. During this time, Hatsune Miku blew up a chase of virtual idols in Japan, and Japan's dead houses were basically unable to resist this cute twin ponytail girl who came out of the movie world. It is no surprise that Hatsune Miku can quickly become a phenomenal event in the region. It is the world's strongest secondary culture, UGC, and anime industries, and Hatsune Miku, born in the hands of Luo Sheng in this life, nothing can be compared with the previous life. All the factors made the world's first virtual idol quickly swept the entire Japanese and even the world. How hot is the newly born Hatsune Miku in this area of Japan? However, within a week, Hatsune's fine art paintings, animations, and humanities, etc., have appeared in the Pixiv community, and more videos shot in the Akihabara demo hall have been uploaded to the local Barrage network. In the first 3 days of the product launch date, Blue Star Technology has reached a line of distributor stores with local cooperation. Such a grand event, even the Azure series of Azure mobile phones, has never been sold in Japan. It is worth mentioning that the Japanese version is also a very strange market. The popularity of the Azure series mobile phones in Europe and America is self-evident, but in the Japanese version market, there is no enthusiasm like that in Europe and America. It is a failure, but it can only be said that it is a best-selling electrical product, which is far less enthusiastic than the European and American markets. However, there are no world-class internet companies born in the Japanese market. SoftBank Capital cannot be counted. It is basically occupied by European and American internet companies, and Blue Star Technology is also counted as one. However, Blue Star Technology Group finally found a product that stimulated Japanese consumers, namely the virtual idol Hatsune Miku. Luo Sheng's careful thinking is long-term. This is a carefully arranged chess game. In the future, he will use the voice assistant to combine the image of Hatsune Miku with the deep connection with the mobile terminal business under the Azure coast, into the set. Dead House Buy spent a lot of energy to wait in line at a retail store to buy products for 2 days, and spent all night sleeping outside the restaurant. Finally his turn. However, all of this is worth it. Since I experienced it in the demo hall, I have loved Hatsune Miku. He is a cartoonist, but he belongs to the 18th line. A few moments ago, I have drawn a few Hatsune fanworks and shared them on the Pixiv community, which has received good praise. At the same time, he has given more motivation to share and also shared some Hatsune fanworks with the online community. Congratulations, Nobita, this is the last one, for a total of 19,999 yen, said a cute sales girl in the shop. Jiz Nani? The last one. Too much. We've lined up for so long. You tell me it's out of stock. The buyers waiting in line behind them were shocked when they heard these words, and immediately burst into anger and outrage. www.mentalnovel.com. The scene was a little more agitated. Nobita saw that this situation was a bit bad, and quickly paid the bill, and then hung up holding the last set of products. Sorry, I'm very sorry. We don't know the sales will be so good. We are rushing to purchase the goods, and the dealer is processing it. I'm very sorry. The person in charge of the store quickly came out to apologize, and the other side was urging the film to add supply. This retail store has 3,570 sets in stock, and it is still hesitant to sell them. After all, 19,999 yen set is not cheap. I did not expect to sell it out in a short period of time. Even the included trial magazine was sold out immediately. The Japanese market does not have a well-developed online shopping system. Most people like to go to offline stores to buy products, and even in this era, domestic shopping has not completely broken out, and offline retail is also mainstream. Distributors apologized to appease consumers, while the other side was not idle, but they were also happy to spend all small money every time a big sales product is painful and happy. Chapter 243 surprised Nobita, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. When Nobita came home, she couldn't wait to lock herself in her bedroom. The Virtual Idol 3-piece product consisted of a rectangular matrix-shaped box. Very delicate. The cover is naturally the classic image of Hatsune Miku, in addition to the exclusive logo trademark of the Virtual Idol and the logo trademark of Blue Star Technology Group. At this point, Nobita, staring at the box, rubbed his hands, and the box packaging design was extremely exquisite. The design here also took a lot of effort and cost. After all, the retail price is as high as 19,999 yen. Naturally, it will not be crude and superficial, even if it is a packaged box. It also has a strong sense of quality. Nobita carefully opened the packaging tape of the box. After all, he didn't forget that he had heard the sold-out news at the retail store, and it was not cheap. There are several layers in the box. As always, it embodies the aesthetics of geometric deconstruction. The top layer is the music rhythm game set Hatsune Miku, the Singer Plan. Nobystone purchased the PS console version. The game product is also an independent package. He didn't rush to open it, set it aside on the table and turned over the second floor. The second layer is the original soundtrack album Hatsune Miku, In the Name of Love, which is available in 3 versions and behind thousands. They are also packaged separately and taken aside. The first layer is the sound production software Singoid, which is still an independent package. At this moment, Nobita looked at the 3 sealed cue boxes, tangled for a long time, and finally chose to open the original soundtrack first. But when he was about to throw the empty big box aside, he suddenly hesitated. Nani? Isn't it a 3-piece suit? At first glance, Nobita felt that there was still another layer, and he was puzzled for a while. He didn't remember that there was a 4th product. I didn't think about taking it out decisively. It is also a packaging box, but it is 2/3 less than the previous 3 models. It is a relatively flat rectangular box. Comes with gifts. Definitely an unexpected surprise. He remembered that the manufacturer did not say that there were additional gifts. Nobita decisively opened the gift first, and after unpacking, it was first a beautiful paper card. It turned out to be Hatsune Miku's extra background story, and I took my heart. Nobita murmured in surprise. Just like Blizzard Entertainment. While its game is excellent, another big attraction is the backstory. Many players are enjoying the moment. Hatsune Miku has a relatively complete understanding of the story through promotional films. What Nobuyasu wants to know is the end of the story, what will happen after Hatsune disappears, and how humans will face the second intellectual war. However, the story in this book is an introduction to the past and present life of Hatsune. That is, the story of Ching in the human era. What I have to say is that I have taken great care in the design of Hatsune's future. At the same time, it is also an opportunity to show the Chinese culture to the outside world. Well, this is also a form of cultural output. In addition, there is an exquisitely produced poster, which is officially certified and belongs to this one. It is very memorable. Other consumers also have it, but the content in the poster is different. Nobita is very excited. In other words, only one person owns it. Nothing is better. What is happiness? Happiness is something that everyone likes, only I have it. You don't, but I can show it to you. There is also a letter with the freebie. Nobuyasu opened it curiously, thinking in her heart that it was mostly a message from a business. But he was surprised and shocked when he opened it. Nani? A virtual concert ticket? Nobita looked at the message on the letter, which roughly meant to thank for supporting Barbara, and then the focus was on Hatsune Miku's first virtual concert, which will be held next year, in Tokyo in October 2008. Customers who purchase this product will have a certain probability of getting a complimentary limited edition ticket. And Nobita screams happily. I didn't expect that. I was so lucky that I could win one if the last product was bought. Tickets for a virtual concert. The Blue Star Company lost 199,999. Absolutely. Ha. No buy, she said cheerfully, and immediately collected the virtual concert tickets. Next year you can enter the venue with this ticket, and it is still the best A-class seating area. The key is sitting there was heralded as the first group of supporters, and there was a burst of glory and honor. Next, Nobita successively opened the other 3 packages one by one, synchronized the songs in the original soundtrack to the computer version of Music Space, and decisively opened the magical brainwashing divine song Onion Song. This song is really hot now. It is worth mentioning that there are 3 versions of the theme songs and episodes in the 3 versions of the promotional videos. Most of the composition is the same, but the lyrics are different. Partly due to the regional culture, there may be slight deviations in the composition. There are 3 versions of Onion Song, but the sounds are all virtual synthesized voices of Hatsune Miku. As a virtual singer, mastering multiple languages is a basic operation, and real singers who can master multiple languages cannot say no, but they are rare, and the scarlet ones are even rarer. The smell of burning money is everywhere. After synchronizing the fixing sound, Nobita began to disassemble the sound production software Syngoid, which is mainly a CD, and completed the installation quickly. As a cartoonist, he is also very interested in audio production. He has the feeling of a director. Nobita is thinking about making some audio and video and uploading it to the Barrage website. Time passed day by day. After the launch of the Virtual Idol product, the sales in the Japanese market continued to be hot, and local users were also hotly discussing on the online forums. The focus was on virtual concert tickets. The news spread quickly in the circle. Before that, I didn't know that there were additional gifts inside the product, and there might also be a virtual concert ticket in the additional gifts. This also adds a sense of anticipation to users who buy products, and to some extent promotes sales. Compared with the news back to China, many netizens have talked about a few broken discs and 1 or 2 software programs that will sell more than 3,000 soft sister coins. It is too expensive. How many people will be willing to pay for it? This is actually quite helpless. Many people have no idea about the funding for the production of promotional videos and feel that there is no cost. It can only be said that there is still a long way to go to build awareness of copyright. However, the hot news of this market was passed back to the mainland through media reports. It also made countless people feel incredible. I didn't expect that sales were so good over there. So many people were willing to pay for it, and users were calling it too cheaply, simply pulling hatred. Some people even ridiculed that the Blue Star Technology Company's rhythm of selling 19,999 yen in blood loss directly filled the hatred value. It is a truly evil capitalist world, and I really wanted to free them from the deep waters in the past. In late December, the 3rd day after the launch of the Virtual Idol product, General Manager Luo, the company's Virtual Idol product sales in the Japanese market are exceptionally strong, far exceeding our internal expectations. Zhang Bowen came to Luo Sheng's office to report with surprise. Really? How about sales? Luo Sheng asked curiously. 108,907 units. 3 days of sales statistics. Zhang Bowen said this number, 3 days of sales exceeded 100,000 units, is absolutely super selling, big tempo rhythm. Zhang Bowen added, the products are selling well in the Japanese market, and the local media are also racing to report. They sold for 3 days and reached 21.77 yuan, excluding the exchange rate change of about 330 million yuan. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Yes. It seems that the Virtual Idol program has at least fully proved that the Japanese market has been successful. At this time, Zhang Bowen sighed and said, best selling is best selling, but compared with the scale of investment, the cost recovery is far-fetched. Let's talk about the sales for these 3 days. Blue Star Technologies' revenue of about 330 million yuan can only share 45.7%, about 150 million yuan, and it is still income before taxes. Because partners such as third-party platforms and distributors have to share a profit, this means that it will need to create a sales level of tens of millions of units before it can recover $1 billion in production costs. Don't look at the current super selling, but the big data of the market is still very reliable. The sales volume of the product is likely to show a trend similar to the box office of the movie. In other words, how the sales volume of the previous 2 weeks will determine the final sales data will be at this line. On the internal forecast analysis result of the company is that the sales volume of the Japanese market is about 175.2 million sets, and the world market is about 2.3 million sets, which is still under the market's extremely promising situation. What is the current situation of the world economy and the environment? Needless to say, Luo Sheng said very easily, it's just borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Wool doesn't have to be on sheep. The company's virtual idol plan is not a single product, and the virtual singer is just the carrier. What we do is a brand new industrial chain. The strategic consideration of the layout has also risen to the entire industrial system. We have never been making money. We are doing business that will pay off after 10 or even 10 years. Zhang Bowen nodded, that's the same. This is like StarCraft, a real-time strategy game for Korean esports. The direct benefit of the entire Korean esports industry is so large, hundreds of millions of dollars. But South Korea has escaped the Asian financial crisis by relying on a game. In the haze, there is too much knowledge about the economic benefits. After experiencing the financial crisis in 1997, South Korea began to adjust its economic structure. The film, animation, and game industries received a lot of support and then developed rapidly. The next year, StarCraft was released, and a large number of professionals pass the time by playing this game. More and more people are playing, and some Korean TV producers have noticed, so they began to produce related programs of StarCraft and achieved great success. So they further organized competitions to attract more people to watch TV programs, and then all kinds of leagues have sprung up, which has led to the emergence of OGN. The first TV professional broadcaster gradually attracted the attention of South Korean authorities, so the state supported. It is this series of opportunities for continuous chemical reactions that have spawned a brand new industry that has never been before. Under the favorable positive cycle catalysis, the esports industry quickly took off, and then radiated and expanded to the surroundings. Samsung's computers were also large selling, screen selling, and further stimulate the performance of the semiconductor industry chain. Each time an esports competition is held, it is a consumption stimulus to the surrounding economic benefits. For example, as many as 100,000 people came to watch the game at the final scene of that year. Besides, the economic benefits of hotels and restaurants are incomparable. Considerable. The economic scale directly produced by esports was only a few $100 million, but at that time in South Korea, the output value indirectly related to esports once exceeded the output value of its automotive industry. No wonder South Korean economists say that StarCraft has saved South Korea and helped South Korea get out of the economic quagmire. It is not so much that the Koreans came out of the financial crisis with the game StarCraft, came out of the rise of the emerging esports industry in South Korea. But there is no such thing as StarCraft. There will be no subsequent esports game, and there will be no subsequent chain reaction. The significance of Hatsune Miku is similar to that of StarCraft for Korean esports, but the carrier has changed from a game to a virtual singer. The industry that Hatsune Miku can relate to is more imaginative than StarCraft in esports. From video to virtual concerts to content ecology, Hatsune Miku has become a symbol and representative of the second-generation culture. We must know Liu the station B of Shengxing I was able to kill a bloodstream under the monopoly of the three industries of Iki, Youku, and Tencent Video, and it was founded on the ACG and UGC elements under the theme of secondary. The pulse of the times. Is this a technology or a kind of existence? From appearance to lifting, it never greets you in advance. It swept the world almost overnight and caused a sensation. If you can foresee, you can become the hegemon of the industry in the future. If you know afterwards, you can only follow the soup. If you don't drink the soup, the bowl will be broken. Chapter 244 Kinwaima's Amazing Prophecy, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. With the end of the year and the new year approaching, Luo Sheng has also begun to plan a series of plans for 2008. Next year. I came to Blue Star Technology Group early this morning and had a meeting inside the company. Kinwaima was also present this time, but she attended the meeting as a legal consultant. Wall Street investment bank Merrill Lynch announced 3 sale agreements to alleviate the current financial dilemma, while Goldman Sachs Investment Bank predicted that Citi, Morrison Chase, and Merrill Lynch might be offsetting $34 billion in subprime mortgage bonds. Kinwaima, who was sitting in the conference room, methodically said, in addition, according to the statistical analysis results of the Banking Association of America, I found that the default rate of consumer credit defaults has risen to the highest level since 2001. I personally predict that SIF bondholders may lose more than 45% of their assets, but North American authorities have not come out to predict the recession. Luo Sheng glanced at Kinwaima, who had finished speaking, and then looked around and relaxed and smiled happily. The North American authorities will certainly not jump out to say so. They can now drag 1 second. Another executive at the meeting replied, France's largest bank has frozen. Consumer money market accounts have also hit Europe. Greece and Iceland have basically collapsed. Spain has become precarious, and the financial crisis has swept through the world is unavoidable. But there are still people who are dying. But everyone with a good eye knows that the big crash will be either today or tomorrow. Not too long. Kinwaima followed shortly afterwards. In the past few days, I have systematically analyzed the situation of European sovereign debt, and found that their debt burden has a default risk caused by their own tolerance. Like Greece's default risk, I personally very pessimistic on the European side. If the sovereign debt crisis is further triggered by a chain reaction, Greece may face the risk of bankruptcy in the future. Greece goes bankrupt. Luo Sheng and the other people attending the meeting were all together. Although they were all together, Luo Sheng was different from others. The reason he was stunned was that he was very surprised by Kinwaima's judgment. The European debt crisis could be taken by her. Estimated so early. No wonder Goldman Sachs gave her an olive branch without any hesitation, inviting her to enter Wall Street to work with Goldman Sachs. At this time, a senior executive at the meeting looked at Kinwaima puzzledly and said, Greece is bankrupt. Is this a bit of an overstatement? Sovereign bankruptcy. Can this also be bankrupt? In the eyes of a Chinese, it is an incredible thing, which is equivalent to changing the dynasty, so it is incredible. The participating Kinwaima sat in her position, holding his jaw in his hands and thoughtfully said, maybe my judgment is not correct, but this situation can exist objectively in the Western world. Starting from August this year, the Fed responded by injecting liquidity into the financial system to increase market confidence, and US stocks were maintained at high levels, and the situation looks good. Having said that, Kinwaima glanced at the executive, then turned his head to Luo Sheng and said, but don't forget that Reagan has become the biggest loser in this economic crisis, and France's largest banking industry has frozen. From a global perspective, European talents are the biggest receivers and losers. Personally, most of the losses in the subprime crisis have been passed on to Europe. I think the North American economy will recover soon after the crash. At the same time, although my personal forecasts of the European debt crisis and the subprime mortgage crisis are not the same as the factors that cause them, From the perspective of the global economic system, the outbreak of the European debt crisis is largely a continuation and deepening of the US subprime mortgage crisis. It is best not to break out of the European debt crisis. Once the outbreak is likely to occur, the Black Swan incident, the euro area will face great shocks, and it is not impossible to even trigger a crisis of EU division. Obviously, Qin Huaimou is extremely pessimistic about the future situation of the European economy. In her opinion, Europe's debt burden has faintly exceeded its own tolerance. In addition, the financial crisis has swept the world, and Europeans are actually worse than Americans. Luo Sheng, who hasn't been talking much, listened to Qin Huaimou's analysis for a while. After a while, he smiled and said to Qin Huaimou, "Wonderful. I think the stage on Wall Street is the most suitable for you to show your financial talents." The place. Everyone at the meeting looked at each other, and listening to the boss seemed to agree with Qin Huaimou's prediction. Nonsense. Qin Huaimou's prediction at this moment is almost completely consistent with the situation of his last life. The European debt crisis broke out, Greece went bankrupt, Brexit. All her predictions were accurate. Luo Sheng even wondered if she was born again. Qin Huaimou Yanzan smiled. "I am also a subjective prediction based on limited data analysis. It is not supported by a theoretical mathematical model and is not completely reliable. Don't take it too seriously. The risks are great. I won't responsible." She saw Luo Sheng's response just now and was worried that he would focus on Europe because of this. Others did not know that Qin Huaimou knew that Luo Sheng's offshore trust now had huge funds of several tens of billions of dollars, all of which were short profits. Luo Sheng smiled and looked away from her, then looked around. "The general environment is sorted out. We are not financial companies. We can roughly understand the overall trend of global economic issues. There is no need to delve deeper. Next, it is the question of how we react in the context of the current environment. For Blue Star Technology Group, the first major thing we will do in 2008 harvesting at the bottom." Speaking of this, Luo Sheng paused for a moment, and added a saliva by the way, "Sooner or later, the global economic collapse may be the immediate thing. The company now has a book capital of US $17 billion. I decided to budget a few dozen first billions of dollars came out to buy back Blue Star's stock when the economy crashed. But don't think about buying large numbers of other high-quality technology companies. It's impossible for Americans to let any foreigner go to their place to support the market. Europeans can't do it. I am even a Chinese. This species is basically digested inside Wall Street." After speaking, Luo Sheng set his sights on Zhang Bowen, who nodded silently and immediately made a memo of his decision. "The second thing is to make an acquisition offer to Sun Computer as soon as possible. If we can win this campaign's budget of about $78 billion. This company is very bad now, and Americans may let us in and eat it. Maybe, you don't have to buy it, but you can do your best." Luo Sheng added that after Zhang Bowen completed his memo, he looked at Qin Huaimou and said, "Look back and say hello to Yao Jianhong and let him a trip to Europe and the acquisition of MySQL company into the Azure Coast company. This company cannot be like Sun's attitude, and in any case give me." Although here is the executive meeting of Blue Star Technology Group, Luo Sheng does not need to hide anything. Both companies are his. In fact, Blue Star Technology also needs MySQL very much. At present, almost all internet companies in China, including Blue Star Technology, and internationally, such as Google, use the MySQL database. Blue Star Technology was founded on the basis of MySQL open source data to create this huge internet technology empire. Comparatively speaking, the value of the MySQL company may be only about $1 billion. But Luo Sheng is more important. Once Oracle head Larry Ellison will not sleep well in the future, come to him it will be as uncomfortable as gnawing in the throat. This is a secret key to penetrate the hinterland of the Oracle data kingdom. Even if Luo Sheng doesn't want to get Larry Ellison, it is very important for Blue Star Technology itself. How is the progress of the data center landing in North America progressing? After a while, Liu Sheng began to ask another topic, and Zhang Bowen, who attended the meeting, immediately answered, "This is not easy. The two sides have been fighting for more than a year, but the recent progress has suddenly gone smoothly. As long as there is no accident, it can be concluded within 1 or 2 months at the latest." Liu Sheng nodded and said, "Then don't have an accident, land as soon as possible, and don't come when the opportunity is lost." Who reported at the meeting a few days ago. Not that Google, Amazon and Salesforce are raising the speed of Zenian's cloud computing services is expanding. The longer we delay, our cloud service market share will decrease in the future. The data center is the infrastructure of cloud services and must be fast. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng quickly and solemnly warned, "The premise of fast is to ensure that you play in full accordance with the rules of the opponent's game, and must not exceed the rules of the game established by the opponent. Do not choose a sword to go to the front, and go the other way, such as bribery in the local area. Whoever made me stubborn. Once this is done, it will be exposed. In the future, the CIA will come to you and you have no room for refusal. He can justly dismember you. Don't be too small. We still not strong enough. The internal force is not deep enough. It is very difficult to avoid their sharp edges and leave no braids, so they want to squeeze us out." Everyone nodded again and again. Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing service business expansion in the North American market has always been blocked by North American authorities and has been unable to obtain market access qualifications. Basically, you are not allowed to come in no matter what you say. www.mentalnovel.com. Both parties. The pressure is actually very high. To be exact, the three parties, Blue Star Technology is one party, IBM is one party, and the North American authorities facing economic collapse are also one party. For Blue Star Technology, the pressure comes from the opportunity maybe only once. Now that Lomai is diligent, the economic hit has practically affected the real economy from the virtual economy in the financial field, and is frantically saving the market. It is even more difficult to miss this opportunity to enter again in the future. It is the most urgent party for IBM, because it will not drag on, but this tens of billions of dollars in strategic contracts has nothing to do with IBM, and it will face a breach of contract and pay a high penalty. At the same time, Intel is staring at this sum. The list is still secretly tricking. For the North American authorities, it is also very tangled. Now that the economy is crashing, millions of people are unemployed at the same time. The public is dissatisfied, and the situation is turbulent. If you put Blue Star's cloud computing business in North America to expand and build data on a large scale in the center, it is self-evident how many jobs can be brought by the huge amount of tens of billions of dollars. It is impossible for North America to blink without blinking, especially at this moment. Chapter 245. Don't worry, stay calm. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Suddenly, the time came to March 2008. Liu Sheng returned home this year with a low profile. During the Spring Festival in China, the global economy began to enter a stage of complete collapse. Even if all countries are frantically saving the market, they still cannot resist the cliffs of the stock market diving. But there is no way. You can't stop it. You have to save the market. Crazy. Especially in the United States, there is a serious shortage of liquidity. A large amount of the real economy cannot even borrow money, the unemployment rate is rising, and the GDP continues to collapse. The Federal Reserve is implementing one round after another of interest rate cuts to bring interest rates down to near zero levels and has remained unchanged. In addition, the Fed has successively introduced Dolan's quantitative easing policy. By purchasing a large amount of asset-backed securities and selling government bonds, it has injected liquidity into the market to save the economic disaster. However, with the haze of this economic crisis lingering all over the world, Liu Sheng has passed a big year without any pressure. Years later, it is time to harvest wildly. It can really be said that Buffett said, "I am afraid when others are greedy, and I am greedy when others are afraid." In early March, CEO office of Blue Star Technology. Irene came to Luo Sheng's office with a piece of material and asked, "The company's 2007 annual financial results have been audited early. Are you not ready to disclose it?" Luo Sheng shook his head, "Not in a hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while." The news was usually disclosed to the outside world at the end of January. This time, Luo Sheng was not allowed to disclose this time, and the market has been eagerly anticipating. His doing this will undoubtedly seriously frustrate the market's confidence. Investors feel that Blue Star's situation may be worse than expected, and it is directly reflected in the stock market crash. This is the result that Luo Sheng wants, and it is deliberate to keep the financial report undisclosed, anyway, as long as it is released within the deadline. Generally, listed companies often publish annual reports and new quarterly reports together. Blue Star Technology Group has not done this before, but it does not mean that it cannot be done. Luo Sheng picked up the materials brought by Irene and watched silently. Blue Star Technology Group's 2007 fourth quarter report and annual financial report for the year ended December 31, 2007. In the fourth quarter, Blue Star's global revenue was $6.567 billion, an increase of 10.78% year-on-year and a 14.32% month-on-month increase. Profit was $1.38 billion, an increase of 3.08% from $1.423 billion in the same period last year. Obviously, the economic crisis has spread to technology companies. Blue Star Technology Group's fourth quarter performance declined for the first time, but there was no absolute loss. The fourth quarter still achieved a net profit of $1.38 billion. In other words, I earn more than before. But on this premise, I still make a lot of money. If the economic crisis broke out in North America and spread to the whole world, the fourth quarter performance would surely be able to increase by about 30%, but it would be a bit difficult for the environment to have such a request. It is not that the performance of a company like Blue Star Technology has fallen. It's all diving. Blue Star Technology Group's annual revenue in 2007 reached $28.152 billion, an increase of 102.88% compared with $13.876 billion in 2006. But the net profit for the whole year was negative and the total net loss was $1 billion. This is because in the third quarter, Blue Star Technology Group launched two new projects, online cloud translation and virtual idol, together with the investment layout of the esports industry and the acquisition of Vivendi Group at the same time. Holding all of Blizzard's equity, these are the reasons for the significant increase in operating expenses. Profits are important, but to see the impact of a company ultimately depends on revenue data, so the top 500 companies in the world are not ranked by profit, but by revenue quota. Blue Star Technology Group's revenue this year has remained the triple-digit growth reached a dazzling score of 102.88%. After a year of tossing this year, it seems to have lost $1 billion. But the company's asset size has skyrocketed. What's more important is that the Blue Star Technology Group has not had a single debt so far and has more than 17 billion cash reserves. This is the biggest reliance that allows Luo Sheng to be at ease in the face of the global financial turmoil hit by this attack. At this moment, the moment is when cash is king. Blue Star Technology Group has more than $17 billion in cash in its safe. It has no debt, and it can survive the cold winter. Not to mention that Luo Sheng's offshore trust still has more than $40 billion of spare money. This money can be used at any time without entering the stock market or Wall Street. In any case, Luo Sheng cannot face the possibility of no cash flow now. When about 2/3 of the material was read, the desk phone rang and Zhang Bowen called. General Luo, the company's market value has fallen to $157.2 billion. Can it be bought back? Where is this? We haven't fallen below $150 billion. Don't worry, we will take another shot below the $100 billion mark. Luo Sheng said immediately without hesitation. At the other end of the phone, Zhang Bowen, sitting in the executive vice president's office, heard this saying and said in surprise, "What, this? Can it break below the 100 billion mark? Is it so serious?" Since entering 2008, all countries have been frantically saving the market, especially in North America. The Federal Reserve has also issued a series of measures for liquidity, but it still cannot save the market crash. Jang Bowen thought it was almost the same. He did not expect Luo Sheng's "It is predicted that the downward trend will be so severe." Luo Sheng replied affirmatively, "Just do what I said, keep calm, and say in the second half of this year that our revenue may shrink sharply this year, depending on how much cloud services can be pulled back, and at this time throw money away. It will be difficult to earn back in a short time after going out, and when you think about the big sale, you will not have so much money." Jang Bowen nodded and said, "Well, understand." Luo Sheng, "That's it." If technology stocks are already weak at the end of last year, then just in 2008 this year, technology stocks also fell and began to enter the stage of a big crash. Technology stocks that had strengthened during the subprime mortgage crisis for nearly a year finally ushered in cliff diving, and it is the type of continuous jump. As of March 2008, the world's top 10 listed IT technology companies, Microsoft still maintains the #1 position in the technology company, but the market value has plummeted to $247.3 billion, evaporated nearly $100 billion. The second-ranked listed technology company in the world, Blue Star Technology Group, has also plunged all the way, from the peak of $207.1 billion to the current $157.2 billion, evaporated nearly $50 billion. The third IT technology company listed is Cisco, with a market value of $145.4 billion. Google is the fourth, with a current market value of $132 billion. Intel is the fifth, with a market value of $115.7 billion. The market environment now gives people the impression that Europe and the United States are frantically saving the market, but the more the market is rescued, the more the stock market jumps, as if in a vicious circle. Can't help but it's even more horrible. www.mtlnovel.com. The panic index is already bursting, and the underwriters of Blue Star Technology Group are now waiting for the stocks in their hands to unlock the restricted period, but this year will enter the second half of this year only when the restricted period expires. That is to say, there are still about 3 months to trade the stocks in hand. As long as the company's market value is high, investors who are holding Blue Star Technology stocks want to sell stocks in a hurry. Helpless. But as long as the market value of Blue Star Technology stock does not fall below $50 billion, there is still money to be made. But compared with the market value of more than $200 billion at its peak, it is still bleeding. But in the following days, the global IT community suddenly became extremely lively, because several IT giants have been directly or indirectly involved in a chaotic battle. The participating parties include Blue Star Technology Group, Google, Oracle and other world-renowned IT giants. At the same time, IT companies such as IBM and Hewlett-Packard were also forced to join, and the focus was on the competition between MySQL Company in Sweden and Sun Computer Company in North America. Chapter 246. It's messy. It's all messy, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Blue Star Technology Group headquarters, internal executive meetings. The participating Jang Bowen spoke. It's messed up, it's messed up, it's all messed up. And the whole northwest of Shaanxi has become a pot of porridge. Everyone heard Lao Zhang's sudden expression of such a sentence as "I cannot help but look," and Jang Bowen continued his speech with a clear eye. 2 years ago, it was said that Google was plotting to acquire Sun Microsystems. It seemed that nothing had happened. Oracle also came out at this time, and Sun Microsystems wanted to put the Swedish company MySQL. The acquisition directly led to the participation of 5 or 6 IT multinational giants, making the whole situation chaotic and even impossible to start. After a while, another senior executive at the meeting said quite worriedly, "I can say that Blue Star Technology is the complete financial competitor, but the key to this acquisition is not how much money it has. It's because Blue Star's surname is Hua, not surnamed Beauty. Even if Oracle and Google don't come out to disrupt this merger and acquisition case, it will be very difficult to succeed. It's really worse for them to jump out." Obviously, the executive who spoke was pessimistic about the prospect of acquiring Sunday. The other participants did not speak, but they basically assumed this fact. Luo Sheng, who was less verbal at the meeting, immediately asked in a deep voice, "To win from this scuffle, we must first understand the first point, who is our enemy and who is our friend? Or who may be our friends, who may be our enemies. Without first figuring this out, we will lose." Having said that, Luo Sheng looked at Zhang Bowen. "Isn't the person in charge of the negotiations of IBM saying that he will arrive today? When is it?" Zhang Bowen responded immediately, "I have scheduled the meeting time, it is about 1600 hours this afternoon." Luo Sheng nodded, looked around at everyone, and said for a moment of silence, "Our acquisition of Sun is to build a full-service product line from software to hardware, but the key is the company's Java language. But even if we lose Sun Microsystems, it is not unacceptable to us, but MySQL cannot give up, and we must take it down anyway, as long as MySQL is in our hands. Whether Sun is in the hands of Larry Ellison or Larry Page here, MySQL will always be a thorn in their throat." MySQL is the most popular open-source database developer in the world today. Luo Sheng pays more attention to this company. Once the merger and acquisition is completed, with the cloud computing service business segment of Blue Star Technology Group, it can quickly be built into a server, the best company in hardware such as workstations, enterprise solutions, SPARC processors, storage devices, etc. In the afternoon, Bob Swan, a global vice president sent by IBM, came to Blue Star Technology. He got off the plane without a break, and immediately transferred to Sioux City. In the guest room at the moment, Luo Sheng was interviewing the person in charge sent by IBM. "Mr. Swan, let's talk about the data center." "Now we should talk about the Sun Company," Luo Sheng said, looking at the middle-aged man with a hook nose sitting opposite him. Bob Swan said without hesitation, "Imho, Mr. Luo, the probability that your company wants to acquire Sun is 99% of the time. It is either Google, Oracle, or IBM. You know, the speed of Blue Star Technology Group's expansion in North America has deeply disturbed the authorities. Never before has a Chinese company expanded so aggressively in the IT industry." Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing when he heard his words. He naturally put his legs up and looked at the American in front of Erlang with a smile and said, "This is Zhan Bo Swan," shrugging. "Okay. Let's open the sunroof and speak brightly." Luo Sheng lowered Erlang's legs that had just been tilted back down, leaned forward slightly, staring directly at Bob Swan, and said, "Oracle has swept the software field and is taking the opportunity to enter the hardware field. This move will inevitably face the competition with IBM and HP. The original pattern of competition between IBM and HP will also be broken, and the IT industry has entered a triad era. I think your company should be more aware of this than me. I know that your company also wants to win Sun simply to prevent Oracle from invading your core territory." Having said that, Luo Sheng leaned back on the sofa and tilted Erlang's legs again, watching Bob Swan, adding, "Oracle is a company with personality, which is inherited from its CEO Larry Ellison. Characteristics." Previously, I saw a news website commenting on Larry Ellison. He is Barton, and during World War II, Barton led the Third Army to sweep the European battlefield. Bob Swan looked at Luo Sheng in confusion. "I don't understand what you mean. Can you be more straightforward?" Luo Sheng didn't know if he didn't understand completely or didn't understand, but he could be sent to negotiate with himself by IBM. That should be knowingly. Luo Sheng simply assumed that he was pretending to laugh. "Come on, Sun is seeking merger and acquisition of MySQL. the world's most popular open-source database developer. Once the two companies merge and move into the embrace of Oracle, wouldn't you and I want to see it? Bob Swan was silent. Luo Sheng said again, in fact, I want to do the same. Facing Luo Sheng's outspoken and frank words, Bob Swan's eyelids could not help but jump slightly, but soon recovered. That's right, for IBM, the threat from Oracle is great, and the threat from Blue Star and Luo Sheng is also great. There is nothing to hide. Everyone is a giant. His Majesty does not have a group of think tanks behind it. Luo Sheng basically has a rough judgment in his own mind. It seems that the opportunity for Blue Star Technology Group to acquire Sun is basically very slim, and North American authorities can't pass it. Since this is the inevitable ending, it will not be possible to rip off IBM at this time, and large data centers will not be able to enter the North American market, and cloud computing services will lose more losses in the North American market. On the bright side, although he is furious with IBM and HP and Intel can cooperate, Luo Sheng is more inclined to cooperate with IBM. After all, he prefers IBM's solution in the server area, which is also in this field. Number 1 player. It's just that Luo Sheng didn't show this kind of thought and was discovered by IBM. After a while, Luo Sheng said, I have a more eclectic solution here. Maybe both IBM and Blue Star Technology Group can accept it. I think your company definitely does not want others to penetrate into the hinterland of IBM's kingdom. I also do not want others deep into the hinterland of my Blue Star Technology. Very good. It seems that a delicate balance can be reached on this issue to reach a consensus. Luo Sheng knows that if Blue Star Technology merges Sun and MySQL, it will also compete with IBM and Hewlett-Packard and become a three-legged industry structure. Therefore, IBM will definitely make it worse and become an enemy, but in the reverse, as long as with adjustments, enemies can also become friends between fights. The value of MySQL may be about $1 billion, but it is the world's largest open-source database system. Its impact is very far-reaching. It has become the de facto standard for open-source databases. It is mainly used in SME database applications and huge Internet background system applications. Blue Star Technology, Google, and most of the Internet companies in China are built on this huge open-source database system. Bob Swan looked at Luo Sheng curiously. Oh, may I listen to you? Luo Sheng said without hesitation, I can give up without dispute. The ultimate ownership of it is Oracle or Google. I don't care, but MySQL should belong to me. IBM should actively promote it. Only in this way can it be separated. Is the most favorable situation for you, because you have no need to worry about the threat at all. And it is acceptable to me. Whether Sun Microsystems falls into the hands of Oracle or Google, it will naturally drive me to enter into an alliance with Blue Star Technology and IBM. And we can suppress our opponents. As soon as Bob Swan was in this thought, he was not in a hurry to respond, and Luo Sheng was not in a hurry to give him an answer immediately. In any case, this is indeed a fairly compromised solution, and each other can accept such a result. In this way, if Sun is acquired by Oracle, it will also have to compete with Blue Star Technology. After all, the database application solutions for small and medium-sized enterprises have to look at MySQL, which will greatly break Larry Ellison's ambition. Thinking about taking care of his own backyard will save him to toss in the hardware field. The hardware is enough for IBM and HP. Just like Intel for AMD, the young couple lived peacefully and broke into a nasty third party to break the balance, not to make you fool. At the end, Bob Swan stopped thinking and looked at Luo Sheng and said, I can't give you an answer right away. Luo Sheng nodded happily and said, no problem. Things can be discussed slowly. I'm not in a hurry. IBM has enough time to consider. Bob Swan rolled his eyes frantically, scolding the for standing without talking back pain. Of course you is not in a hurry. But IBM is dying. The contract of the data center is about to default. I only blame the failure to withstand the temptation of Luo Sheng's olive branch. The tens of billions of dollars contract and the billions of dollars of sky-high penalty. www.mentalnovel.com. It's soft. It's impossible to move unless the contract is signed. So IBM signed up. It is just that IBM did not expect that the North American authorities would be so obstructed. They thought, but they did not think that the intensity would be so great that it far exceeded the internal estimates of IBM. Once the contract is breached, not only will the tens of billions of dollars of contracts be gone, but a huge penalty will be paid. If it is not air-blasted, it must explode in place. Fortunately, the progress of this matter is barely smooth. Although there are many twists and turns, it also took more than a year to make new progress today. But as long as it does not breach the contract, it can safely earn tens of billions from Blue Star Technology. List. Everything is worth it. Everyone vote for the monthly ticket. It will be impossible to be protected by the chrysanthemums behind. It's scary. Hurry up and pull the duck. Chapter 247. Fighting mediation battle for nearly 2 years. One stance starts. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. To say what is most valuable in the 21st century, many people may say high-tech. And Luo Sheng will say big data. Data is the most commercially valuable thing of this century. MySQL is extremely useful for Luo Sheng. First of all, it can make Oracle uncomfortable. Due to the high cost of Oracle databases and the suppression of piracy in mainland China. Yes, that's right, it's suppression of piracy. It's not indulgence, but suppression. Don't look at Microsoft turning a blind eye to the use of pirated Windows systems by individual users, but if any company dares to use pirated copies, Microsoft will send a lawyer's letter in minutes, and that company will have to pay money obediently. The income of enterprise users is much higher than that of individuals. In fact, Microsoft is still making a lot of money in China. The cost of suppressing personal piracy is not high, and it is not gratifying. If the charges are made, competitors will be created out of thin air. Microsoft is not so stupid. User habits are very scary. Now even if individual users buy Apple computers, they are used to it. Will also earn Windows, which gives Microsoft's operating system an unparalleled supremacy. No one can shake. Even Luo Sheng can't do it, because the user habits have made the Windows system invincible. To break the dominance of Microsoft in the PC era, only mobile internet and smartphones have reduced the dimension of the blow, and the continuous shrinking of the PC market has indirectly brought Microsoft's operating system kill. No one is using a computer, or fewer and fewer people are using it, and the PC has become a sunset industry. Of course, Microsoft's dominance has disappeared, which is fundamentally erased. Luo Sheng insists on the strategy of dimensional reduction blow. Through mobile internet, smartphones, and smart wearable devices in the future 5G era, only dimensional reduction blow can kill Windows. The high cost of Oracle's database and the suppression of piracy by the law have led to more and more SME projects using open source and free MySQL. Even though MySQL will rely on value-added services to charge a certain amount of technical support costs. But for most it's a good deal for businesses. And MySQL is enough to support their applications. Without MySQL, Blue Star Technology might not have been born so smoothly, and the initial data operating costs may have doubled and soared. Oracle without MySQL is definitely uncomfortable, because the SME market is extremely large. This market is firmly occupied by MySQL. And this market has been a long-time target of Oracle's prying eyes. From a business perspective, Luo Sheng's thinking has some similarities and differences with Alibaba's thinking of supporting SMEs. From a technical point of view, MySQL and Blue Star Technology Group's big data have the technical commonality of the BDB kernel. Blue Star Technology can currently take MySQL as a market booster, not a competitor. Strategically maintain MySQL's maintenance, research and development, and even provide it to SMEs completely free of charge. On the development interface, realize the smooth transfer with BlueStar technology, retain the market with completely free MySQL, and gradually realize the follow-up services of BlueStar Technology Group. Another hidden benefit is another big database platform provided by Liu Sheng for the artificial intelligence November created by him. On the streets of Yangqing Lake on Friday morning, pedestrians, including some college students from nearby schools, stopped to watch a morning run and talked about it. Some college students looked at the team in the field. A young man among this morning jogging team, Liu Sheng, is headed by the others, and the others are all bodyguards in casual clothes, following him along the morning run. Liu Sheng spends about an hour every day exercising in various ways, sometimes in the gym, but it's not the campaigner's or his personal purchase, but the campaigner's rental package. At present, the Mobius Ring headquarters of the BlueStar Technology Group and the Star City headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company are being built intensively. In addition, Liu Sheng's enterprise air-level private supermansion with an area of tens of thousands square meters complex building is also under construction. Although he started late, his private house was built the fastest, and it is expected to be put into use at the end of the first half of this year. Both his private residence and the new headquarters of the two companies are located on the shores of Yangqing Lake, which deserves to be the latest and most technologically scientific and iconic landmark in Sioux City. It is no exaggeration to say that the leaders of Sucheng have regarded Liu Sheng as the god of wealth rhythm. Just kidding. Liu Sheng's companies have almost supported more than a third of the total tax revenue of Sucheng, and the proportion has increased. The speed is faster than the overall fiscal and taxation of Sucking. If this trend continues, the entire Sucking can rely on the collection of Liu Sheng's corporate tax to support all public expenditures and even balances. Liu Sheng actually doesn't like to exercise indoors. He still likes this broad feeling, but now as a celebrity big coffee, as if he were a giant panda in a zoo, he was surrounded by eater melons. Well known and extremely famous, you must sacrifice some freedom and things that must be changed, such as the matter of going out for a morning run. Liu Sheng cannot fix the time, place and other factors, because if it is too fixed, it will be easily understand and control the laws of daily life. Although this is domestic, the accompanying bodyguards often do not have to deal with sudden and dangerous situations, more to open the road or the like, but this is also essential. Safety is very important. As a scientist in the last life of Liu Sheng, he travels. There are light and dark bodyguards. Otherwise, with his current popularity and influence, he throws out a morning run without disguising himself, and is surrounded by fans or media reporters in a matter of minutes, even with a certain probability of being tied up. Too famous and annoying. However, in this case, Liu Sheng has not felt anything wrong since he became famous in this world, because he was used to it in the last life, and he was the subject of key protection when traveling, but he was a scientist in the last life. Famous in identity, at least so far in this life, is known as entrepreneurial identity. General Liu, on the phone. Just then, a bodyguard who followed him took the phone to speed up the pace of running and caught up with Liu Sheng. After he stopped, the others also stopped and waited. Liu Sheng took the call. It was an Azure mobile phone. He swiped his thumb over the answer button and put it in his ear. Mr. Liu, two good news. The IBM site has negotiated, and the North American data center has been successfully established. At the same time, they are willing to help our group company to acquire MySQL, and to restrain Oracle and Google, and prevent Sun from acquiring MySQL company. The other end of the phone was talking to Jiang Bowen. Liu Sheng sat down casually in a marble seat on the roadside, and commanded, "Yes, but IBM's support on MySQL is just icing on the cake. It's far from easy to send coal in the snow. On the contrary, they must be prepared. They cannot be completely trust. It's up to you to win MySQL, and in this environment, the Eurozone may be worse than North America, and you can make money when necessary." Speaking of which, Liu Sheng, I would like to add an explanation. What I am saying is not to bribe the Swedes with money, but to invest in Europe in large-scale funds in exchange. This matter is handled by Yao Jianhong from the French Riviera. You are in charge. Relevant departments of Blue Star Technology can help. Bowen Zhang, understand. The acquisition of MySQL company, Liu Sheng does not intend to let Blue Star Technology Group sell, but the brother company as your cost to execute. Today is the fourth day of negotiations with the person in charge of IBM. The focus of the negotiations is really not MySQL. This Liu Sheng did not want to rely on IBM to play a key role at all. I really think that is a fool. It is also impossible to hold Blue Star Technology Group to such a large scale today and still hold firmly in its own hands. The focus of the negotiations with the people of IBM this time is that cloud computing serves the data center landing in North America. This matter has been mediation since 2006, and it has taken more than a year to 2 years. The dust finally settled in 2008. The expansion of overseas markets is really not easy, because Liu Sheng's surname is Hu instead of Europe or America. Had it not been for the combination of various factors that have led to a series of chemical reactions, the North American market may not be able to enter the market for another 2 years, and Liu Sheng knows that the longer the time, the more difficult it will be. So far, all 9 large-scale data centers built by Blue Star Technology Group overseas have been completed, including 5 in North America, 1 in Northern Virginia, 1 in Seattle, 2 in the California Bay Area, and 1 in Oregon. Doesn't old American always say that data is safe? It's not enough to build the data in your home now. www.mtlnovel.com. Of course, Liu Sheng doesn't expect the US Emperor to end the trouble of Blue Star Technology Group at this point, but everything is difficult at the beginning, and it is unprecedented to get the access permit. Victory, which means that expanding data centers in the future will not be as troublesome as today. It is so called to ask God to send God easily and difficultly. I now put Liu Sheng into their home, and it will be as difficult as possible to drive him out in the future. There is no way for him to dismember Alstom in France. Meaningful. Unless it is a robber to carry out armed plunder, but this is not possible, unless the Americans are crazy, and what they are doing is destroying a country's credit system. Alstom also left his pigtails to be killed by the Americans. What's more, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, it doesn't take 30 years. The next 10 years is a decade of decline in the national strength of the United States, while China's national strength is a decade of rapid rise, a change that has not occurred in the world in a century. 10 years. With each passing day, even when Americans want to play hooligan, they have to weigh it. To put it simply and rudely, the wings of labor and management are really hard. Chapter 248, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Liu Sheng ended his conversation with Zhang Bowen and sat up for a while before getting up from the marble seat on the side of the road. Then he did not continue to start, but walked, and several bodyguards who accompanied him kept following him. The pedestrians on the road are young college students, because Sioux City University is nearby. I am afraid that few college students today do not know the legendary figure Liu Sheng. In particular, the Yangqing Lake campus of Sioux City University and the new headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group are about 4 or 5 kilometers in a straight line. Now young people who don't know this company and who don't know the founder of this company and the richest man, Liu Sheng. At this moment, while Liu Sheng was walking, the male and female college students who traveled along the road couldn't help keeping his eyes on him. Many people are super excited, because it is the first time to meet their idols at close range, especially Sister Paper. Basically they will instantly imagine themselves as grey aunts. Speaking of which, at the end of autumn 2007, a word on the internet suddenly became popular at that time, and it became more and more popular: Gao Shui Fu. And this internet buzzword is often accompanied by some photos of Liu Sheng, becoming the undisputed synonym of Gao Shui Fu, and also becoming a super idol worshipped by countless young boys in the 1980s. The most perfect object. Here, during the walk, Liu Sheng met some college students who passed by, and would politely smile, sometimes nodded, and met some beautiful sisters, and put some electricity on their eyes. Sister Paper was trembling on the spot by Electric's heart. Liu Sheng is very indifferent, but those college girls are super shy and don't overdo it, and their hearts flutter, or they unconsciously speed up a few steps, feeling inexplicably guilty, and deep inside can't help but think. Speaking of which, most of the college girl papers of this era are still very pure and reserved, with a kind of green cuteness, which contrasts with the unrestrained personality of the girl papers 10 years later. Of course, this era is not without. Modern cities like Shenqing also have exceptions like Irene. In fact, there are still many people who want to rush up to take a photo with Liu Sheng to sign a photo, but seeing the 7 or 8 unsmiling personal bodyguards around him, his face is clearly written as a stranger. In the end, such thoughts were dispelled. However, people with mobile phones still can't help taking photos in the distance. Most of them are just feature phones, but at least they can take pictures. A small number of college students sport Azure mobile phones under the Azure Coast. This phone can be said to be a modern device. Then artifacts, when they are taken out of the pocket, they can become the object of everyone's attention. There was also some news that was not positive. For example, some time ago, someone sold kidney for the purchase of Azure mobile phone, and some sister paper went to the yuan to help exchange with Azure mobile phone. These incidents have turned into emoticons and went crazy online. Pass. Anything tap, as you things get rid of. .jpg quickly became popular. At this moment, people passing by Liu Sheng are also whispering to the classmates around them, both men and women. The whispers of the girls are like this: "Well, yeah, he was just yelling at me, and that look quickly turned me on. I'm not going to flood you, you dead. What to do? It's going to fall." It's not a flood. It's estimated that the flood has become a disaster. The men's voices are like this: "Recently, technology stocks have also dived. The market value of Blue Star Technology has also plummeted. Mr. Liu's value has shrunk sharply. He actually has this leisurely and elegant walk on the street. It is indeed the first idol in my heart, a man like a god, godlike existence." 2 words Teddy. 2 words. Mum's mental retardation. It's okay. Anyway, the change in the value of Liu on the rich list does not affect my current ranking amount. I tell you, if you don't work hard, your ranking will be overtaken by me. The 2 of you. I often look out of place with you for not being funny. Mad. It's really more deadly than popularity. When I saw Liu Sheng's achievements and age, I was thinking that I am studying now, and I don't want to work hard for an instant. I am desperate. God, I don't want to work hard. I'll be a rich lalai. Actually, I have a place that always leads Liu Sheng, and he can never catch up. Just install it. This is faster than the one. I'm ready to applaud. Hey, I'm serious. I'm 24 this year. There is 1 year older than him. This is a place where he can never catch up with me. There was originally no intention of telling this secret. I do. Where is my BB machine? I can't see this pretending to be killed. Okay, you cheat. This is better than pretending, and there are some more details in it. Labor and management are speechless. Liu Sheng finished his morning run, went home to take a bath, then went to work in the company. It didn't take long for him to sit in the office, and Qin Weimer knocked on the door. Today, first of all, I am going to work on the Côte d'Azur. Just outside news, Sun Microsystems announced on Wednesday that as part of a major reorganization plan, the company will lay off 4,000 to 5,000 people over the next 6 months. In addition, the company will sell its new California-based company, with Walker's Work Park and return of facilities leased in Sunnyvale, California. This operation will save the company approximately $500 million in annual expenses while adjusting its equity structure. Qin Weimer turned over the materials in his hand and looked up, then looked up to Liu Sheng and added, according to the Market Watch Station report, The number of layoffs planned by Sun Microsystem for this layoff accounted for about 13% of the company's total. This is preparing for the acquisition of MySQL. Sun Microsystems is not as rich as Blue Star Technology. After hearing her report, Luo Sheng accepted Qin Weima's speculation. The other party is likely to be actively working to merge MySQL into His Majesty. Difficulties in fundraising. It is also at the expense of layoffs to open source and reduce expenditures. It is estimated that the adjustment of equity structure is to cross-shareholding. Fighting financial strength. Sun is not my opponent. If it was not a barrier built by the North American authorities, and we tried to obstruct it, I would have swallowed Sun together. Luo Sheng said calmly. Qin Weima put the documents in his hand on the table, sat down on the chair next to him, and looked at Luo Sheng. I think we should pay attention to Google. This may be the biggest competitor of the French Riviera. For 2 years, Google has already said it intends to annex Sun's poor company. Google's current CEO, Eric Schmidt, was formerly CTO of Sun, and is the best candidate for this transaction. According to Sun's current market value, Google does not have to pay a lot, and acquiring Sun is very difficult for us. But it is not difficult for Google. At the same time, Google can also provide sustainable software platforms through Sun to provide the necessary software platform. If Qin Weima had only one professional quality in legal affairs, finance and auditing, then after working with Luo Sheng for so long, she has evolved or improved in recent years. Talent is one aspect, but effort is also very critical. Talent determines the upper limit and effort determines the lower limit. Although Qin Weima is not a scientist, he has the qualities of a scientist. Scientists are always afraid of falling behind, so they are constantly learning about external information, analyzing information, thinking and turning knowledge into their own knowledge, so as to advance with the times. Before working with Luo Sheng, Qin Weima did not have such a deep understanding of the IT industry as she does today, but joined a technology company and asked her to learn this knowledge naturally. Are you worried that Google's acquisition of Sun will form a chemical reaction with its Android system team and impact the OS ecosystem? Luo Sheng looked at her and said. Qin Weima nodded gently. This must be said in 2005. At that time, the critical stage of the Azure plan, and in August of the same year, Google acquired the high-tech enterprise Android and its team that was established for only 22 months. The target is Nokia's operating system, and now the Android team is frantically imitating OS. Also at that time, not only Google's big move, Luo Sheng's big move, everyone was doing big move. Qiao Bangzhu was also preparing iPhone project, and also cooperated with Motorola. Luo Sheng actually wanted to acquire the Android team, but at that time he really didn't have the extra energy to do these things. It was very difficult to acquire North American high-tech companies. www.mentalnovel.com. What is happening now is the best example. Just because of the question of whose last name may make a simple acquisition operation difficult, if Luo Sheng is surnamed Beauty instead of Hua, it would be easier to acquire Android or Sunday. For example, Blue Star Technology has fought with its data center in North America for 2 years. This time, it has basically declared a failure to acquire Sunday. This shows that Loma is strictly guarded against its high-tech companies. Fortunately, this time MySQL is a Swedish company. Although it is not easy to acquire European companies, it is still much better than North America. Especially in the current economic crisis, Europe is actually worse than North America. The Europeans also knew that they were miserable by the Americans, and that they could not speak of their suffering. They could only break their teeth and swallow them. Luo Sheng sorted out the intricate relationship here before he included MySQL in his pocket. Acquiring high-tech companies in Europe and the United States is not easy and time-consuming. However, success is clearly worth it. Chapter 249 The Giants Who Are at Peace with the Status Quo. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. According to reports, Google bought Android for only $50 million. and Luo Sheng knew the impact of Android on Google and the technology industry more than a decade later. Google's acquisition of Android may be one of the most important M&A transactions in Silicon Valley history. The operating system brings Google $2 to $3 billion of horror advertising revenue every year. Although Luo Sheng was not able to acquire Android, he felt unfortunate, but he didn't hesitate about it. Because Android cannot be acquired, Luo Sheng has already decided to take out some of the underlying designs from the OS system, and then re-optimize the magic and change it to launch a new architecture open-source operating system WOS system solution. One hand is now leading the OS closed-loop ecosystem of the world for at least 5 years, and the other is the open-source ecosystem. Both hands must be grasped. Both hands must be hard. How to loose. At this time, Qin Weimar looked at Luo Sheng slightly, and thoughtfully said, the acquisition of Android from Google, including this Peeped Sun, especially in November last year, Google took the lead in opening the Mobile Phone Alliance. The ambition to capture the complete industry chain has been exposed. Hearing this, Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing, and also remembered the situation at the first developer conference. Eric Schmidt was so enthusiastic at the Côte d'Azur developers conference that he knew that this old man turned back and took Android out. Android was bought by Google in 2005, but it has not been taken seriously. Even benchmarking Nokia's Symbian system, until the emergence of Azure mobile phones, let the development of Google's Android system rise to the company's strategic level. Only then has the lead in opening the Mobile Phone Alliance happened, and only then has the Google mobile phone operating platform finally officially landed. Moreover, it is unexpected that the powerful Google did not let Android choose to fight alone like OS on the Côte d'Azur, but an open mobile alliance composed of 34 companies. Among these 34 companies are Google, China Mobile, Motorola, Intel, Qualcomm, Samsung, Telecom Italia, Telefonica, T-Mobile, Texas Instruments T, Broadcom, HTC and other companies. Among them are some of the world's top chip vendors, based on Google's Android platform, and continue to promote a fully integrated mobile software stack consisting of an operating system, middleware, user-friendly interface and application software. Interestingly, the Apple company under the leadership of Qiao Gang is not among them. Qiao Gang is now obsessed with the tablet iPad project and cannot help himself, and intends to change the world again. Apple's board of directors has repeatedly proposed entering the smartphone market as soon as possible, but Qiao Bangzu is a paranoid. Geniuses are often paranoid, and they will not deny their mistakes. Otherwise they will not be geniuses. The logic of genius mind is, how could it be wrong? Incredible. Why am I wrong? Obviously, the birth of Google's Android Alliance is an undisguised benchmark for the OS ecosystem of the Côte d'Azur company. The goal of the OS system is not only to run on thousands of smartphones, but also the future strategic layout. Enter consumer electronics hardware for mobile terminals such as TVs, game consoles, wearables, and car dashboards. Qin Weimar said, early this year, the first G1 Android device was launched, but it failed. Luo Sheng laughed. I watched the G1 Android device, a poor imitation of OS. Qin Weimar said, however, I don't think Google will just give up. It will definitely continue to develop the operating system. Sun will probably bring a lot of benefits if it can be incorporated into its command. Luo Sheng nodded but shook his head quickly, and said happily, I think Larry Page and Larry Ellison. The latter may include Sun in his pocket. Larry Ellison, this person is also a genius who likes to go wild, and is especially shameful. Can you imagine that Ellison arranged to squat the opponent's trash bin all day long to collect the secret information of the opponent for analysis? I think Page may be a little overwhelmed now. This person's way is not the wildest, only the wilder. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Weimar was puzzled. Instead of paying attention to Luo Sheng's dark history of Ellison, he immediately looked at his incomprehensible words. You mean, Sun may eventually fall into Oracle in your hands? Luo Sheng didn't speak, but nodded. which also explained his prediction. Qin Weimu did not get too distracted in this matter, and said instead, "You have proposed last year to open source ecosystems that are completely opposite to the OO's closed-loop ecosystem. When will this plan be implemented?" Stay until now there is even no plan in the plan. Luo Sheng considered Shenshen for a moment and said, "After the completion of the merger and acquisition of MySQL company, let Yao Jianhong put the project on the agenda and hand it over to Feng Yi for execution. He is focusing on the ecosystem and released it at the 2009 Developer Conference. It's called the WOS system. 2 years is enough. The Azure coast is not as rootless as it was in 2004. Google dreams of getting the underlying design of the WOS, but the Android competitors that have not yet been born can easily get related resources of tilt. Of course, Android has an advantage early on, but the open source system of the French Riviera has a late start but a high starting point, which is also an advantage. It will eventually return to the hard power of fighting technology. Luo Sheng is very confident, and the time node launched is just right. 2010 is an important time node. If the change is not large, it is not surprising that domestic smartphone brands such as Xiaomi mobile phones will spring up at this time node. Also in this year, it was no accident that Google also withdrew from China. Luo Sheng's analysis of the situation from his previous life showed that by 2010, the smartphone market was still the world of Nokia Symbian system. Not to mention right now, Symbian's 60V3 V5 is the #1 market leader and far ahead. Even in 2008, Nokia's traditional mobile phone giants are still immersed in the past glory and still unwilling to move a comfortable position, still clinging to the plastic keyboard. Also this time, several companies played with Google, because as your mobile phones currently have a market share of less than 1% in the billion-dollar market, those traditions have not even realized how fierce the mobile internet wave is. There are too many emerging companies. And the rise, too, there are too many companies declining because of this. There are no lack of behemoths like Nokia. It really confirms the old saying that you won't shed tears if you don't enter the coffin. As for the current Android system, there isn't even a Blue Star technology family bucket application. It is not that Luo Sheng refuses to use it. Any mobile phone and any system can be used because this represents the user base and ecosystem of Blue Star technology group. However, Android does not even have a decent hardware device, let alone carry its ecological environment. HTC and Samsung do not know what they are doing now. For others, the advent of the mobile internet is confusing to many people, but Luo Sheng is extremely clear about the future. He seized this time point in 2010 and launched the WOS operating system in 2009. Its ecology is exactly the same as that of Android. All play open source operations. Luo Sheng's confidence is that domestic mobile phone brands will eventually rise, so as long as the domestic team is brought in, the open ecosystem and Android can be fought globally. Under Luo Sheng's vision blueprint, the future mobile phone operating system should be a one super and many strong situation. One super is a closed-loop OS system, which has been far ahead in this area for more than 5 years. And how strong should be WOS system? Google Android based on Linux operating system, Nokia Symbian, Apple iOS and so on. However, Apple has lost its reputation, and Luo's air transport has basically been drained by Luo Sheng. Even with the launch of iOS, it is doomed to be overwhelmed. Here is a prerequisite. It depends on when Joe helps the owner break through the south wall and turn around. Do not look back. In terms of closed loop and open source ecology, the French Riviera grabbed both hands, and both were tough. At the same time, the open source ecosystem is divided into two camps. Based on the WOS system under the Côte d'Azur company, the WOS ecosystem is formed with Xiaomi mobile phones, Oppo, Vivo and other domestic brands. Of course, the premise is that RIBS will set up Xiaomi and Vivo companies as scheduled in the last generation of Luo Sheng. But even if there is no Xiaomi, there will definitely be Rice and the like. Luo Sheng need not worry at all, because he intends as your mobile phones do low to mid-end. but focus on the high-end area. It is good to have an open-source WOS system at the low end. The profit here is not much, and it is given to other domestic mobile phone manufacturers. Here is Liu Sheng's strength and mindset, and at the same time it is clear that his opponent will not be in the country for a long time, but overseas. And Google. And the other big open-source ecological camp is Google's Android-based ecosystem www.mentalnovel.com. Unsurprisingly, Android's early lead may be HTC, and then Samsung came first, and HTC eventually died. This is Liu Sheng's vision for the future of the entire industry. There is a high probability that this trend will move towards such a trend. There is a great probability that the pulse of this era will continue to beat like this, Liu Sheng firmly believes. And grasping the pulse of the times can win the future. Liu Sheng's ambition is to build a pyramid-like structure in the global mobile phone industry. At the top level, the WOS closed-loop system should be used. The carrier is the Azure series, the second echelon is WOS and Android, and the third echelon is classified as other, such as the old brand. The giants have fallen, just stay here and eat and die. Such a structure will eventually establish a consensus of consumer habits in the minds of consumers. Azure phones are preferred for high-end machines, and WOS or Android phones are preferred for low-end and mid-range machines. Buy plastic keyboard feature phones and take care of yourself. There is no difference in which brand to buy. The brand does not have to look at it. Cheap and easy to use is the first choice. Chapter 250. Just this spirit. What if I say 2 billion, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Liu Sheng worked in the Côte d'Azur company for 3 hours. Today's work is basically finished here. I left here and went to the next generation Blue Star technology for processing. Fortunately, I was close enough to reach the office of another company in less than 10 minutes. Sit down here. In March 2008. A significant event happened to the global internet community, which is of historical significance. That is, the number of connected users in China officially surpassed the United States by about 226 million, becoming the world's largest internet user country or single market, and is exploding at an extremely exaggerated rate. From early 2005 to the end of 2007, China's internet users almost doubled, and in the following years it was even more exaggerated, adding 100 million new users almost a year. Liu Sheng's argument with VC during the financing period has now come true, and sure enough, in 2008, Greater China became the largest single market for internet users in the world. Backed by the world's largest single market for the internet, even if it faces the full blockade of North America in the future, neither the Blue Star Technology Group nor the Côte d'Azur companies will die, and they can still maintain the weight of the world-class giants. Because this market is really too big, even if it can rely on a single market can breed a monster company with a size of $400 billion. 10 years later, goods from all over the world want to be sold in Greater China. Even the Hollywood movie hit the streets in North America, which was a loss of panties, but it can rely on the Greater China market to return to the original. Can even make a small fortune. It can be seen that this market is huge, and multinational companies around the world will be enchanted by it. The size of the market is a right to speak, and it has a strong premium ability. After Liu Sheng came to the headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group, he stayed in the office for a few minutes and then attended a conference. He now spends half of his working time every day at various meetings. The company's plate is so large. It is no exaggeration to report to him the operation of major business segments, at least 1.5 hours. This is pretty fast. Then we have to think about the decision. We have to discuss it before making a decision. Liu Sheng actually doesn't like meetings. At this moment, the meeting attended is aimed at the problems of the two subsidiaries of the streaming online video business of the Blue Star Technology Group, and the situation of the international version of the BV Video Network is mainly discussed. Zhang Bowen, who was sitting in the conference room, opened a file to browse. At the request of Liu Sheng, the use of PPT was prohibited inside the company. All people must attend the meeting using the original notes. The PPT looks tall to outsiders, but in Luo Sheng her eyes were purely fancy. It's a waste of time. To put it plainly, PPT is for people who don't know it. It's easy for him to understand. But as a practitioner, meeting in PPT is a formalism. Is it not formalism, still using PPT? So what's it for? Come after class. It turns out that the original way of taking notes is more efficient and accurate. At this time, Zhang Bowen stared down at the material report and said, on the online video business, the global user volume of the international version of the BV video website has reached 475 million. The bandwidth cost of last year was about $322 million US, and this year may be losing money. $500 million. This is a net cost that has been discouraged by countless internet companies, and it is only the international version, while the domestic version of the network fee is extra. Last year's bandwidth cost was about 1.18 billion yuan, $168 million. More exaggerated is the data of the entire group company. Blue Star Technology Group currently accounts for at least 8% of the entire internet traffic, and it will use a lot of optical cables, which is quite terrifying. Blue Star Technology Group's online video business segment last year, the combined annual revenue of the domestic version and the international version was $1.258 billion US, but 85% of its revenue came from the international version. Luo Sheng now dare not even at this time the domestic version does not even pay for the specific profit plan in the next 3 to 5 years. Once the domestic version pays for the model to watch, the current users will quickly abandon Blue Star Video, and 95% of the $1.258 billion US of revenue comes from advertising revenue. Basically, Blue Star Technology Group now lives on advertising. However, this does not mean that Blue Star Technology is an advertising company without core technology. Nuclear power plants are not fancy boiling water to generate electricity. Is it because this thing is boiling water to generate electricity is not cutting-edge technology? The operating cost of the group's streaming video business last year was as high as US $1.579 billion, not only to pay the operator a high bandwidth fee, but also to remove the costs of advertising partners and video producers, including the advertisements with video up owners. The alliance is divided. How popular is the international version of BV Video overseas? It is becoming a big dreaming base for countless ordinary people, and it is a folk star dream factory. You can sign up for a BV account directly, but most people like to use Blue Space social chain to authorize, and then become a BV Video Up master, dreaming of becoming famous online, creating explosive videos, fame and fortune, and even entering the entertainment industry. For example, at the beginning of this year, there is a typical example. A 14-year-old Canadian teenager named Justin Bieber was discovered by his agent Scott on the BV Video website and staged Arthur and Justin. Timberlake. Two North American superstars grab each other, and finally Justin Bieber chose Arthur to enter the European and American singing scene. Some folk singers also make music and upload simple MV videos to BV video sites. Nowadays, thousands of ups have become full-time professionals who specialize in making videos, relying on the revenue of advertising alliances, and some top-up owners have even become millionaires. They started from the original individuals and later set up studios. Their other team is constantly operating. Blue Star Technology's family bucket is essential. Photo sharing sites must have Blue Space. Real-time information sharing and publishing windows have microblog posts. Microblog, any grievances on the internet, go to Reddit to open tiers. Music on Music Space, and video sharing its BV. Blue Star Technology is getting closer to the mission of linking all human beings. In short, people find that as long as they go online, they must not avoid using Blue Star technology products. At least one of its family buckets can be used in online mixed open. These products with strong social attributes and strong linkages can bring considerable income and encourage more people to participate in them. It is no exaggeration to say that today's Blue Star technology group has more than 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of people directly or indirectly in its major business segments, and many of them are still very moist. Once Blue Star has a problem, they all have to be unemployed or their income can cause huge fluctuations. In a sense, isn't it a layer of Blue Star's umbrella? It can be seen how difficult it is to move Luo Sheng's technology giant now. Participating Zhang Bowen continued to report, according to the latest report released by CPT, it is very close to our internal data. In February of this year, the international version of BV Video website is still the video site with the highest click-through rate and the largest number of independent users in the United States, occupying 54.1% market share of national video sites. Luo Sheng, sitting in the chief position of the conference, put his hands on his hips and his jaw and elbows against the desktop. He said nothing, but nodded. With more than half of the market share in the US market, this is the advantage of seizing the air. Zhang Bowen turned a page of material and said, in February, the number of online video views in the United States reached 11.8 billion. Compared with BV videos, which accounted for a third of the total, each user watched 40.71 videos on BV videos. Compared with last month, the share has increased by 2.7%. Accounting for about 34.5% of the total video. Over 151 million US internet users watched videos online throughout February, and the average time each person spent was about 210 minutes. In this regard, BV video sites still attracted the most viewers, up to 92.1 million. These users spend an average of 119.52 minutes watching videos. In February this year, traffic to video sites across the United States increased by about 4.2% compared to last month. In addition, the top 5 sites with the most independent users are Blue Star Video, Google Video, Yahoo Video, AOL Video, and Microsoft www. MTLNovel.com. Zhang Bowen looked at Luo Sheng after reporting the data. The latter did not speak immediately, and then nodded and said, the development momentum is good. Within 3 or 5 years, the international version of BV Video website, the number of users can be doubled to reach 7.8 billion. The executives attending the conference are now very strong. Everyone's argument about Luo Sheng's tone has been commonplace, and no one has jumped out to question him, because those who question him now have all 4 faces without exception. It was swollen, the top 2 and the bottom 2. But deep down, he was still very excited, and an executive couldn't help but exclaim, thousands of billions. Luo Sheng glanced at him. That's how you say 800 million yuan? That's your ambition? What if I say it will be 2 billion magnitude in 10 years? Everyone suddenly rounded their eyes when they heard this.